Morning. And welcome to day 2 of this clash between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire, which is beautifully poised. Gloucestershire got 317 yesterday, possibly a little bit disappointed they didn't push on and get a few more. And then Northamptonshire had no alarms before the end of play. They ended up on 30 without loss. And I think this is going to be a cracking opening session. We've got the overheads. I think it's a good wicket, but we've got the overheads, and I think it's going to be a really good contest between bat and ball. And I think if this could be the defining session in the match. I'm joined today, Ian Randall. Good morning.
Morning, Dan.
How are we?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yes, it's you can never not look forward to a day. You can't have a double negative, can you? It's impossible not to look forward to a day at Cheltenham, particularly when the forecast is fairly well set. There might be a slight shower at lunchtime, but the weather apps are changing a bit. The general consensus over the breakfast cereal this morning was the brightest weather will probably be after the tea interval. So Northants they'll try, if they can bat all day, they will take up all but 2 of their overs which are available to them for batting points. And if they do that, given the way the scoring went yesterday, I think they will be somewhere between 350 and 400 on the board. But chatting to our good friend Andrew Radd at the start of this game, he said that they're a specialist batsman short, so the top 5 are going to have to get most of their runs. So, okay, Gloucestershire, new ball or newish ball, only 12 overs gone. Can they get into that middle order this side of lunch?
Yeah, Northants went with an extra bowler. They left out Ricardo Vasconcelos, and they brought in James Sales, and Sales can bat a little bit as well, but he's an all-rounder as opposed to a specialist batsman. Here are umpires Ben Debenham and Hassan Adnan making their way out to the middle. Match referee is the delightful Devon Malcolm.
Devon Malcolm, 5 minutes ago, he was signing autographs, signing books from supporters.
He's a great guy. He's a great guy.
On an outground, you always get. I mean, you get them at county HQs as well, but you always get them on an outground. Can you sign this, Devil? Can you sign this? Can you sign this?
We had a photo which I put on Twitter yesterday, and one of the Gloucestershire fans wanted to know whether he'd said to you and I, Ian, "You guys are history," which was his famous quote to South Africa at the Oval before he took his 9 for 57 after they'd bounced him at number 11, and they certainly were history. Right, so Emilio Gay and Will Young are now making their way to the crease. And
I think the one thing we spotted I said 2 things we spotted last night. One was that Northamptonshire were very good at leaving balls they didn't need to play at. So Gloucestershire probably need to make them play a bit more this morning, particularly in this first sort of 40 minutes or so, when one would think that probably Higgins and Payne will share opening duties, and hopefully Tom Price is well warmed up today, because I think he was last in the huddle this morning, and the inference was either car trouble or traffic trouble, because he sort of gave the signal that indicated that it may have been automobile issues that meant that he wasn't able to be in the ground on time today. Ben Wells is out as a sub-fielder, I think, just for the moment. I think Ryan Higgins has just gone off the field. I'm not sure why that would be, but Ben Wells is out as a sub-fielder.
Yep, we haven't got a camera this morning from the college lawn end, unfortunately. A fox has gone through our cable overnight, the naughty boy or girl. So unfortunately we haven't got a camera, but we're working on it.
Payne in with the first ball of the day under overcast skies with 3 slips in, and that's clipped by Emilio Gay straight to Zafar Gahar at mid-wicket. Could have a long bowl today, Zafar, potentially. We thought that against Hampshire, and he ended up bowling, I think it was 24 overs in that Hampshire innings, but work was really shared in that heat wave down the leg side from Payne. untidy take from Bracey, and they will run through for a bye. These two followed by the in-form Ryan Rickleton at 3. I know Dan has a little beef about short-term signings, but he has. I understand why that is, but he has been an excellent short-term signing for them.
Yeah, they're
4 championship matches. He's already got 376 runs in his first 3 with 2 centuries. So that kind of tells you the impact he's had. He'll be off to the South African Test Series against England. Payne over the wicket and let go by another Test international, Will Young.
The recruitment's been very good, Northampton. I mean, Will Young's an excellent signing. Well, he's been around most of the season, or after the New Zealand tour, didn't he? But they've had some wonderful overseas players over the years, haven't they, Northampton? I'll come on to it after this ball.
Payne in again, and Young works that almost sort of waist height, that delivery.
You think from the
it's
sort
on
of
the leg stump enough for him to just play calmly out on the leg side.
You think from the 70s, from Mushtaq Mohammed, Bisham Bedi, Curtly Ambrose, Dennis Lilly. In the 80s, we've had some really good Safraz Nawaz.
Payne. Oh, that's a good carry through to James Bracey. Our camera at the college chapel end, looking down there towards the college lawn end of the ground. Good numbers in again. We gather in hospitality today.
I think we could ask Chris Dent to move there at first slip, just to get out the way of the camera. Just go a little bit tighter into Bracey, or maybe a little bit wider.
Payne in, and again defended by Young. Payne, I would say, not off his full run at the moment. Just sort of working his way into his spell here this morning, and that was a maiden to start, just the bye to be added. I think Northampton, they won't have any real target. The only target they may have today is batting all day. That probably is the target. How they go about them, the scoring through the day will evolve, I think, as the ball gets a little bit older. Ryan Higgins is back on the field, but it's going to be Zach Chappell, interestingly, from the Chapel end. And just for Alex in Winterbourne, who I know is a regular contributor on email, I've got the Vibert Green numbers you were on about. Vibert Green, overseas player, played for Gloucestershire in the 80s, and Alex said, kind of, did we remember him? And I think I want to give you his numbers, which we'll do in this sort of opening phase of the day. You'll understand he would be a good addition to a county squad if you put those numbers into today's players.
Chappell into the crease and defended in that elegant style by Emilio Gay. I really like the look of him as a player. I think he's going to be a superb player. Very stylish.
Still only 21.
Yeah, really easy on the eye, and I think he's got a big future in the game.
Certainly his judgment last night was pretty sound.
Chappell, that languid approach to the crease. Gay defends, goes out to Graham Van Buren in the covers. Go on.
So Vibert Green, Gloucestershire, 1987 to 1989, so 3 seasons, but not an awful lot of first-class cricket at the time. 16 matches, batting average 12.82, but in those 16 matches he took 54 wickets at 27, so
tidy. Chappell, bouncer, Gay ducks it.
And I say not clearly in the same. I don't wish to put him on a platform alongside Malcolm Marshall, but a very similar type of bowler. Quite short in stature, quite skiddy.
Yeah.
And actually a bit sharper than he looked. Marshall was just clearly a wizard.
Yeah.
But as a comparison, more of a Marshall than a tall bowler like a Garner or an Ambrose.
Chappell in. The thing about Marshall is he did the ball both ways at pace, and I think if you can do that without any discernible change of action, you're in business. It was just subtle changes of wrist with his either wrist one side of the ball or the other, but you couldn't tell, and he had a wicked bounce on him, as Andy Lloyd found out at that first test at Edgbaston 1984. As did a number of other people. Mike Gatting copped one on the nose in the West Indies, didn't he, off him? Chappell in. Gay defends. Yeah, Mike Gatting copped one on the nose, and I think there was a little bit of Mike Gatting's nose lodged in the ball, wasn't there, afterwards, where a bit of bone in the ball, which they had to pick out and get on with the game. Happy days. We've got Cameron Hasty on the cams today. James Healy's running around the ground. The Blagdon Bradman, as he's known.
Conditions overhead might be helpful to the Gloucestershire boys this morning.
Here's Chappell. In. Gay pushes that one firm. He doesn't time it, and it just dribbles out to Ryan Higgins. That completes the second over of the morning, which is a maiden. Zach Chappell, none for 4 of 3 overs.
A quiet start, but these two will know the job they've got to do. They've got to just continue the accumulation that they started last night. And if you go back to that game at Northampton earlier in the season, which went into the last hour with all 4 results still possible, and Northampton in the end were just short. To come back to that after this ball from David Payne and let go by Will Young straight through to James Bracey. He has 2.99 they were set, 2.72 for 8 was where they finished. They made a concerted effort to try and get to the target, and only really said, right, we are going to put the shutters up with about 6 overs to go. And I think it was Josh Shaw said yesterday there was a caught and bowled chance actually in the last over, which might have even left them 9 down with I think 4 balls to go, which would have really been a cliffhanger of a finish. But that was a game that went a long time before you could really tell who might come out on top. And this one might be pretty similar. If Gloucestershire they'll need to bowl well, but 50 runs either side of this 315 total would be a handy advantage for the team ahead on the board. Steered away by Will Young, past the dive of Hammond. He's on the pursuit. They might run 3 here. The ball's going into the pocket of the ground by the small scoreboard, and they're going to come back for a comfortable... Oh, it's gone all the way for 4, in fact. That's just in an awkward little spot down there. We can't see the ball right to the rope, and you'll see it running up towards the Martin Stovald scoreboard there, and it's just beaten Hammond on the replay, as you can see, and goes over the rope for 4. And Martin Stovald, of course, former Cheltenham College cricket master, younger brother of Andy. Both first team cricketers for Gloucestershire. Young turns that into the offside, fielded by Tom Price. Their brother Ollie's at second slip.
I was told a wonderful story about Cheltenham College, and it involves copious amounts of alcohol. I don't know whether it's too early, but I'm going to tell it anyway.
Payne back at the end of his run. In from the college lawn end again. Young able to let that go on height more than anything else.
And it's a John Player League game that was here in about 1985. And it rained heavily. And both sides had taken full advantage of one of the sponsors' tents. It was Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire.
Payne in, and Young once again goes leg side with a little clip again to Tom Price. And the end of Payne's over. He's bowled 5 overs for 13. And Northants openers are still together. 35 without loss.
So Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire here, about 1985, and both sides, it rained heavily and there wasn't much prospect of play. So both sides have visited the sponsors' tents, and more rain came down, and they had a look. It wasn't like the marquees now, they were sort of closed marquees, so you couldn't really see out, and there wasn't much prospect of play, so both sides were at it hammer and tongs, shall we say, in one of the marquees. David Gower on the fine wines, so I believe, as Chappell comes in to Gay, and that's a lovely shot. That's glorious, Emilio Gay, straight down the ground. That's the first boundary of the morning.
Not much backlift there.
No, it's real pure timing. So anyway, both sides have, there we go, here's a look at it. Yeah, lovely.
It's a check drive almost, isn't it?
Yeah. So both sides have got into the sponsors' tent, and all of a sudden the umpires have called the game back on at about 4:10 for a 5-over thrash, which they used to do. That was the minimum that could be played. And the only one sober on the ground, they had to pull in Andy Stovold because he'd turned up with his family to watch. And he was the only one sober on the ground because he was looking after his kids. Here's Chappell to come in. And I think he had to come on as a sub because one of the Gloucestershire players warmed up with catching and missed one, a high catch, which hit him straight between the eyes. So Stovall came in as sub. And Gower was so drunk that he attempted to sweep first ball and fell over. And it was just an absolute shambles, but I think they got away with it. There was hardly any crowd here because I think everyone had gone home thinking there was no prospect of play. But they managed to get in a 5-over thrash. That's gone through to the gloves of James Bracey. Is that it? 11th of August, 85?
Well, 11th of August, 85. 10 overs they played.
10 overs.
Leicestershire made 77 for 8. And Gloucestershire made 70 for 2. Of which Andy Stovall made 47 not out.
He was the only one sober. Zach Chappell in, and that's whipped away off his legs by Gay. Good bit of fielding by Zafar Gahar, keeps it down to 1.
Interesting Gloucestershire team that day.
Richard Ellis was in there, wasn't he?
He was, yeah, run out for 21. So Andy Stovall, Richard Ellis, Kevin Curran, Ian Payne, Chris Athy, Tony Wright, Jeremy Lloyds, Jack Russell, David Graveney, Courtney Walsh, Gary Sainsbury. Gloucestershire like their left armers. Sainsbury was another one.
Yeah. Bill Athy was a good cricketer, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Wonderful cricketer. He should have played more for England, I think. Chappell in. Good county bat, wasn't he? A good, solid county pro, Bill Athy. Started off at Yorkshire, then came down here to Gloucestershire.
So Athy
was on that England tour.
84 to 92.
Was on that England tour with Mike Gatting. 86, 87.
11,000 runs at 42. You'd bite your hand off for someone of that with those averages in any era of county cricket.
Chappell into Will Young, who drives him down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs as well. That's a pleasant shot by the New Zealander, and that runs away That's twice in the over. Zach Chappell slightly over pitched, and 4 to Young, 4 to Gay.
Yes, Amelia Gay just a little bit blocking our view of Will Young's timing of the shot there, but again, not a real flourish after he played it, just a functional, orthodox drive down the ground. Like just lifting a little bit. It was very grey when we started, but like I say, just lifting a touch, and Northants just getting into what they hope will be a good batting day.
Keep the emails coming to us to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. You'll see it there in the top right hand corner.
Payne passed on by Hassan Adnan, and Emilio Gay squeezes that out past Zafar Kahar. Square leg, they'll come back for 2. Zafar stopped it, but having a bit of a scrambled stop, he couldn't get the throw in quick enough to prevent the second run. I wonder, given what was like long conversation we had about David Payne last week with Dave Bartlett, I wonder how Graham Van Buren will use him here. It was pretty clear that he was being...
He doesn't look at full pace to me.
No. I say, I don't think he's off his full run. There's a big OBW shout there, and Payne does get his first victory of the day. Amelia Gay has got to go. Payne may not be at full pace, but that doesn't mean to say he's not accurate. And here's a second look at it. Not quite so easy to tell from the camera angle, but Payne was pretty confident, and Hassan Adnan did not hesitate. Gay, well, he certainly didn't walk off with any great haste. He probably thought that he may have either run height or he got outside the line, but he goes, and perhaps the first of the important wickets of the day for Gloucestershire. 46 for 1, and now the in-form Ryan Rickleton joins Will Young, and if Northants are to score heavily, then this is probably the key partnership.
The new batter, Ryan Rickleton.
Yeah, Ryan Rickleton averaging over 50 in first-class cricket. 8 more than Bill Athy.
Yeah, well, there we are.
26-year-old made his debut for South Africa against Bangladesh in March this year. He's already got hundreds in the county championship in the games against Kent and against Warwickshire. And he's a good player. So there are 2 overseas guys here. One a Kiwi, one a Safa. And Gloucestershire split them up.
Yeah, that's the... Well, that's a good start to get a wicket within 20 minutes of the start of play. And the Northants haven't got away from anybody yet.
How many will Gloucestershire be targeting, do you think? Do you think they set themselves little targets, so before lunch 3 wickets would be a good start, do you think, or 4?
I think they'll know if they can get a minimum of 3. There's a chance of getting into that middle order, which we said is probably one light as of a specialist batter. Rickleton lets that go, and rather unusual bit of footwork to let that go for his first ball.
Like Fred Astaire dancing there,
yeah,
isn't
it was very light on his feet. – 26 years old, Rickleton. Clearly a man in pretty good touch in recent weeks. Defends to David Payne. I must confess, when I saw Northampton had signed him and saw the span of the sign, I thought, right, okay, he'll probably play at Cheltenham. I didn't know a huge amount about him, and the regular followers of the county game may be also the case, but first time I've seen him bat live, so to speak. Again, lets that go. quite low to James Bracey, but took it sort of shin height. Bracey did the media turn at the close last night. I think his view was probably shared by many people around the ground. Gloucestershire got themselves into a good position. There was, as ever, some good stuff, and then a bit of a crazy hour where the last 5 wickets went down rather too quickly. Rickleton gets the first bat on ball there and steers that out to backward point. Success for David Payne in that over. Payne's 318th first class wicket. And he's been a steady wicket taker for Gloucestershire over a decade now. Plays all formats, as we know. And
Tom Price there just walking out in front of us, who probably looking forward to having a bowl this morning.
Yeah, I'm sure. I didn't really get to talk about how Payne might be used. I think shortish spells probably for him today.
Chappell in, and Will Young leaves that one well alone. I think he's looking for new gloves already. He's giving a signal to the dressing room. Just had a drink, wants new gloves. We're only 21 minutes into the game, Ian. What's going on?
Well,
the modern player, eh?
Oh.
The modern player.
Well, the one joy of yesterday was we did not have excessive stoppages for multiple ball changes.
Chappell into the crease. Young leaves it alone again. Good battle going on here.
Chappell, of course, this is his second game of a loan that will take Gloucestershire up to the start of the Royal London. With so many of the Nottinghamshire squad playing for the Trent Rockets in the 100, expectation will be that he will be a regular part of that Notts team in the 50 over competition.
Here he comes. It's 3 balls in a row now. Young has let go outside the off stump. Graham Van Buren would like to see Zach Chappell making Will Young play here.
Yes, he and Emilio Gay last night were in slightly more defensive mode possibly than they might be this morning, but they were very clear that anything not on the stumps they would not play it.
That's 4 in a row. Young leaves alone.
I suppose it is possible with Northants having bowled Gloucestershire out on the first day that they might think, could they bat once on this pitch? How much might it spin if they were asked to bat last? I'm sure we say that the target will be get up to, get beyond, and get as many as they can.
Chappell in, and Young does play at that one. Dribbles out to Miles Hammond in the gully.
Then launches a 70-yard throw right across the ground to Ryan Higgins at mid-off. Cricketers' judgment of distances on throws is I know they're professionals and they're playing all the time and training in between as well, but their judgment on throws by and large is very, very good, isn't it?
Yeah. Chappell in. Young defends. That's a maiden.
I mean, when you stand in matches that was made into Chappell, when you stand as umpire at matches on a weekend, what is the standard of fielding generally like at the level that you umpire?
It's improved a hell of a lot, I think, since I started playing adult cricket in the mid-80s, and I think that the game has changed very much in club cricket. I think the standard of fielding's got a lot better. I'm not sure the standard of bowling or batting has. Batsmen seem to be a bit more gung-ho than they used to be. So I think the standard of fielding is one thing that's really improved.
Payne from the College Lawn end to continue a successful spell here to Rickleton. Just pushes that up to mid-off. Safika Haas at mid-wicket. Van Buren at mid on, the only two men on the leg side in front of square. Higgins has taken on the role of chief shiner of the ball. Payne to Rickleton, who tries to force that. Doesn't get a touch. James Bracey, you could see the body language said there was an ooh there, but Rickleton will know that was a loose shot.
Yeah, what we haven't seen from Gloucestershire this season, I mean, you know, I think it's well known their struggles with the ball this season, isn't it? How many they've been out in the field for 150 overs 4 times, is it? I think.
Payne into Rickleton. So Lancashire away, Surrey at home,
Somerset at home.
Somerset at home, yes. And Hampshire away, I think was probably the other one.
Yeah, Lancashire at home.
Payne to Rickleton. Again, a little bit jumpy defensively, but it might have been the Lancashire home game. They didn't score all that quickly, did they?
Maybe 130
there. I mean, it's well over the. It's 4 sessions plus, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's the thing.
So, you know, what I think they'd really like, I'll come on to it after this. Ball from Payne.
Rickleton is off the mark. Ooh, a bit of a shovelling stop from Tom Price, but a stop nonetheless. I might have got the ball in his right knee there, I think, just the way he got up. That was a bit inadvertent, but it'll, I'm sure it'll not cause him any. Yeah, just on the right side of the knee, almost on the funny bone there. Might be a little bit sore for a few minutes.
They'd really like to strike, you know, they'd like lightning to strike twice quickly, wouldn't they? Because that's what they haven't had. There's been sort of big gaps between the wickets, isn't there? And apart from Tom Price's hat-trick, really, there hasn't been a bang-bang, has there, this season?
Not really. Look at the totals of the teams have got. Payne staying over the wicket.
Not the way Gloucestershire's batting has capitulated at times.
Yeah, we've seen clusters of wickets on occasions. And, you know, if there is to be a ground where you think there might be a chance of perhaps having a really big hour, then this is probably it, and this might actually be the hour. Helpful conditions overhead, fairly new ball, and bowlers fresh after only a little bit of work last night. So can they do it? Albeit they've got 2 international batsmen out there in the middle. Rickleton's going to face Chappell for the first time. Miles Hammond will need to be alert there at backward point, just in case Chappell does go back of a length. Will Rickleton be tempted? Possibly not yet.
Chappell into him, who nudges that one leg side. Zafar Gahar doing the fielding.
Sanford Road stand, yeah, not quite as full as yesterday, but people aren't just coming from Cheltenham to watch the cricket. You know, the north of Gloucestershire, there are the regulars from some of the regulars from Bristol are up here. We've had people from
Lagden.
Yeah, people who travel from Chepstow to Bristol have come up to Cheltenham as well.
Chappell in, Rickleton defends.
I say, if you are a supporter of the team, then and you have the time to go to the home matches. That's often the thing. You have to pick and choose. I shook hands with somebody this morning who I know from sort of the winter sports scene in Bristol, if you like, but likes his cricket, and had a day spare and was able to come up to
the winter sports.
Yeah.
Okay. Chapel, that's just nudge around the corner. That's well timed actually and well placed, and that's 4 runs to Rickleton. That's the 50 up for Northampton actually in the 20th over in an hour and 20 minutes.
Yes, you'd for a long time you'd find Mike Kay behind a microphone on BBC Radio Bristol following Bristol Rovers.
Okay. I thought you meant sort of like, like alpine skiing.
Oh, no. Not quite, no.
I thought there might be a,
No,
speed skating around the docks, when it freezes over.
Oh, about the docks, do you whiz?
Chapel. Good bouncer. Rickleton ducks it.
Now,
at least they're power boating around the docks.
I'm glad you went there, because that's where I was going.
Weren't people killed regularly there? It's too dangerous, wasn't it, as a circuit?
Obviously the stories are filtered down as far as your part of the world. Yes, that was, if I go back, how many years am I going back here? Over 30. A Sunday at the Grand Prix in Bristol was certainly in the diary.
Right. Chapel into the crease. Rickleton defends in that rather extravagant style. Yeah, power boating.
But the circuit have very high walls on the sides, which is kind of understandable because you think it's in a dock. That's what you'd expect. But equally, relatively narrow, not the widest circuit to do the races in, which are generally done, it sounds very obvious to say it, but straight up and straight back with one turn at the top and bottom.
Chapel in. Rickleton opens the face and he can find Miles Hammond a backward point. That completes the over.
It's not like a Grand Prix Formula 1 circuit where you can have multiple turns. The principle of a powerboat is straight line speed, where you basically you beat someone in a straight line, negotiate the turn and come back down the other way. That's the principle of it. And actually, in one of the years that I did go there, one driver sadly did lose their life because of the height of the walls. Again, I'm no physicist. We go back to the conversation we had with Dave Bartlett about weight through bowlers' front feet earlier in the week, but it's the swash of the water going against the wall and back in again into the centre part of the course. Payne in and clipped away through mid-wicket by Will Young. There's a chase on for Ryan Higgins down in front of that picket fence, and he's tumbled over just in front of the rope, but the ball's beaten him to the boundary for 4. Hopefully Higgins is okay running down that hill, and Northants pick up 4 more, 55 for 1. And it was literally just that incident where the water had gone to the wall from the boat in front. It comes back off the wall, and the person coming in behind hits it at speed at just the wrong angle, and the boat flips, and suddenly that was a horrific accident. And obviously, as we know, they don't race the boats there of that pace because it's just felt to be too dangerous. Payne to Young, who on to 31. Sort of got there without really noticing he's got there, Will Young, at the moment.
Yeah, I remember World of Sport in the 70s. Remember World of Sport with Dickie Davis? They used to have these plane racing from America. Plane racing. They used to go round and round in these circuits. And it was like American commentary.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come back to the powerboats thing again just in a minute.
And with the plane racing, there'd be a plume of smoke in the distance, and you'd hear the commentators going, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have just lost John Hartley Jr. III."
No, so my interest in that started because there is a powerboat club at Fairford, which is probably 40 minutes from here.
Okay.
Much smaller circuit, but the principle is still the same. Smaller boats.
Yeah.
But I got into it by watching there initially. Nice delivery from Payne, just across Will Young. Take by Bracey. Ollie Price doing the encouragement there for the bowler. A second look at this. I say Chris Denty's just obstructing our view of the batsman to some degree, but yeah, just a push at it from Will Young. Payne's just trying to draw him forward here.
He's bowled well this morning, Payne.
To his 8th over overall, and again that's the shape he wants. Ideally a little bit of movement through the air, which is not easy for us to judge with the naked eye because of our commentary position. Equally, because of the camera position here at Cheltenham, perhaps not that easy for you to judge either, but certainly Young is being made to think out there about every delivery by Gloucestershire's left armour. Here he is again, and this time he's prepared to let that one go. So the end of Payne's over. He's bowled 5 overs this morning and taken 1 for 11. And Northamptonshire 55 for 1. I would have thought maybe one more for him, and then we might see a change. Just having to manage, as Dave Bartlett was saying, that hip problem, which kept him out of the game here against Hampshire last week. But I mean, just a concept about how fast those boats were going that we were talking about. I think the F1 boats were kind of 90 miles an hour, and the thing is, you're not on a flat surface either. You know,
no.
So
here's Zach Chappell, who doesn't go as fast as an F1 power boat.
So you know your body is taking quite a hammering, and just a little secret in my dining room.
Yes.
I have a picture of former Cheltenham powerboat driver John Hill, who was world champion at his time, and it is to me it says everything about the sport, because it's got the boat at full tilt. It is John's boat, and there's water everywhere.
Did he? He wasn't a casualty, was he?
No.
Chappell in. Rickleton defends.
In fact, there were a couple actually of very good powerboaters from this part of the world.
Was it a hotbed of powerboating?
I wouldn't say it was a hotbed, but there were certainly enthusiasts who who got. John definitely got to the top. There's a gentleman called Dean Stallard who got very close as well.
Horse racing country as well around here, isn't it? It's got the yards, haven't you? You've got Kim Bailey's yard up the road, and Zach Chappell coming in, and that's a square drive. And that hits the board right out in front of us. And Miles Hammond comes and picks it up.
I would say this actually about Gloucestershire sport as a balance. Some parts of the country basically have one big sport, and they have huge interest in that one sport, and that's it. We are fortunate in that we have a lot of sports that are active in this part of the world, and we love the cricket element of that, and that's absolutely fine. But there is a lot to draw people through the year, and I think we're lucky to have the variety, to be fair.
Rugby, big rugby region, isn't it?
It
Gloucester.
is.
Chappell approaching the crease. I thought he got a little feather on that. I thought he'd been strangled down the leg side.
Good take by Bracey.
Yeah, it was a good take. There's some good rugby sides around here, wasn't there? Lydney, Gloucester.
Well, there'll be a
Berry Hill, were they?
Yes. Berry Hill had some famous encounters in cup matches.
Yeah.
But the second team at the moment, who have already come up through the pyramid, come back to that in a minute.
There's a wonderful story in Steve James's book. I think I told you about this the other week, where there was a side from quite a rough estate in Gloucester who were a good rugby side, and they played a Gloucestershire Cup game against someone, and the winger was clean through about to score a try, and a woman from the side threw her bicycle into the path of the winger, stopping him from scoring.
I think I've got an idea where that location might be.
Chapel in. Rickleton defends.
No, Gloucester obviously, one of I think only 4 teams who've never been relegated from the Premiership since the leagues were formed.
Leicester, Bath,
and Wasps, I believe, are the others. And the side that is now playing in the second tier in the Championship is Hartpury. Obviously, used to be an agricultural base for an agricultural college, but is now a fully fledged university in its own right. Still got a very strong equine theme to it, but the rugby team, basically from literally being formed and starting at the bottom of the pyramid, are now right up to the second tier. And indeed, a gentleman who's about 10 seats to the right of our marquee is a regular Hartpury rugby supporter, and he's been here for most of the festival, watching the cricket. And obviously, to some degree, when we see a loan system in cricket, you see a loan system in rugby when the younger players are trying to be developed. The Bristol and Gloucester and Exeter and other clubs will send their will agree to loan their players out to the tier 2 clubs to get some proper hard rugby experience. I think actually the fixtures were out the tail end of last week for the new season, but that a little bit further on, still got quite a bit of cricket to go, albeit for Gloucestershire, quite a lot of away cricket. Payne with another delivery that's let go by Will Young. If you look at, if you're a cricket supporter in Bristol, there are only 7 days of first team cricket left, and here we are still in July. They've got 3 home games in the Royal London, plus the one that's here, obviously. And because Gloucestershire have a bye week in the last block of Championship matches, they've only got 1 home game, which is against Warwickshire. I mean, it seems extraordinary to me. It seems like 5 minutes ago that we were freezing for that Exeter University match, and here we are, and the season's probably 75% done in terms of home cricket at Bristol.
Yeah.
It does fly by very quickly.
It will soon be January, Ian.
Well, no, but the point is that
I hate January. I hate January as a month.
Payne in again to Young, goes back into his crease. But the point would be, of course, that if, and it's a big if, and we don't know the answer to this yet, if the fixture list goes down from 14 to 10 is a long way, and I don't know, I haven't worked out how they might go 14 to 12, which would be a little bit, would feel not quite as bad a drop. But 14 to 10 means you lose 8 days of cricket in Bristol for Championship cricket, potentially.
Yeah.
Payne again to Young. Good stride forward.
I think sort of, and I'm speaking on behalf of all cricketers here. I am the spokesman for all cricketers, and I'm prepared
That's a very important role.
I'm prepared to get onto my soapbox here. But I can handle end of the season, end of September, and October's quite nice because you're knackered and you need that rest. Yeah? November, you're still there. You're still there. You've got fireworks night, that sort of thing up at your local cricket club. You see your mates up there. Chairman loses a finger lighting a Catherine wheel, that type of stuff. Then December's Christmas. But January, I can't stand January. It's just a miserable month. No one's got any money. And the season still seems a long way away, doesn't it? The new season.
I don't think it's a long way away if you're in the off-field team at Gloucestershire cricket. It was said to me. I'll come back to that after this. Ball from Chappell.
Chappell in. Rickleton works him into the onside for a single.
Peter Hall was the grounds manager at Gloucestershire for 2 decades, probably at least that. And he always said to me, if you look at the end of the season, you get to Christmas, you work to Christmas, and you think you've got bags of time to organise everything for the new season. He said, you get into January and it's hurtling towards you like an express train. And he was conscious that the sands of time are getting into the bottom half of the jar at that point. And Cameron Hastings was on camera to say, well, I'm sure
he's nodding.
Identify
he's
with
nodding
that.
ruefully. Here's Chappell. He's to bowl for 45 minutes now. Defended by Will Young.
Oh yes, we can sort that out. Next week. Suddenly,
Manana.
Yeah. There's an awful lot of planning and scheduling and such like that goes on during the winter in the background that I'm sure members and supporters don't see.
No.
Ordering the marquees for Cheltenham, for example, working out how many do you want.
Chappell in.
Plus multivarious other things. How many white chairs do we need? How many tables? How many tables of 6, 4 and 8 do we need?
Yeah. A little bit of a slow start this morning. Loss of Emilio Gay, but only 30 runs added. The bowling's been quite tight, hence why we've been discussing Gloucestershire sport, power boating, the seasons, the months of the off-season in cricket. And what I'm really looking forward to today is Ian Randall has baked a cake. Chappell in, that's let go.
Well, if James Healy's just got 10 seconds, we might be able to actually show Dan the. Well, you can bring. You can put it on the plate, James, if you want, because I brought a plate and a knife to cut it with.
You bought a knife?
Yeah, well, that's logical enough, isn't it?
So we haven't got to rip it like hyenas from the carcass of a wildebeest. Chappell in. It looks very nice. This looks wonderful.
That was Sunday afternoon. That was
a rascal of a cake.
A rascal of a caker, so called. But not to be opened until tea.
Really?
Honestly. I thought you're a pizza man at lunch, aren't you?
Well, I can't just dine on pizza here. I need some.
Some fruit.
I had some fruit this morning. I had to stop at the services and get some pineapple. That goes through to Bracey. That's the end of the over. 60 for 1. Young 31. Rickleton on 10. Yeah, I had to go and get some fruit. There's very nice services on the M5 though. Gloucester, the farm shop. Being involved in county cricket, you become an aficionado of service stations around on the arteries of our motorway system. And Chris Nash, the old Sussex and Nottinghamshire opening batsman, used to put out a Where Am I job on the on Twitter regarding motorway service stations, and the Gloucester Farm Shop services is got to be up there. What's your favourite services around the UK? I mean, Gloucester would be too
close,
local.
Too close, really.
It's like me. I would just never go to South Mims on the M25. It's just I'm virtually home, so why use it?
Bowling change coming here. Tom Price is coming on. So David Payne's will say 6 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 11 today. Zach Chappell this morning, 6 overs for 16. And We are at 10 to 12.
We've got a special guest coming on as well.
So yeah, we have a guest which we'll just enlighten you of in a moment. There is Rickleton, nice push out onto the offside. We gather he is on the ground. We were told he was coming to the ground today, but I think he has a lunch booking in the Exiles marquee, and I think hopefully Sarah Blowen from the Exiles can be with us at some point later in the day to talk about what they do for the club. They raise money for the club, raise money for the academy side of the club. Price in, and Rickleton again defends. And last year presented the club with a cheque for £5,000 for funds which to go towards the academy. But this gentleman would sit right up there with Zahir Abbas, whose I think birthday was over the weekend, and Courtney Walsh, of the best overseas players ever to play for the club. Good bat and bowl. Twice again to Rickleton, and with his enthusiasm for Gloucestershire cricket, even though he's not been in the best of health this year. Had a heart operation earlier this year. We're delighted to see him. And Mike Proctor will be with us before lunch. That's a lovely shot from Rickleton. Punched out past David Payne, out through extra cover for 4.
That was class.
That was a lovely stroke.
Apparently we're famous, Ian. We've made the recent episode of Football Clichés podcast. I don't know what that is. Mark Ridley.
Well, that's from this. That's our preview from this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Where have we got in?
About 10 minutes in. Our piece is only 46 seconds. How can that be the case?
Yeah.
64 for 1. Price to Rickleton. Works that into the leg side. Past Africa Hard. There'll be a chase. They'll certainly get 2. There might even be 3. It might even beat them to the right. A good stop from Van Buren. And he saved his team a run. Rickleton will still run 3 anyway. But he's timed that one into the gap through mid-wicket, and a bit of relay work between Van Buren and Zafar.
I'm always nervous with Van Buren. After he popped his shoulder in the game against Somerset, I'm always nervous when he dives now.
That was more of a slide, wasn't it?
It was, but I'm still...
He wasn't going head first towards the ball. One of the slips is being taken out. So Marcus Harris into the offside. Into the leg side, I should say, for Will Young. Just trying to stop that clip through mid-wicket. Price to Young, lets that go. And I think, if Gloucestershire wanted 3 wickets this morning, then they would have maybe hoped to get perhaps another one by now to give them an opportunity to nip out one of these 2 before they got set. But Young looks in pretty good touch, and Rickleton is just starting to middle it as well. So Chappell, I say 6 overs this morning for 16, and now we're going to see Ryan Higgins for the first time today.
Ryan Higgins. Ryan Higgins is sponsored by Huntleys.
A long chat, quite a long chat between Young and Rickleton. Higgins, I think, will go around the wicket to the South African.
Funny name, Rickleton, isn't it? I always think of Alan Rickman, Courtney Ricketts, Sussex spinner back in the late 80s. Some scores from around the country.
Higgins just wants to put Zafar out at deep square on the leg side for Rickleton here.
Higgins into the wicket. As Rickleton just works that one backward of square. Miles Hammond does the fielding. So, Lancashire have been bowled all out by Kent for 145 at Old Trafford. Wow. Who saw that coming?
That's a good effort.
That's a fantastic effort from the those gentlemen from the Garden County of England. Essex 309 for 3 at Chelmsford. Looks like miserable times for Somerset. Yorkshire were bowled all out for 159. They've got Hampshire 3 for 1. But the match has been delayed by rain up at Scarborough. Higgins into the wicket, defended by Will Young.
5 wickets for Matt Henry in that Kent game at Old Trafford. He again, there's another player who's really done well on his county time over here for Kent. They've really got value out of him, haven't they?
Another New Zealander who's Higgins in. That's defended by another New Zealander, Will Young. Warwickshire 253 all out at the Oval. Surrey 16 for 1. At Worcester, Derbyshire 130. Worcester 181 for 8. Looks like possibly a sporting wicket there.
Could be a 3-day game there.
Yeah. Bit of time off for our mate Frank Watson. Higgins in. Young defends. Durham at Chester Street. They finished early yesterday. They've lost a wicket this morning. 155 for 1. And the first day of the game at Trent Bridge. Every other game's in the second day, but it's the first day of the game at Trent Bridge. And Nottinghamshire against Sussex, a 45 for 3. Good old Sussex by the sea. Higgins in, Young defence.
I looked at their squad for that match, and it really is a very young group.
What, the Sussex side?
Yeah.
So who have they got? They have got Ollie Robinson's playing. Got all 3. There you go.
But you've got there's a lot of promise there, and obviously Ian Salisbury and James Kirtley working really from quite a low base.
Higgins in, Young leaves that one alone.
Sometimes it's that issue of can you pull through 5 or 6 players together? That's the thing, to form the core of a team, and that's probably what they're trying to do here. Lost quite a lot of experience. Pretty conscious about your budgets accelerating at some other clubs, and they've thought, right, we're going to try and develop our own players. And people like Tom Haynes in particular, Alistair Orr amongst the batters, and Archie Lenham, of course, amongst the bowlers, particularly in white ball cricket. They've got some young players with talent. And here's one of the ones that Gloucestershire trying to pull through. Tom Price into Rickleton once more, gets onto his toes to punch that up to mid-off. Heard the sirens from the hospital so far today, I'm pleased to say. Hospital on the Sanford Road side of the ground. So it's the offside from where Rickleton is batting. Again goes in the V this time up to Higgins. Higgins put his up when Price first came on to bowl today. Higgins went up to him, put his arm round his shoulder, with a few words of encouragement. He's been given quite a lot of responsibility, Tom Price. Certainly earned it. And Rickleton again. And just to say that our box is now being expanded by one extra name in the commentary team, but equally a gentleman we're very happy to have with us as well. Just let Mike get settled and look at Tom Price coming in what is his 5th over of the innings, turned into the leg side by Rickleton, who cries for no. Good morning to Mike Proctor. Mike, how are you?
I'm very, very well, and actually I never thought I'd ever live to hear the words out of our mouth that it's lovely and pleasant weather conditions as opposed to that searing heat you had over here.
We did have a very, very warm conditions last week, but pleasure to see you, and pleasure to see you also after your heart op during the early part of this year. Good that you've been able to be back in this country and back at various events. I know here's Price in, nice shot again from Rickleton up to Higgins at mid-off. You've been up in Manchester at a dinner for the 50th anniversary, or say 50th anniversary delayed of the Gillette, for the famous Gillette semi-final against Lancashire, and then back down here at Cheltenham, and various other events to do with the foundation and obviously supporting Gloucestershire cricket. But this is a special place for you, isn't it? I mean, you've played so often here during your 16 years and had a real association with the supporters and the team itself. Obviously, here's Price in once again, and Rickleton up once again to Higgins. Yeah,
it is just whenever I come here and having a look at it again, it's just a beautiful ground, with the buildings in the background, and they always seem quite a lot of people here. Even if it's just a couple of thousand, it seems like a very big crowd, and just one of the most beautiful grounds in the world to play cricket. It really is.
And your fellow countryman Ryan Rickleton looks in pretty good touch.
Yeah, very much so. But we'll have to see what happens with them. Big game tomorrow in Bristol, T20.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, there's looking forward to seeing that. South African cricket, they really boxed above their weight of late, because they beat India and then they beat New Zealand in a test match there when they elected to bat on a very dodgy pitch.
Price again to Rickleton. Gets jumped into that.
I remember
couldn't put that away. Called as a no ball by umpire Adnan.
Sorry, missed that. But just going back to Cheltenham, I came over to Gloucestershire in 1965 with Barry Richards when Gloucestershire wanted us to stay and qualify to play county cricket for Gloucestershire. That was before the overseas ruling came into place in 1968.
Price again from the College Lawn end. Rickleton will get some of a thickish outside edge, but that will go all the way down to the boundary past the fielder at Gully. Miles Hammond in front of the main scoreboard. 4-4, 76 for 1. Emilio gave the one man out this morning. LBW to Payne. Young has 31 and Rickleton now has 22.
Yeah, and my first port of call at where we are at Cheltenham was in 1965. Barry and I came to watch a game. It was Worcestershire against Gloucestershire. The wicket was turned square. It really did turn a big amount and did it quickly, and a very low scoring game. In fact, the two spinners, I think David Allen was one and David Smith, the seam bowler, was the other opening bowler. When Worcestershire was set about 100 and I haven't checked it, but about 140 I think to win. And with the wicket playing as it was,
Ryan Higgins comes in and Will Young chops into the gully.
130, 140 was always going to be a tough target to reach, and they were at one stage I think about 12 or 15 for 3 Worcestershire. Tom Graveney, D'Oliveira came in to join Tom Graveney, and to this day it's still the best exhibition of playing spin bowling I've ever seen in my life. They ended up winning by 7 wickets pretty comfortably, and on a wicket that really was a bad turning wicket. They just played superbly.
That's well bowled by Ryan Higgins, goes past the outside edge. Tom Graveney had just gone from Gloucestershire to Worcestershire as well, hadn't he? And had to sit out a season back then. I think 1963, he had to miss the whole season, I believe, which, you know, when you see how players move counties now, it's unheard of, really, isn't it?
I know. You know, I came 65. I didn't hear too much about it then, but there was a bit of talk about it, so...
Higgins into the crease,
good shot.
And that's a lovely shot there. Will Young whips it off his legs through mid-wicket, and that takes him on to 35. He's gone to 80 for 1.
You had, sorry, Mike, you had some joy with your off spin here, didn't you?
Yes and no. I remember bowling to Gordon Greenwich, and we hadn't got a wicket. Him and Barry were panning us around a bit, so I decided to bowl some off spin. And I put a couple of guys on the boundary, and Gordon sort of played very defensive block shot, and I chucked it up a bit higher, and he played another defensive block shot. But the third time he blocked it, and I said, "Come on, Gordon, aren't you going to play a shot?" Well, I won't use the expletive, but he said, "I'm not getting out to that," and continued to bat, and I didn't get him out. But I did have a bit of success because it was sorry, I missed that ball, but there was no run there.
No.
Yeah, it's changed over the years. It turned a lot. There's a bit of when Courtney Walsh was here. It seems good pitch to bowl on, a bit of pace.
You got 4 in 4 balls here, didn't you? Was it Cheltenham? No.
Got a hat trick.
You got a hat trick here against
Yorkshire.
Against Yorkshire.
The
Yeah, you're thinking of the semi-final, Benson Hedges, 1977, 4 and 5. Yeah.
Okay.
the Yorkshire hat trick was all LBW though, wasn't it? I think.
Higgins in. You've also got links with Northamptonshire because you were there as director of cricket, weren't you, for a while? With Northamptonshire, you've got links with Northamptonshire as well?
Yeah, very much so. I was director of cricket at Free State when we had Alan Lamb for a season there, and the following season he asked me to go to Northampton to be director of cricket at Northampton. But yeah, a close association with Northampton. We won a trophy. I think it was 89 or 90. We won a trophy at Lord's.
Higgins in. That's let go by Will Young. It's a no ball, actually. Another no ball. There's been a lot of no balls in this game. There's been a lot of overstepping. So is it what the sort of the one regret? I mean, obviously, you played 6-7 tests for South Africa. I mean, that side in South Africa in the 70s. I mean, Alan Lamb probably would have stayed in playing for South Africa. You had, Pollock, Vincent van der Bijl, Peter Kirsten, yourself, Eddie Barlow. Higgins comes in and that's defended. I mean, I think they'd probably pushed the West Indies quite close in that era, such was the quality of their players. Is it sort of the one regret you've got from your career that, you weren't allowed to play Test cricket?
No. No regrets as far as that's concerned. I could see the writing on the wall 1969, 70, 69 when D'Oliveira was left out of the MCC tour to tour South Africa, when everyone in the world knows, bar 3 or 4 selectors and maybe a captain, that he wasn't going to go because he certainly deserved to go. The situation was he played in the 5th test against Australia, 1968 I think it was, 68 or 69, and he had played in the 1st test, and then he had a bit of a slump, was recalled for the 5th test, which was a vital one. I think he had to win it to win the Ashes. He makes 150, gets a vital wicket, and having been selected in a team of 11, he's now left out of a party of 17. It's just, it's just a no-brainer. It's just bizarre, yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
And, going back to, I just realised how bad things were in South Africa as far as apartheid was concerned, and, the fact that we were left out of the test arena for 20 years, and rightly so. You cannot treat people like we did in South Africa with the apartheid rule.
Yeah.
Here's Tom Price to continue, going around the wicket to Rickleton, who steers that again out past Miles Hammond. That's going to go way down the slope here for 4 into the Sanford Road stand, and it's Northants just beginning to accelerate a little bit here with these two.
How damaging was that for the game back in South Africa? I mean, you had players who were world-class operators, people like Garth LaRue, who came a little bit after you guys, who never played Test cricket. And how damaging was it for the game back in South Africa?
Very damaging for the game, and I think that's what the rest of the world wanted to do, was to try and get rid of apartheid in South Africa. So it was having an effect, and so much effect that cricket was waning. There's no doubt about that.
Price in again, round the wicket. Rickleton plays almost the same shot, bit straighter though, and Higgins runs round from mid-off to field. They just pick up the one run this time.
And then you had the guys who went and played for other countries. Alan Lamb, for instance. Kepler Wessels went to Australia, didn't he? Although he ended up going back to South Africa after being readmitted in 92. Was it 92? 91. But yeah, I mean, it was obviously affected their careers a little bit, didn't it?
Well, it did. It affected cricket in South Africa because it was waning, and that's why rebel tours were brought into force, was to try and keep cricket alive.
Yeah.
Will Young on 35 waits for Price, and at the moment the young man's just finding it a bit difficult to keep the lid on these two.
But we're not here to talk about South Africa. We're here to talk about your time at Gloucestershire, Mike. Which
that sounds better to me.
You had some wonderful, wonderful times here, didn't you? And how special a club is it? How special in your heart is Gloucestershire?
Yeah, I mean, I think I was very fortunate to come to Gloucestershire 65 and then join them full time in 1968. So, very, very happy memories. We always felt that the crowd were behind us.
Price in again, and Young's he's hit that almost with disdain out for 4 to the Sanford Road side of the ground through mid wicket, and Ryan Rickleton just gives him a pat on the back. That was dispatched. Here's a second look at it on the replay.
That looks remarkably like one of the English Test batsmen. He just disdainfully picked it off his toes, no problem at all, and a beautiful boundary. Really lovely shot.
Both these two are very, very good players, and Gloucestershire need to split this partnership urgently.
Price into the ground by Young this time. Was it the duel in the summer coming to Cheltenham, Mike, for players in your time? It's seen as a highlight for people in the north of the county, but for the players, was it a joy to come here for the best part of 2 weeks and play cricket on a wicket that offered something for batsmen and bowlers? Yeah,
very much so. I mean, I know all the players really did look forward to having a look at the fixture list and seeing when the Cheltenham Festival was on, because it's always been very well supported by the Cheltenham people. Always had a good crowd in. Very knowledgeable, and just a joy to play.
Price again to Young, and he skewed that. That's gone out of the reach of Miles Hammond. Can he haul it in? You think it was going to go all the way for 4. It does go for 4, but the ball span away off the outside edge, spooning over Hammond at backward point, and then bouncing on and over the rope. But the first miscue really, but Price has bowled 6 overs now for 39, and I think Graham Van Buren might be thinking of a change at the College Lawn end, even just to check that run rate a bit, because Northants have certainly upped it this morning. Started at 30 with 30 without loss, and then now 95 for 1. They made 65 in 73 minutes. So from a slowish start, they're just starting to pick things up a bit.
And in the 70s, the counties were allowed 2 overseas players, and you played with Zahir Abbas, who's unfortunately not very well at the moment, but what a wonderful player he was.
Yeah, Zahir Abbas was absolutely fantastic. He really was one of the best batsmen I've been fortunate to play with, and I don't think I played against him when he played for Pakistan and I was playing for Gloucestershire.
Was that a relief?
If I was as a bowler, yes, it was a relief, very much so. But as a batter, no. Zahir's bowling wasn't too special.
Higgins in, that goes through to the gloves of James Bracey. I think 1976, he got 2,500 runs that season. I mean, that's immense, isn't it?
Was there a game here against Sussex where he got a double 100 and 100? I think Zahir.
Yeah, I remember that, but I remember it must have been 76 as well. It was a game against Kent at Canterbury, and Underwood was bowling to a 7-2 offside field, and he still pierced the offside easily. and he got 100 in both games, and we ended up winning that match.
Higgins around the wicket to the left-handed Rickleton.
Sorry, Dan, did I read somewhere, Mike, that you're not one who's big on averages and numbers in a career, but more about the feel for the cricket when you were playing, about whether you felt that you were in good touch or not? That the numbers were kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, I think so. You look at two all-rounders.
Higgins in, that's a glorious shot there by Rickleton, just leans into that one and works it through, extra cover, and that is going to go away for 4 runs as well. Rickleton and Young really opening up their arms here and starting to motor. That brings up the 50 partnership. Rickleton's got 31 of them, Young 16, and that's a lovely shot, really is. Despairing dive there by, I think that's someone was hammered there.
Van Buren, I think.
Van Buren.
Yeah, just going back to that, you look at two, absolute match winners in Ian Botham and Ben Stokes. Their averages aren't too special in the batting department, for example, but they're not too, very, very few players.
Higgins in. Oh, and Rickleton tries to withdraw the bat there and get something on it, and it goes down to the gully, or to sort of like a floating. It's quite a fine gully there, actually. It's more like a floating position where Ben Wells, on his 12th man, is situated.
Yeah, just, two guys who literally have won test matches for their country. And
Higgins in. That's a little bit uppish there, but well fielded.
I don't know what the averages are. I think Stokes is probably not up to 40. I don't think Beefy's up to 40, but they are absolute match winners. Deluxe, big time.
Who was obviously you played in an era of some real express pacemen around the world. Jeff Thompson, that goes through there to the gloves there. And even in England there was some genuine quicks. Colin Croft, Wayne Daniel, Sylvester Clarke. Who was the quickest you faced?
I've often been asked the question. Very difficult. You get guys who don't seem to bowl that quick, but they seem to generate pace off the pitch. A guy like Jeff Thompson is probably one of the most destructive bowlers ever in Test cricket. The fastest.
Higgins in. No run.
I suppose I'd have to go with Michael Holding. He had such a beautiful action. But the funny thing is, with Mikey, you could pick him up quite easily because he had a nice action. With a guy like Jeff Thompson, who had a very awkward action, you couldn't pick up that well. So it almost appeared that a Thompson-type bowler was quicker than a Mikey Holding, which wasn't really the case. Must have been very similar though.
Because he was slinging and the arm came from behind the back, more or less, didn't it, with Jeff Thompson? And that's probably why it was sort of. Obviously I never faced him, and thank the heavens that I never did. But it must have been quite hard to actually see it out of the hand. Yeah.
And during that time when Mikey was around and Jeff Thompson was World Series cricket, which were a number of fast bowlers around. Australia had Lilly, Thompson, Wayne Pryor, Lenny Pascoe, all fast. Wayne Pryor and Lenny Pascoe.
He was off his rocker, wasn't he, Lenny Pascoe?
You could say that again.
Yeah.
He was, but he was quick. It was the shortest run up, and Wayne Pryor was quick. The West Indies had all their quartet of fast bowlers, including sort of Wayne Daniel and the Holdings and Garner and Roberts. The World 11, we were fortunate to have Imran Khan, who was in his pomp then, bowling really well. Garth LaRue really was at the top of his game as well as Clive Rice. So there wasn't a shortage of fast bowlers around. And the one thing about the rules, not that we discussed rules, but we obviously played the laws of cricket. But the one thing was bounces. If a guy wanted to bowl 6 bounces in an over, he bowled. There was no warning from the umpire or anything like that. And no helmets.
Happy days.
Zulfikar Hart into the attack from the College lawn end. He's got a slip and a short leg. Ollie Price is under the lid. And Zaffar's just, again, talking to Graham Van Buren. 101 for 1, Northants. Young 43, Rickleton 31.
And there were some wonderful all-rounders back then as well, weren't there? I mean, you know, obviously Botham here, Imran Khan, as you mentioned, Kapil Dev,
Richard Hadley.
Saudi
was just finishing.
Yeah.
Clive Rice.
I mean, even Viv could bowl a little bit. You know, Viv Richards would. I mean, he was generally a batsman, but he could bowl. You know?
Yeah.
Here's Zafar with his first bowl of a spell in this innings.
He got a lot of wickets for the West Indies, did Viv, but I think at times it was the batsman, that little ray of sunshine, as opposed to those quicks that keep firing down at 100 miles an hour. When Viv came on, it was going to be you or me. Get the runs while I can.
I think to the offside by.
I think that's what people thought about Roger Harper as well, slightly later, wasn't it? When he came on, you had to make hay whilst you could.
And I suppose we can't put Lance Gibbs in that category because Gibbsy was really much a full-time off-spin bowler and a fantastic off-spinner, he really was. But he bowled behind Wes Hall, Charlie Griffith, Gary Sobers. Absolutely formidable.
I might ask Mike just a question about the schedule at the moment. I mean, given the amount of cricket you played in your time here, given the three-day matches with a Sunday league game squeezed in the middle, how do you think you as an individual would have coped with the schedule that the current players have?
I think a lot easier, actually, you know, because we were playing 7 days a week, whereas now you got a T20. I mean, you're only bowling 4 overs. You know, I do worry at times when the captains or the players are complaining they're playing too much cricket when they're playing T20 games, because I know it can affect you psychologically because there's a bit of pressure.
Zafar around the wicket again. Young squeezes that round the corner. May have just got a little bit of spit from Zafar Gahar there, but one more to Young.
But we only played 3 days, not 4 days. And the 4-day version is a lot easier than 3 days because you're squeezing more hours into a 3-day game than a 4-day game. And that's where, going back to that, was World Series cricket. We played Super Tests, and that was over 4 days. And I mean, it was, I mean, you talk about a schedule. We played, it was still 30 hours in a constituted test match, and you played 7.5 hours a day. So you would start at 1 o'clock, finish at 9 or 9:30, but to get to the ground, at 9:30 you finished to start with. But you won't get to the hotel before 10, 10:30, go to sleep 11, 12, wake up 8, 9, and you're off to the ground again. 4 days in a row. It was tough.
Zafar over the wicket to Rickleton. A big stride forward.
Do you think the likes of Ian Botham were in bed by 11 or 12, or slightly later?
Ian Botham's bed at 11 was AM, I think, as opposed to PM.
Pleasure to have Mike Proctor with us. You're here. Are you with the Exiles group today? Because they obviously put a lot of effort into raising money for the academy side of Gloucestershire, and that's important to bring the players back up through to feed the first team. Absolutely.
You know, it's vital that an organisation like the Exiles does happen, particularly in the cricket circle, because they are vital, revitalising the county outside the actual Bristol sort of Cheltenham area, and it's lovely to see all those supporters here today, and looking forward to a good lunch with them.
Ryan Higgins from the Chapel End, and that's a lovely shot there from Will Young. These two are really good players, and Gloucestershire need to split them up. They look like real class operators in their field, don't they? And some of the driving's been glorious to watch, really has been really good cover driving, and some wonderful shots. Higgins, and that's beaten the outside of the pad. Commentator's curse there, but no, it's a fantastic job that you're doing, Mike, and you know, with the Exiles and sort of raising the funds, and you know, hopefully it can see Gloucestershire cricket go from strength to strength.
Yeah. How much cricket have you seen over in the UK this year? Because you've had various ports of call, and also obviously publicising the foundation as well.
I haven't seen that much, although I've been at plenty of grounds, because the socialising sort of seems to come first. You know, you're meeting so many people you haven't seen for such a long time, and it's great to just sort of catch up. So actually watching the ball, I probably watch more balls bowled now than I have the entire last couple of weeks.
So were you here in 19? Was that the last time you came over? 2019? Because obviously COVID prevented since then, so I guess 2019 was the last time you were in the UK.
Yeah, that is the last time. And
Higgins in to Young, defence.
and just absolutely fantastic to see the change in attitude in the English setup. It really is amazing to see such attacking Test cricket. It's almost mind-boggling, really, because Test cricket was, you sort of looked at it, and besides batting first, for example, you almost got the impression, well, they want to make a big score, and almost, not that they try to score slowly, but if it takes a bit longer than necessary, that's okay.
That was the last ball, was a no ball by Higgins, by the way.
That's okay, because the more time you take out the game, the less chance you got of losing, which is a negative all along. You know, if you bat the whole day the first day, you score 300, you get a bat into the second day. But now, geez, the runs are scored so quickly, the game's gone forward so quickly, and particularly with England in their first innings, and they've batted second in their first innings. They've scored so quickly that, you know, after a couple of days, 2.5 days.
Higgins in. Do you miss your days as a match referee?
Yeah, I do. I enjoyed it very much. You know, you have a fair amount of free time, and then it was just great to be with the cricketers and watching some great cricket. It really was a privileged time in my life to be match referee, for sure.
Yeah, we had one of the Gloucestershire guys who's a Test match referee as Higgins comes in, and that's down the leg side. And I think his career probably just about crossed with yours in Chris Broad. Was he here? I think he made his debut probably about 79, didn't he, for Gloucestershire?
Yeah, and that's interesting, because I've always felt from day one with Gloucestershire that if you played for Gloucestershire, a Glamorgan, maybe a Leicester type county, you're less likely to be picked for England. And I think that has been pretty relevant, you know. And interesting to know that another person who left just after I had retired as well was John Childs. And the amazing thing was, in my mind, my thinking must have been correct, because Chris Broad leaves Gloucestershire, goes play for Notts, so he plays for England. John Childs leaves Gloucestershire, goes play for Essex, he plays for England. So I couldn't have been too far wrong.
Zafar Gahar with a new over from the college lawn end. Rickleton can't get that past Miles Hammond at mid-on.
Bill Athy had to leave Yorkshire to come to Gloucestershire to get picked for England.
I didn't know that one.
Zafar over the wicket, and reverse sweep from Rickleton. He's really played that well. Spotted the big gap down in front of the scoreboard, and David Payne has to trot away to recover the ball. It's gone in splendid isolation down to the boundary.
Did you have a reverse sweep, Mike? It wasn't really fashionable, was it?
Reverse sweep? No.
Never.
Never did anything in reverse.
Not even drive.
Not even drive. Yeah. No, but certainly great days playing for Gloucestershire. Really was fun, and to me, the winning of 2 trophies was the ultimate, because we always felt closely associated with our supporters, and to win 2 trophies during my time at Gloucestershire was very special.
And it's 77. It was the Benson Hedges against Kent,
and the 73 was against Sussex in the Gillette. Mike got 94, 96 in that final. Sussex.
I was going for a 6, was either 94 or 96. I made it.
Yeah, and that was the famous Jim Folk run out of Tony Gregg in that match, wasn't it? And Folk hardly got a run, but I think he was involved in quite a big stand with Tony Brown towards the end of the Gloucestershire innings, and then ran Greggy out.
Yeah, Foti was a brilliant fielder. He really was. You know, he was the sort of John T. Rhodes of the Gloucestershire, or that era. A fabulous fielder.
What sort of captain was Tony Brown like to play under?
Yeah, he was a good captain. Yeah, no problem at all.
Zafar in once more. Rickleton uses his feet and goes aerial and It goes straight down the ground for four. It's fielded by one of the Northants players who's just sat down by the rope at that college lawn and just beside the sight screens. Jack White, and I can't see who that is under the cap there, but Rickleton just starting to motor here.
I think it's Tom Taylor.
He's almost caught up Will Young, and yet he's only faced half the number of deliveries. Still got the short leg and the slip in though. They got it forward in defence.
And Kent were a very good side at the time. They were probably only second to Lancashire in, one-day sides in the 70s.
Yeah.
Around that time they had, world-class. Asif Iqbal was a great player, wasn't he? And I think they'd won a couple of trophies in the 70s, hadn't they, by that time, Ken? And you must have sort of gone there thinking you were the underdogs in that final.
Very much so. Very much the underdogs. Kent had a very, very powerful side. And a guy who I think didn't say he deserved the man of the match, but very close to it was a guy called Brian Brain. I mean, he bowled absolutely brilliantly. I haven't checked the figures, but
Higgins in, defended.
Something like, I think he ended up bowling about 8 or 9 overs, 2 or 3 wickets for about 16 or 17 runs. Absolutely amazing. And I remember speaking to Chris Cowdery about it, and he said they were worried about our opening bowlers, myself and Brainy, because Brainy was test match potential, definitely. He had the ability to do that.
Higgins in, defended.
And what they did, I forget who the 3 were, but they picked 3 opening batters to sort of combat us. I remember Chris Cowdery telling me this. But it didn't really work out because I don't think any of them got too many runs.
Johnson might have been one of them. Was he there then?
Johnson.
Was Luckhurst still going?
No, that was
Johnson?
I think Clinton was one.
Oh, Clinton before he went to Surrey was there, wasn't he? Higgins in, defended.
We're just checking up some figures here. It's going to be interesting. See how my memory bank is.
Was Benson wasn't there by then, was he? Or
So the Kent batting order: Bob Woolmer, Graham Clinton, Charles Rowe.
Charles Rowe.
And then Asif at 4, Alan Elam.
He was a good fielder, Alan Elam,
Bill
wasn't
and Julian John Shepherd. That's a decent side.
Brian Brain, what are his figures? Sorry to interrupt.
he? Higgins in. That's just turned round the corner for 1.
7 overs and 3 balls, 5 maidens, 3 for 9.
Wow, I outdid him by a mile there. I said he went for 15 or 16. No, absolutely brilliant. It did. In fact, looking back now, I know Stov played so well batting-wise, but being a bowler myself, man of the match always goes to the batsman. So, Brady on those figures just certainly deserved man of the match.
He went to Worcestershire later on, didn't he? Unlike Tom Graveney, I don't think he had to sit down.
No, Brain came from Worcester to us.
Oh, he went from Worcestershire to Gloucestershire,
Yeah.
did he? Came down the River 7 as opposed to up it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But that was a. I mean, Alan Knott was batting at 8 in that Kent team.
Higgins in. It's pushed into the covers. Bit of a misfield there. They think about a single. Another no ball. Higgins overstepping regularly this morning.
And just for Gloucestershire people can probably name this team: Sadiq, Andy Stovall, Zahir, Mike, Jim Fote, David Shepherd, David Graveney, Martin Vernon, David Partridge, Julian Shackleton, and Brian Brain was the 11 that day.
Well, Mike, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here on the stream, and we hope you've enjoyed your visit here at Cheltenham, bringing back old memories. And thanks for joining us, and hopefully we can make sure that Gloucestershire win this game. We can bring a bit of luck, be the talisman like you were back in the 70s.
No, absolutely. No, it's been an absolute pleasure being in England again for the last 2 or 3 months, and great to come back to Gloucestershire and Cheltenham.
Higgins in, that's defended.
So thanks very much for the invite.
No problem.
Enjoy your lunch.
Thanks.
Mike Proctor there, Gloucestershire. I think the word legend is used probably too often these days, but Mike Proctor definitely one of those guys, and absolute hero here, still amongst the Gloucestershire fans, isn't he, Ian?
Yeah, no question. And I know that certain events were starting to be planned by the foundation that he runs to raise money for underprivileged children, perhaps short on opportunities in sport, both here and in South Africa. Does a lot of good work through the foundation, and I think was a concern earlier in the year when his health wasn't that good. Had a heart operation, but pleased to see he's back on good form again now. Zafar in to continue. But this is a dangerous looking partnership between these two. We did say Northampton's batting top five are going to have to score heavily if they were going to get a big total, and these two look pretty well set at the moment. Zafar around the wicket, and Young bounces that into the ground and fielded a slip by Ryan Higgins.
Well, there are two test batsmen out there. They're two overseas players, they're two test batsmen, and they both look world class. They really do.
46 was on the board when they joined forces. Now 119 for one. Young uses his feet again. Zafar is a test bowler, so we've got international cricketers centre stage here, and the sun just starting to come out.
We've just had a test commentator on the stream.
Test match referee.
Yeah.
Zafar around the wicket. Young again forward.
I feel I've got imposter syndrome here.
Gloucestershire need to find a breakthrough to these two. Just under half an hour to go until lunch, but the ball is 35 overs old now, so it really is about discipline in the field. Zafar in, Young down the ground. That's a lovely shot. Used his feet well, and it's gone all the way for 6. I just lost sight of it temporarily, but it's gone away to long on for 6, and Will Young reaches his half-century first maximum, but he's got 46 out of 55 in boundaries, so really has picked the right ball to hit. 109 balls it's taken him to get there. Coming back yesterday to shot selection, and his has been really good so far. Is he capable of doing what the Gloucestershire batters in this situation couldn't quite do? They couldn't effectively say, right, I'm starting again on naught, and just playing almost just as carefully as they were from ball 1. I think Zach Chappell went over the boundary board there to see if he can recover the ball from out towards the College Lawn car park. There's going to be a chat between Miles Hammond and Graham Van Buren and bowler Zafar Gahar when the ball returns, but at the moment Zach Chappell's gone into the marquee. That's where it went. There's a big tented marquee at that end of the ground, and it's split up into about 5 different areas, so that you don't have to be a big business with a big budget to take up the hospitality here at Cheltenham. And it was in the one to the extreme right of that, the area to the extreme right, that Zach Chappell had to go in to find the ball. 95 Northamptonshire have added this morning, and Young just bobbles that past his off stump, but it was a good solid defensive shot. But there was a bit of spin there for Zafar Gahar. He's bowled 3 overs for 15, but the only man out this morning, Emilio Gay, who was LBW in David Payne's opening spell, for 15 when the score was 46. Mike's enthusiasm for the game, you can still see it, Dan, can't you?
Absolutely. He's not only his enthusiasm for the game, but his enthusiasm for Gloucestershire County Cricket Club as well, and it's very good to see. We've actually had some emails come in for Mike Proctor Unfortunately, Mike's had to go off for a lunch and raise a few quid for the Gloucestershire Foundation.
Shall I do those during this over?
Yeah, go on, why not? Why not? Higgins in, defended by Rickleton.
Alex and Pete from Winterbourne says, my father, so Alex says his father, Pete, claims Mike was the greatest all-rounder he ever saw. He was Botham, Mike was Botham before Botham, an absolute general who single-handedly won Gloucestershire many matches, a true warrior on the field, yet a gentleman off it.
Higgins, Rickleton lets that one go.
Barry Hook says, love the reminiscing with Mike, what a legend. As a school kid, I remember watching him from the top of Robinswood Hill at the old Wagon Works ground in Gloucester. What a run-up, what a sight. He inspired me to be a bowler. And Alex said, the final against Kent in 77 lives long in the memory.
Higgins in. Played nicely, run out chance. Oh, direct hit. Not out. Ooh, risky. Van Buren nearly running out Rickleton.
He was running to the danger end there.
Yeah. They don't need to do this. They're Northants. They're going along nicely.
Ben Debenham had to back pedal to get into the right position there to make that call.
Yeah, I think he was home. I think
he did. Alex also says Mike made 99 in a match against Somerset. He remembers vividly as well. Great days. Yeah, so 16 years Mike played for Gloucestershire. Debut 65, final game in 81.
Ryan Higgins. It's defended there by Young. It's nice to have an email from Barry Hook. Used to love him on Points of View. Sorry, that's Barry Took. Only joking, Barry. Keep your emails coming in.
Did I hear you say that we hope to have Jack Taylor with us at some point later on today?
We've got Jack Taylor coming in after lunch. So the guests thick and fast on Gloucestershire Cricket TV. Higgins approaching the crease, and that's defended there solidly.
That's an interesting line from Alex. Botham before Botham, in terms of Mike's impact on the game and what he was able to do. Just always wanted to be involved in the game, you know, captain the side, bowl off spin, bowl quick, bat aggressively.
That's just nurdled into the onside for a single. And he did a lot of work in the townships in South Africa as well, didn't he? He went and took cricket into the townships, and you see the guys like, you know, Rabada and Geedy now as well, and those guys, and they've benefited from the likes of Mike Proctor. You know, the work that he did at a time when it wasn't the done thing to be doing that, wasn't it? So Mike he was a pioneer. He transgressed his love of cricket transgressed politics out there at the time.
And when you say that somebody has spent a life in the game,
yeah,
here he is at 75 and he's still involved with it now. You can genuinely say that is so true about him.
Got a very strong handshake still as well, hasn't he? It's like, you know, it's a strong man, big man.
But to go back to that, when I did float the idea that he'd had some success with his off-spin here, there was a game in the mid-70s, I think it might have been that Essex match I referred to, where John Lever took a lot of 8 wickets. I think Mike bowled both off-spin and quick in that match, and sort of, you know, he bowled, you know, I think it was he bowled his usual, you know, fast side of fast in the first innings and off spin in the second. And you wonder how someone can have the skills to do all 3 disciplines so well when most mere mortals only have the skill to attempt one. Tom Price back into the attack, replacing Zafar. So maybe Zafar would like a go from the other end. where the slope might help him a little bit more. We'll see. A quarter of an hour to lunch, a little burst here from Price. I would think David Payne straight after lunch would seem to me to be
I think so.
nailed on at this stage.
I think so. I think
Price again to Young.
Gloucestershire's issues with the ball, which have dogged them all season, seem to continue here.
Yes, and looking at Northampton have added, I say, 97 this morning, so they're not racing along, but if these two continue to accumulate up to lunch and then get going again afterwards, here's Price. The worry would be that Northampton might get I don't know how quickly they might get it, but they might get a really big score. And that would leave Gloucestershire in exactly the same position as they were in the Hampshire game, where they're batting in arrears in the third innings, and in a game you've got to win, that makes it tactically difficult. So you've got to try and set something up, because that's what they could be facing here, Dan, isn't it? Where they, a draw is of very little use. So they've almost got to fashion something against a side who, as Andrew Rudd said this morning, a draw's fine for Northampton in a way, provided they've got all their bowling points. If they could get maximum batting points, well, they'll be
16 points out of the game. Happy days.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
They don't need to win.
But it also goes back to Gloucestershire not maximising their opportunity yesterday.
Price over the wicket. Rickleton down to Zaffo. A partial stop, but they can get through for the single.
Because what we saw yesterday was Gloucestershire really should have gone on and got 350, 400. They were 277 for 5, 317 all out on a very good batting pitch. And what they'd have done then is not only got the extra runs and the extra bonus points, which are crucial to their season at the moment, but they'd have also taken time out of the game, which would have worn the pitch down a little bit more.
Price again to Young, defends, and
we know at Cheltenham that late on days 3 and days 4, the pitch can wear, as we saw in the Hampshire game, the pitch can wear a little bit, and it becomes a result wicket, doesn't it?
You would think so. You would think that Hampshire last week, Gloucestershire had set them, and it's easy to say this with hindsight, say 180 might have been a bit awkward for them to chase.
Yeah.
But they didn't have those extra runs, and the reason that Price has come on is because Zafra is in fact changing ends.
Yeah, Zafra's going to come on from the chapel end. Twirl away.
Bowling and indeed change ends from the chapel end Zafaka High.
It is that. I'm sure it is the fact that he's got the slope to help him from that end of the ground, and particularly as he's got a right and a left-hander to bowl to at the moment.
Zafar going to try and pump into the rough out there, outside Ryan Rickleton's off stump, just as Liam Dawson did to Hampshire the other day, bowling from that end. Here he comes, past umpire Ben Debenham, a little bit short. Rickleton works him into the onside. Rickleton 41 off just 60 balls. He looks a decent player, doesn't he? Looks a good player.
Yeah, looks in very good touch, actually, unsurprisingly.
Zafar in and just turns his wrists on that one, works it into the onside for a single.
I know we sort of said to Mike about his general approach was all about the feel of the game, but Rickleton's made 2 50s and 2 centuries in 3 matches for Northants, and those runs have been invaluable for them.
Zafar Gahar going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Will Young. He's got Ollie Price in. It's not quite a silly point, is he? He's more of a silly mid-off there. There's Zaffa in. Young, soft hands, goes straight down into the deck.
What, 3 metres down the pitch? Almost where that ball is pitching, in fact. If Young is stretching right forward, I think Price almost in line.
Zaffa, that's a lovely shot. Will Young just slightly short from Zaffa, not particularly short, just slightly short. Young rocks onto the back foot and cuts him just backward a square.
Here's a second look at that, albeit with Young slightly behind the non-striker, but he's picked the gap again.
Zaffa twirling away, gives that one a little bit more air, more bold. Sometimes it's easy after you've been hit as a spinner to fire it in even more quicker, and he just tossed that one up a little bit higher.
Yeah, the one thing Rob
Said
Keogh,
to Will Young,
Rob Keogh
have
did
another go.
yesterday was draw the batsman forward all the time.
Yeah. Let go by Young. That completes the over. 10 minutes to lunch. Northants 134 for 1. Rickleton 42. Young on 61. Zaffa Gahar, none for 20 off 4. Tom Price, a little bit expensive, none for 41 off 7.
This is I call this a strong response from Northants, wouldn't you?
Very much so.
At this stage,
Very much so.
317 on the board. Gloucestershire were, you thought they were in the game then, and they are in the game even now. But what they need to do is try and get into that middle order. Luke Proctor.
The difference I can see is that both these two are going to go on and go big, whereas no one in the Gloucestershire side did they?
No, they've got to try and get into Proctor, Keogh and then McManus in that middle order. All those three obviously can bat. Swish from Rickleton outside the off stump.
That's Luke Proctor, by the way, not Mike
Yes.
Proctor.
just to be clear, we haven't got a 75-year-old coming in at number 4 for North. But he probably still.
I bet he could still play.
Oh, yeah,
I
I
bet he could still play. He'd never ever want to play against Gloucestershire, though, would he? His heart and soul still here.
Very much.
He might be South African, but he's a West Country boy, really, isn't he? He's adopted West Country.
And obviously Barry Richards also, who he came over to this country with in '65, had a very, very good career at Hampshire as well.
What a player he was. Some very, very good players.
Back to 2 sips and a guy for Tom Price. A slight field change.
Ray Jennings, another one, wasn't he? Keaton's dad.
Price in quite bright sunshine. We've not had that too much this morning, but when that's been one of the sort of the features of this week. When we have had the sun out, it's been quite glary. And Northants have passed 100 runs in the session. Now, and really, you can't say that Gloucestershire, other than the wicket, have created a chance against either of these two. There was that one shot from Young which went spinning over the top of Miles Hammond's head. That's probably the only one where you could say they'd really they'd really drawn a false shot out of these two. I would say it would be good to get Jack Taylor into the commentary box after lunch. I would think, I don't, it's probably been thought about behind the scenes, but Graham Van Buren's going off to the 100, so he would have captained the side in the Royal London, but I would think Jack Taylor's probably favourite to do that with Graham away.
Yeah, Jack Taylor was named white ball captain start of the season.
Rickleton on 42. Stands quite tall, and then she's down as the bowler comes in, sets himself. That one success this morning in David Payne's opening spell. Emilio Gay didn't look over convinced with Hassan Adnan's decision to send him on his way LBW. Rather than just checking his guard.
They never are, Ian. They never are.
Price to bowl to him and let go outside the off stump. They're probably into be there after lunch mode now. Price's first maiden, 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 441.
When you umpire, you can't take it personally. You know, when you give someone out LBW, you just have to, you know, they do give you any dissent.
I don't think there was any dissent. I mean,
No, there's no dissent. There's no sort of, you know, level 1 or whatever. But
the way it struck me was that he just marked his guard. He sort of scraped his guard with his boot, walked down the pitch, and then walked off. I thought,
yeah. Well, when you give them, you just got to, you know, have conviction in your decision, and they can tell their story walking, sunshine.
David Payne's coming across into the leg side, and Chris Dent has come out of the slips and is now at backward point.
Zafar from the chapel end. Oh, and that's caught behind. Jaffar's worked. The change of ends has worked, and that's the end of Will Young for 61. Caught Bracey, got a little feather on it. A little bit of turn there from Zafar Gahar, and that is a crucial wicket just before lunch. We're blocked there from seeing the batsman, unfortunately, due to the camera not working from the College Lawn end. But that is a crucial wicket, and Gloucestershire needed that badly.
Yeah, a very important breakthrough that. I mean, Young did not look in any bother, and just one of those really faint edges. Bracey clearly knew, and Zafar knew as well. You could tell by the celebration what it meant to him. It's a good partnership between those two. 88 they put on, and almost got Northants to lunch, and that will bring out, well, as the scoreboard says, Proctor is coming in, but as Dan said, yeah, it's Luke, not Michael.
Yeah.
This might be the last over before. Northants will probably like to make it the last over before lunch now. It says it's 3 minutes to 1. That was the first ball of the over, so
Luke Proctor.
Northants might just try and see if they can eke out this over. A drink's been brought out from Ryan Rickleton as well. There'll be a chat between the two batsmen. Gloucestershire will have bowled 28 overs in the session, if that's the case, that's quite a way short actually of where they should be.
See, Luke spells his in the same way as Mike as well. It's often spelled O-R, isn't it?
It is. It is.
And Luke is a P-R-O-C-T-E-R.
Didn't see him with the ball. He's not that bad an operator with the ball. But I say, in terms of championship runs this season for Northampton, he is their top scorer.
He is also top scorer for Lancashire. The year they won the county championship back in 2011, he topped the averages for them with over 40.
He bowls right arm medium pace, but he bats left-handed.
Yep. Here's Zafar into him. Oh, it's all happening here. This will probably be the last over before lunch. That goes past the outside of the bat, and Bracey whips the bails off. This is an awkward little period for the visitors. Zafar over the wicket into the rough, as Proctor works that one around the corner and gets off the mark. Round there, Zach Chappell doing the fielding. Will they be able to get one more in before lunch? Probably not. There's only 3 balls left. That wicket probably ruined it, but I'm sure Gloucestershire will take it.
More important, they got the wicket, particularly with Young having batted really well, I thought.
Yeah, he did. They'll want Rickleton, won't they? A pair of left-handers here. Oh, and that spat. Zafar appeals, but I think he's possibly got an inside edge and possibly hit him rather high as well. Let's have another look at that one. Yeah, it's high. See him in the box, Zafar. See him in the box, mate.
Enthusiastic appealer.
Yeah. Here he is. Oh, and Rickleton. Zafar's suddenly all over them. Zafar's got the bit between his teeth here, isn't he?
Rickleton, for once, looked nervous playing that ball.
Yeah. Here he is. Fired in. And that is going to be lunch. And an intriguing morning session. 105 runs scored in the session for the loss of 2 wickets.
That concludes the session of play.
And Gloucestershire might have probably wanted one more before lunch, but it was a very, very good partnership full of some sparkling cover drives from Ryan Rickleton and Will Young. Partnership there of 92. And some very, very good shots from 2 extremely good players, wasn't it, Ian?
Yeah, and actually 5 minutes ago, Gloucestershire might have felt rather differently about the morning session, but Zafar Gahar's removal of Will Young just will have perhaps changed the tone of the atmosphere in the dressing rooms at lunchtime. 135 for 2. Northants just about. I mean, they certainly had the balance of the session. In terms of the game as a whole, they're probably just edging it, but there's not a lot in it. Not a lot that, as Jeffrey would say, add 2 wickets and then see what you think about the board. 150 for 4 would be a very different position. So at lunch, 135 for 2 from 40 overs. Rickleton's made 42 from 70. And Luke Proctor's just come in and survived those deliveries up until lunch. The Gloucestershire bowling figures at lunch: David Payne 1 for 20 from 9, Ryan Higgins 0 for 30 from 10, Tom Price 0 for 41 from 8, Zach Chappell 0 for 22 from 8, and Zafar Gahar, the other wicket taker, 1 for 21 from 5 overs. Thanks to Mike Proctor for being with us this morning. Great to have him, and Jack Taylor with us at some point after lunch.
Yeah, he's going to come on straight after lunch, Jack Taylor, so about 1:40 straight away, and we're going to have him on for half an hour after lunch.
So we'll be with you at the resumption here at the Cheltenham College ground, where the home ground staff are out using the heavy roller on one of the wickets that's going to be used later in the festival, and it's going to be a fascinating afternoon session.
On Wednesday, August the 3rd and Friday, August the 5th. Once again, tickets for
We hope you can rejoin us then just before 1:40.
Ben Debenham.
Welcome back to Cheltenham College. The sun is still out. Initially, the forecast we saw said that the sun mightn't get to us until sort of 4 o'clock, but if it's here earlier, then the crowd will enjoy that this afternoon, wandering around at lunchtime. There was quite a bit of relief among the spectators that Gloucestershire got the ticket with the wicket of Will Young just before lunch. And we had Mike Proctor with us before lunch, and we've got another guest with us afterwards, a man whose photograph of celebrating a catch 7 years ago has been much admired in subsequent publications, and in the career of JMR Taylor, I suspect, Jack, that was probably one of the highlights.
Yeah, absolutely. Still look back on that day with fond memories, and hopefully we can repeat some of the same.
And the catch itself, do you remember much about that?
Yeah, I've been asked about that quite a lot. It was a bit of a blur, to be honest. Sort of ball went up and didn't have a huge amount of time to think. I called it, and then it was wild. It was sort of the whole, the half an hour leading up to that was a bit bizarre, but it was just an amazing thing to be a part of.
Yeah, players are back out on the field, and David Payne's going to open up after lunch here at the college lawn end.
Do you ever sort of lie awake at night thinking, what if I drop that? Does that ever cross your mind?
There was that, but it was actually my foot. I took a step back, and I wasn't actually that far from the boundary rope, so that would have been worse if I'd have stepped over and gone for 6 and we'd gone on and lost it.
So Payne to bowl the first over after lunch to Luke Proctor, who's just come in. He was there for the last over before the interval when Young was out to Zaffer.
Jack's obviously Gloucestershire's white ball captain, so he was in charge for the T20 campaign, and he's going to be in charge for the Royal London One Day Cup, which starts here next Tuesday, but we've got a warm-up game on Sunday against Wiltshire, which should be a good test, shouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Payne also, he lost his run there part way through. But a push at it by Proctor outside the off stump, taken by James Bracey. Payne was just shuffling a bit in that run. Didn't look as if he'd got his stride pattern right.
And the T20 campaign, I mean, obviously you guys are disappointed. I mean, I thought you put up a good effort. I thought, but obviously, it's a disappointment. I'll come on to it after this ball from David Payne.
Over the wicket to Proctor, who defends.
Yeah, I think there's frustrations with the squad that we had this year. We probably felt it was the strongest team across the board we have, and we just didn't have enough guys stepping up. I think that was a big frustration. Looking throughout the 11 and, I guess the 15, 16 we used, we had enough quality there to go further, and we weren't able to do that, which was disappointing.
Payne on his way again. Proctor waits for him in his maroon hat, and again Bracey takes quite good carry.
I think there are such fine margins, and one of those games where there's real fine margins, and you probably do have nightmares about this, was the Somerset game at home, which was shortened down, and it was an innings of brilliance from Roloff van der Merwe, who, they required 57 off 4 overs. How do you cope with that when someone just tees off and it comes off for them? As captain, come on to it after this ball.
Payne to Proctor, who just steers that out to Tom Price on the leg side at mid wicket.
Yeah, it's those high pressure situations that we want to be involved in, and it's just about trying to be as clear as you can with your plans, and ultimately it's about executing. And another frustration, we weren't able to do that. It wasn't just that Somerset game. There are a number of games where we would bowl well for a significant period of time and then let it slip at a key moment.
Payne, and again Proctor lets that go outside the off stump. End of that over, 135 for 2. First over after lunch. Payne's bowled, that was a maiden, 1 for 20 from his 10.
So the plan at that point would be to nail the Yorkers, to not give him room to swing his levers, to get his levers going, to actually tie him up a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. We had obviously a short boundary to one side, and it was to try and take it away from that. And I think once you miss your length on that, he was able to get under it, and he's a dangerous player. But like you say, 57 off 4 overs, you'd hope more often than not you'd be
Yeah.
be able to do that, but it just wasn't to be. And you could look at the Hampshire game away we played on TV. That was something similar. We had them 105 with 2 overs to go, and they ended up getting 140, which was too many on the wicket. And we just weren't sharp enough. And I think that was a frustration with a lot of senior players and experience throughout the 11 to have not one of our top 5 or 6 batters stand up and have a comp that they could be happy with, and likewise with the ball at crucial times.
Yeah. How good's it to have Glenn Phillips up your sleeve as a captain, though? I mean, what a player.
Brilliant. We saw last year leading run scorer, highest 6 hitter, amazing in the field, offers overs with the ball. He's the all-round package.
Yeah. Going to have Zafar Gahar from the Chapel End bowling to the South African Ryan Rickleton.
People know you're a Spurs supporter, Jack. Goal scorers in football get paid the top money. Is that why people value death bowlers so much? So Andrew Tye, for example.
Zafar in. Defended.
Yeah, I think so. Look, it showed with Hampshire winning it. Nathan Ellis, he was class throughout the tournament. I think his death economy was under 7 and over, which was at least 2 runs and over better than anyone else. So it just showed the value there of having someone at the death that can nail it.
That's defended. Zafar is appealing there, but no run. I think Jack's more in line, I think he should be replacing Boris Johnson as Prime Minister. And there are 4 reasons which we'll come on to.
I think I know one of them.
That's just worked into the onside.
Anything to do with Jack's squad number?
Yeah, number 10. So he's got experience of being at number 10. Where did you go to school, Jack?
Chipping Norton.
Okay, so you're Oxford educated, like every good Prime Minister. You're a leader of men. And also, as a Spurs fan, you see, you should be used to replacing, seeing an empty cabinet now and again. So,
hey, we'll see after this year. We made a few shrewd signings.
Zafar is going to toil away for quite a while. You wouldn't mind a bowl on this yourself, would you?
Absolutely not. I think there's a few footmarks on show. I think it's quite a nice option. Zafar to the left-hander. Hopefully, he can get one to spit out of the rough.
Proctor just works him through the square. Out to deep square leg. Throw comes in from David Payne into Bracey.
What was the feeling sort of the close yesterday about 3-1-7?
I think there's a bit of disappointment from the position we got into. I think if we're being honest, you look at the best teams in the division, to be in a position where you're 280 odd for 5, you really need to drive that home. So I think while 320s in the game for sure, I think we needed to be getting 400, 450 at that point, and that's what the best teams have done, and that's just where we've been a little bit short at times.
End of Zafar's over. David Payne's he bowled 6 overs this morning. That's probably about the maximum you would think he'd do this afternoon as well.
Marcus Harris has just pulled his pants down. I don't know what's going on out there. But,
he's going back into third slip.
And your father listens into the stream quite regularly, I believe. He's
Payne over the wicket, start of a new over. Appeal for an LBW against Proctor. Hassan Adnan isn't interested.
Yeah, he does indeed. I think, with the way streams have gone the last couple of years, it's such a great way for supporters and people to stay engaged with the game. So whilst I'm sure he's disappointed that he's not here this week watching myself or Matt play, he'll still be tuned in, supporting the boys, and I think it's such a great thing for the game as a whole.
Payne into Proctor, who pushes at that. Again outside the off stump. What's Matt's rehab sort of schedule? We saw him in a plastic boot last week, obviously after the diagnosis of the stress fracture in his foot.
Yeah, I think it's he's now targeting next season. I think this season's pretty much written off for him, which is unfortunate. But he'll be looking to come back fitter and stronger. He's had some issues with his ankle, so hopefully that can be resolved and he can come back raring to go start of next season.
Payne in Proctor again. Went quite low to Bracey down to his left, and quite prepared to to let that go.
So, going back to the Royal London One Day Cup, I mean, I think it sort of evens it out, doesn't it? The 100, I think, evens out the competition with some sides, you know, like look at Nottinghamshire, they're going to virtually beat the Trent Rockets. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Payne past Hassan Adnan. Again, just turning Proctor around there.
Who are we losing to the 100 from the Gloucestershire squad?
I think we lose 6, so we lose Payne, Higgins, Miles Hammond, Benny Howell, Ian Cobain and Graham Van Buren. But, you know, while that sounds like a lot, we're still, you know, we went through squads just before and we're going to be very competitive. We've still got a good amount of experience throughout the side, and we're going to be giving it a real good crack.
Yeah.
You know, whilst a number of us, you know, the 100 is the premier competition that's being pushed at the moment, and everyone wants to be a part of that. And the 50 over means a huge amount to us. Like you said before, we won that in 2015, and at the end of the day, it's still a trophy, and we want to go and win it. So we're going to be giving it a red hot crack.
Playing again from the college lawn end, that's clipped away by Proctor. There's a chase round. I don't think it'll be cut off, and it will go to the boundary at deep square for 4. So Proctor away. Payne concedes his first boundary since lunch. Northampton 141 for 2. The men out, the 2 openers. Emilio Gay, LBW to Payne for 15 early this morning, and then Will Young in the last over before lunch, caught behind by Bracey off Zaffa for 61.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gloucestershire have got a really good chance of winning it, and I think it is a competition that sort of evens itself out. It's not about the big money clubs or the Surreys of the world. I think we saw last year Glamorgan won it last year, didn't they? And I think Gloucestershire have got a good chance of winning it. I really do, and you're the man to bring home the silverware, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what we're going to be trying to do, and we're going to bat deep. We've got a good amount of bowling options, and with the overseas, you know, Marcus Harrison and Zafar Gohar, as you know, we've got class throughout the lineup. So we obviously got to the quarter final last year and didn't progress, and we've sort of added to that this year. And yeah, we'll be confident going into it, and it's just about turning up and being better than the opposition.
Yeah. So there are 2 groups in it. Is that right? Or 3
yeah,
groups?
there's two groups, and you play everyone once. So we've got four home games, of which one's here on Tuesday, and then
Warwickshire at home on Tuesday.
Warwickshire at home on Tuesday, and then I think we go to Sussex Friday, and then back at home on Sunday.
Yep.
So it comes pretty thick and fast, but guys are excited to, you know, start a new competition.
Zaffa into Rickleton, who just works that one around the corner. No run. You can get your tickets at www.glossccc.co.uk.
And is there an element of freshness in that it's not the same group as you played in the T20? So you play Durham, for example, you don't play in the T20. You play Warwickshire, you don't play in the T20.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's nice to play those sides. Like, we've got a trip up to Durham to play away, which is great. We don't do that in the T20, so it's nice to be coming up against some different teams. I think we play Leicestershire as well, and Nottinghamshire. So yeah, it's nice. It does keep a freshness to it. But we're also going to have a pretty fresh group as well. We're going to have some younger guys coming in with opportunities, with, you know, as you said, those guys missing from the hundreds. So it's a great chance for them to stamp their mark in the white ball side, which has, you know, it's been a tough team to get into for us over the last couple of years.
Albeit you played Durham at Scarborough last year. That was a run feast, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It was. That was one of the better wickets we had in the competition. I know it gets to the point in this season where there can be some used wickets, but again, that suits us with the bowling options we've got. So yeah, like I said, we're pretty well covered.
That's the end of the over. Northampton 142 for 2. It's just a single there from Ryan Rickleton. Turned it around the corner for 1. He's on 44. Luke Proctor on 6. David Payne and Zafar Gohar being the successful bowlers, both on 1 for 24.
So fitness-wise, how many do you think you're picking from for the Royal London squad? Do you think you've probably got 15, do you think? I mean, yeah, if you include people like Ben Wells, who we haven't seen this season but might well get a chance to play a game or 2.
Yeah, I think it might even be a couple more than that. We've obviously struggled with injuries this year, which has been unfortunate, but some of those guys are now getting back fit and going to be in contention, which is nice. So yeah, like, I guess unlike some other sides, we're actually going to still have some tough decisions to make, which is nice, as opposed to just trying to pick 11 who's out there. We're going to have to be leaving some guys out, so it's going to be conditions based, opposition based, and going with who's best to go on that day. So it's going to be a nice position to be in.
Rickleton's got 44 from 80. His score is the same as his shirt number at the moment.
We've had Josh Shaw and Jared Warner in on the mic this week, and you are the best Southern commentator we've had alongside. So.
Payne against Rickleton. Push into the offside, no run. No, we've had the two Yorkshire lads in.
Yeah, they've been quite happy to put the boot into the people in the dressing room as well. Josh Shaw tells us that Jared Warner's the tightest bloke in that dressing room. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I did hear Shawsy on comms the other day. I wasn't too sure who it actually was. He seemed to have a bit of a radio voice. Maybe trying to get rid of that Yorkshire accent, but no, he was. It was good stuff.
Payne in. Rickleton's got that in the air, but he's angled it safe. I think he had not had full control of that shot. Down to backward point. The yelp, you could tell, was from Tom Price. I think he thought it was heading his way at short cover.
You think there's a career in hospital radio that awaits him then after he's finished?
May well be. It may well be.
Payne back at the end of his run. Past the outside edge of Luke Proctor, but took the bat out of the way. So let's ask you this, Jack, because we thought this morning. Do you think David is off his full run and bowling at full pace at the moment? Looks to be perhaps a little bit within himself.
No, I don't think so. I think you've got a 4-day game where he's potentially going to have to bowl 20 overs in the day versus a T20 where he's going to bowl 4 overs. So I think you probably look across the board. Players probably have that bit of extra zip in a T20. Even someone like Jofra Archer facing him in both 4-day and white ball cricket, it's tough to expect someone to be able to bowl at 100% for the whole day. So Payne's had a couple of niggles and sort of been managing his workload, and he's pretty dialed in. He's only going at 2 and over, and he's got a wicket and bowled nicely.
Here he is again, and once again Proctor lets that go through. So Northampton a patient start after lunch here. They've only added 8 so far, but Rickleton and Proctor are still there. 143 for 2.
Jack, you've got fond memories of this ground. You got a rapid 100 here. Was that against Northampton?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of hundreds here actually. One against Northampton. That was actually in a 2-day win, which was an incredible couple of days. So yeah, this is the highlight of the year. It's a beautiful place to play. You get value actually with the bat and the ball here because there's a bit more bounce, and so it's just it's something that needs to stay. We look for the fixtures each year, and it was a bit unfortunate with the way T20 was scheduled that we didn't have that this year here, but we're looking forward to playing the 50 over here on Tuesday.
I think it's a very good cricket wicket. I think there's a little bit in it. It's a good batting track. There's a little bit in it for the seamers, and then the spin bowlers come into it later in the game. I think it's a very, very good cricket wicket, and Zafar Gahar comes in. And I think what you see here, you see regularly sort of 300 for 10 in a day, which is perfect. It's what you want. It's good entertainment, isn't it?
Absolutely. Like the run rate generally for the game is usually 3.5, 4 and over, but you're seeing wickets as well because it does offer a bit, and it carries to the keeper and slips.
That could be one. Zafar appeals. Not out, says Ben Debenham. Zafar likes an appeal. He's got good at it, isn't he?
He does seem to hit a few people on the pad, so it'd be nice to have seen the umpire raise his finger there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is a wonderful venue. This is my Zafar comes in. This is my first time here, and I think, as we said, it's good cricket. It's a beautiful venue, as we can see, and as you can see on your cameras at home. But I think Zafar comes in and Rickleton just works that square on the offside. Tom Price doing the fielding. I think what makes it is it's full of proper cricket people who all want to have a chat with you, isn't it? And that's, I think venues like this are the lifeblood of the game in a way.
Yeah, I think so, and I think you get even probably non-Gloucestershire and Northants fans coming because it's such a great place to come and watch cricket. So it's not just a highlight of the year for us, but for also other people around the country to come and soak in some 4-day cricket in a different environment and in a different part of the country. So I just think it's it's done so well, and it's such great history behind it.
Yeah, one there to Proctor. Yeah, Ben and I were just talking to a lady in the queue at lunch over on the far side who'd come down from Halifax. As Zaffer comes in, he's coming around the wicket now to Rickleton, just changing the angle. Rickleton works that on the leg side for one. Lady come down from Halifax and she sort of wanted to go to a different place, and she sort of thought, well, I've been to Scarborough so many times, they've come down to Cheltenham, which I think is fantastic. I think it's brilliant. So
I think the ground hoppers like to come here if they've never been.
No, I can't blame them. It's just a fantastic place, and it's always an intriguing game. Like, we've had some amazing 4 days over the last couple of years here. We've gone down to the wire, which is part of it being such a good cricket wicket.
What's your favourite outground on the circuit? Where do you like?
Bar this, I actually really enjoyed playing at Swansea.
St Helens.
We played 2 4 days there, and it always spun a lot, so it was quite different to the usual, I guess, wickets that you do get in England. So it was a different challenge where
Rickleton plays almost like a tennis smash to that shot. It was quite short outside the off stump, and Tom Price at deep backward square does the fielding.
Where teams would potentially go in with 2 or 3 seamers and 2 or 3 spinners. So it'd just be good fun down on the beach there, different ground, and a different type of game than what we usually play.
There's so much history over there, isn't there, with the sober 6-6s
and they've not gone back there since COVID.
No, I know, and that's that is a shame, and I guess that's probably a knock on for some other places. Like, it's just nice to be able to go and play at these different grounds.
Payne staying over the wicket with the 2 left-handers in, and Proctor lets that go outside the off stump. Ben
Sanderson, though, who's playing in this game, he's not a huge fan of Swansea. Well, he got wickets there. He got 7 for 22 there in 2016. He said the food was awful there, but he's had a protein shake at lunch. He said that seems to work, and he went out and got 7 for 22. So there you go.
Still 3 slips in for the not quite set Luke Proctor yet. He's still got 7 from 22 balls at the moment.
Where's your favourite food on the circuit? Where's the best lunches?
Well, I think Lord's is an obvious one because it's so different. You're sort of getting a full 3-course meal with about 4 or 5 different options for each course. But I think Worcester actually goes under the radar for a smaller club. They put on a good spread there. They've got a decent salad bar, bit of avocado, which is always a nice touch. So that actually, for a ground you may not expect, is pretty good.
Proctor's going to pick up 2. Okay. Clip off his pads off David Payne. The food may be there, but do you eat much during the day?
If I'm not batting, I find it hard to eat when I'm bat. So fielding day, I try and load up as much as you can because it's it's a long day out there if you're fielding all day for 6 hours. But batting wise, maybe a banana or something.
Puff of dust there as it went through to James Bracey.
Ian Randall will be all over that avocado at Worcester, wouldn't you? You'd be all over it, mate. It's Lords. I think it's all gone very healthy though, hasn't it? Even probably from when you first started playing. You first started playing 2010, was it?
Yeah.
It's probably got even healthier since then, hasn't it?
Payne again to Proctor and lets that go, and taken by James Brace. I think it's the end of the over. David Payne takes his cap. 149 for 2. Northants crawling along at the moment, but they are still only 2 wickets down, and that is how the way they'll be looking at it.
Yeah. I think long gone are the days at Lords since Mike Gatting would have a steak and kidney pudding with spotted dick and custard for pudding. So.
Yeah, that was it. Although I do remember a few years ago there were some decent desserts on show, which was quite nice to look forward to after going through a session without a wicket. So it's that does help you get through the day.
Somebody had. We've had Dave Bartlett's been with us, and Jared and Josh. One of them has said that cricketers are among the fastest eaters because you've only got 40 minutes for lunch.
Yeah, well that's it. You almost want that rest, so you try and nail your food in the first 5 minutes, so you can at least get your feet up for half an hour. Otherwise, the break just goes in an instant.
Zaffa a little bit short there. Rickleton punches him through a vacant cover region. He's going to get 2 for it. That brings up Rickleton's 50 actually off 90 balls. 126 minutes with 8 fours. And he looks a good player, doesn't he, Jack, Ryan Rickleton?
Yeah, he does. I think he's got a pretty good first-class record back in South Africa, and he's obviously
over 50.
He's obviously come to Northampton and done really well. So, yeah, hopefully we can get him out and get into their middle order pretty soon.
Here's Zaffa from the chapel end over the wicket, and Rickleton works that one around the corner. Proctor thinks about the single.
Was the opinion yesterday that there was some spin for Rob Keogh out there and that Zaffa should be able to get some joy?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was just, I think not necessarily off the straight, it was more out of some of the footmarks, which are only going to get bigger as the game goes on. So I think here, as a spinner, you quite often get a bit of bounce, which actually almost you prefer, because sometimes a spin can be quite slow, whereas if you get a bit of bounce, you can sort of do people with that. So, yeah, Zaf's looking like he's got into a nice rhythm here. If he can grab a couple now, it puts a bit of a different context on the game.
Well, Ian always likes the Geoffrey Boycott mantra of add 2 wickets onto the scoreboard, doesn't he? So Zafar Kaharian, that's a big appeal. Not out. Oh, let's have a look at that on the see if we can see that. We've only got one camera still. Unfortunately, a fox has gone through our cable overnight. So hopefully this gives you some sort of idea.
They've got outside the line there,
I'm not sure if he... Yeah, well, he has, but he's tucking the bat in behind the pad there. It's just played out to mid-wicket. He is playing a shot, but he's tucking the bat away because he's scared about the bat pad. Zafar Gahal's turning it into him, and he's scared about the bat pad there to short leg. And although he is playing a shot, the bat is tucked away behind that front leg, which I'm sure you've used that little trick over the years, haven't you, Jack?
Yeah, you just sort of pretend like you're playing a shot and hide it a touch, and you can get away with a little bit.
So I'll just come back to a comment that Sam Billings made about, I think, the T20, and he reckoned that if you won 7 games, you'd get out of the group. So in the Royal London, where you've got 8 games to play, do you think you probably need to win 5 to get out, to get to the knockouts?
Yeah, I think definitely 5. I think you've probably got to win just more than half. So if you win 5, that would almost guarantee it, I'd say, if there's no rain affected.
Just check with you about the format, because last year the knockout stages were made up of 6 teams, and some people couldn't work out exactly how that was going to moving forward. Here's Payne in quite bright sunshine now, and steered away by Proctor into the gully. So is it like last year where there's effectively a playoff for 2 teams to join the group winners in the semi-final?
Yeah, I believe so. So yeah, like you say, 5 still should put us in the mix. So it'd be nice to start the competition with a few wins, and you get that bit of leeway. But ultimately, to win the trophy, you've got to get out the group stage. So you're going to have to play some good cricket across those 8 games.
Payne in once more. Proctor again lets that go.
Do you know, Jack, yesterday we had a team of tailors, we had a team of jacks, and we had a team of mustachioed cricketers, and we reckon if you took your beard off, you'd be in all 3.
I've done a couple of done November a couple of times.
Yeah,
and, can get a decent tash, but I'm not sure my wife enjoys it, so I'll probably have to keep the beard for now.
We have a very good team of tailors, actually. I'll come on to it after this ball from David Payne.
Payne to Proctor. Again, lets that go.
We had you skippering it, Mark Taylor, James Taylor, the small guy, the titch, Ross Taylor, James Taylor, who's Tom Taylor's brother at Derbyshire.
Yep.
Tom Taylor was in there. Bob Taylor keeping wicket. Claire Taylor, your brother Matt Taylor, Paul Taylor, and Peter Taylor. And we missed out Chris Taylor, didn't we?
Yeah, we had Chris Taylor as well was the other suggestion, but the obvious one we missed.
Yeah, you've got to get him in there. I think he got 199 at Cheltenham one festival a few years back.
Yeah. Our team of jacks were Jack Taylor, famous Gloucestershire player Jack Crapp, Sir Jack Hobbs, Jack Richards, Jack Russell, Flat Jack Simmons, Jack Leach, Jack Birkinshaw, Jack Brooks, Jack White.
And again, Proctor again off his hip. Out to deep square. There'll be a comfortable 2.
And then we were struggling a bit for an all-rounder, so we stuck in Jacques Callis.
The rules bent a little.
Yeah, well, we had to. But Jack Brooks is another Oxfordshire man like yourself. What is it with all these Oxfordshire players coming in? Like, because you've got 7 at Gloucestershire. So the 3 sets of brothers, the Taylors, the Charlesworths, the Prices. Miles Hammond's an Oxfordshire lad as well. And then you've got James Coles at Sussex. He's an Oxfordshire lad. Jack Brooks at Somerset. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Payne again in and firmly let go by Proctor.
It seems, for what was originally a minor county or now a national county, there's some good cricket in that part of the world, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely, and it's a good setup there through age group cricket. I played a significant amount of my age group stuff for Oxfordshire, and they've got some good people involved there. And at that point, sort of when we came through, Oxfordshire was more affiliated with Gloucestershire. So yeah, as you said, there's 7 of us that have come through that pathway, and I think they also now maybe have a link with Sussex. So I think that's why a couple are down there. But it's a good setup, and it's a good club cricket system with the the Cherwell League and the Home Counties League where those clubs play. So it does promote some decent players.
Zafar in. Rickleton works it around the corner, no run. And what was your club? Were you Abingdon?
No, we were Great and Little Chew.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
When my brother and all the Prices actually both played there too. So that, small little club near Chipping Norton.
Zafar in. Oh, and that's bat pad. Just evades. I think that's Ollie Price there, isn't it? Bat pad position. Just evades him.
It was a bit straighter than that before lunch on occasions.
When he's on the offside, he's straighter, isn't he? He's more silly mid-off, but he's quite square there at short leg. Here's Zafar in, and that's
gone a long way.
That's gone miles.
That's over the stand on the far side of the ground.
That's 6 runs. That's a huge hit there.
The spectators gone chasing that down to the fence by the perimeter of the college.
Tom Price hit a big one yesterday. I was a bit nervous about my car. I thought he might have shares in Autoglass or something with my my car parked over there. But Miles Hammond, is he from Abingdon?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm pretty sure he lives in Oxford. I can't remember what club he was from, but he's definitely an Oxford boy.
Okay. And the Charlesworths came through Abingdon.
Yeah, and St Edward's School up in Oxford.
Okay. And then
Ben fit to play in the Royal London apparently.
He's working back to fitness. I'm not entirely sure if he's available for Sunday, but I do know he's not far off. We're not going to see him with the ball, but he'll potentially be available as a batter, which would be nice to have him back. He's probably been frustrated that he's been out for a period of time, so he'll be chomping at the bit to get back going.
Feels a long time ago since he made his debut, but he's had some sort of injuries in and around that, so we haven't seen as much of him as you might have thought. Yeah,
it's been a frustrating time for him. He's had a couple of stress fractures in his foot and I think in his back and things and split webbing, so that's just unfortunate, but part and parcel of the game. But yeah, like I said, he'll be keen as mustard to get back out there because he loves the game. Cricket badger, works hard, so yeah, hopefully we can see more of him.
That's just a single there to Rickleton, punched it into the offside for 1. Who's the biggest cricket badger in their dressing room? Who's like all over, knows the most about the game?
We've got a few. I mean, Higgins, Bracey, Prices are always on the envy play thing, looking at other scores and other grounds and who's got runs, who's got out, who's this and that. No, everyone's average and all of that. So it's a bit of a competition. We sometimes play a game of guess the cricketer by reading out someone's stats, and the boys are usually pretty hot on that.
Yeah. What, career stats or season stats?
Career stats.
Oh, that's even better. That's like real. Yeah. That's. We're gonna have to get Tom Price in here and put him through the ringer, aren't we? Just start sort of reading out random Gloucestershire players like Andy Stovald's career stats and stuff like that. See how good he is.
Well, David Payne has bowled 5 overs in that spell, and there's going to be a change. And Zach Chappell's going to bowl from the College line, first bowl from that end in this match.
Are we likely to see Zach Chappell in the Royal London with Nottinghamshire losing so many players to the Trent Rockets during the 100?
I'm not sure on that, to be honest, yet, so
Yeah.
I can't quite comment. I'm not entirely sure. I know he's
Yeah.
here for this 4-dayer and haven't looked too far beyond that yet.
So he is to start a new spell to Ryan Rickleton from the College lawn end of Rickleton. Plays that on the bounce out to Miles Hammond. Just down to 2 slips for Chappell. Still got the gully in.
He's got a very sort of rhythmic approach into the crease, isn't he? He's very sort of smooth into the wicket.
Yeah, he's got nice run up and bowls a heavy ball. He's obviously tall, so adds a bit of a point of difference. Hopefully he can make a breakthrough through soon enough.
Yeah, Gloucestershire needing one really here. It's this partnership now. It's only worth 26, but it's starting to eat into their lead.
Chappell again. Wasn't the most stylish of shots from Rickleton. A little bit of banter between batsman and bowler as Chappell fielded that off his own bowling. Okay, Dan's asked you 1 or 2 left field questions. Who's the best sledger? Or is there not as much out there as we think?
Not anymore. I think it's gone. I'm always fine to get sledge more in club cricket than professional cricket, so it doesn't happen too much. It's more just a few comments here and there, but yeah, it's sort of gone out of the game really, because I think you play against everyone so often, you're actually quite often mates with some of the opposition, so it's sort of it has gone out of the game, I think.
Is it that just that sort of chat of, you know, almost the just to get that into the batsman's head that they think the fielding side think a wicket's coming? Yeah,
definitely. You want to try and make them do something different as well. So just a couple of comments here and there, but there's not a huge amount.
Good pick up on the boundary by Zafar on the run.
Is this since Steve Kirby retired, or?
Well, yeah, I know Curbs wasn't shy of having a word. So
do you ever have a few with you?
No, because at that point we were on the same side, so
okay.
Didn't play against him too much when he was at Somerset.
There's some wonderful stories.
Most of them we can't tell.
No, one I definitely cannot mention on air, but if I have a beer with you over the season, Jack, I'll let you know.
Chappell has got a high stepping run, and again Proctor's what's his go-to shot at the moment is the one that we've seen so often from Chris Dent, the little flick behind square down towards fine leg, take a single, rotate the strike. That's what Proctor's doing at the minute.
This one's to do with Matthew Fleming at Kent, who was probably one of the richest cricketers to play the game from the Fleming bank, so I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. Ben Wells is on the field at the moment as a substitute. Was he signed at last year's Cheltenham Festival?
Who's he on for? Payne?
In fact, I think Wells is going to be going off again. It was Tom Price who was just temporarily off the field.
Oh, okay. So you've probably known Tom Price since he was a young lad then, if you for the same cricket club.
Yeah. Although he is quite a bit younger than me, but yeah, no, Price. He's a good lad, and he's a great prospect. I think he's shown this year, you know, since his uni work's finished, like he's going to be a fantastic all rounder for years to come. He's improving game on game. And I'm sure he'll get an opportunity coming up in some of the white ball stuff and to stamp his mark on that, because he can be a genuine all-rounder in all formats.
What I like about them both is they're prepared to take it to the opposition. Ollie Price, you see, gets bounced. He'll take it on. He'll take on the hook shot. And
absolutely.
They're prepared to give it a go, aren't
they? Yeah, they are, and they're both pretty smart cricketers as well. So switched on to game sense. Not sure what happened there.
Appeal, Zafar. Just turning that back, I wonder if it's flicked the pad there of Luke Proctor. Let's have a look here. comes in, defended. No, he's got way outside the line. Well, I know he's not playing a shot, but it wouldn't have even turned back. Yeah, so they're smart. They're smart lads, are they? Well, he's at Durham anyway.
Yeah,
so
but they're also cricket smart as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be said for that. So they're only going to get better, and hopefully play a big part for Gloucestershire in years to come.
It's a single well run there to mid on.
Is there a scouting system? I mean, we know that effectively that both the Charlesworths have a cricket mad dad who is a big, a big sort of a big energy in that Oxfordshire. Is he kind of a part of a scouting setup that might pull the people at the prices through? Yeah,
I think so. And then you can get trials with academies and things like that. And there's always second team where it's a shop window now, really, because with all the footage easy accessible online, so everyone's sort of seeing everyone's games anyway. But the coaches are all on it and looking for what we can add and who's coming through and academy prospects and all of that. So all that goes on behind the scenes for sure.
And you're based in Bristol now? So
yep, I live in the centre of Bristol. Great part of the country.
Zafar in. Let's just turn around the corner. Yeah, I saw you pushing a pram up Neville Road the other day. I gave you a wave in the car, didn't I? But you enjoy Bristol as a city?
Yeah, I love it. I've obviously lived here for 10 years now. Live with my wife, 1-year-old and dog down on the harbour side, which we love living down there.
Yeah.
It's a great part of town.
And what type of dog have you got?
We've got it's a bit of a mouthful. He's a duck tolling retriever. So he's a Canadian retriever.
Okay.
Full of energy. But yeah, love him to bits.
So he's like a Labrador type thing.
Yeah, he is. He's he is. They actually use sniffer dogs in Canada.
Okay.
So highly intelligent. Smells any sort of biscuit that gets dropped on the floor.
Chaplin, push at that from Proctor. We just have gone away. Maybe just the angle he bowled it. It's difficult to tell from the camera because it's not right behind the bowler's arm.
I think any type of retriever are probably the greediest things known on this earth. I used to have a Labrador who got me in terrible trouble once taking an ice cream out of a toddler's hand over in the park once. But
Proctor on 13. Waits for Chappell. Not finding Chappell easy to play at the moment. He's leaving where he can, but he's almost got to try and get through this.
Well, Jack, you've been fantastic having on. It's been wonderful to have you, and good luck in the Royal London campaign, and hopefully bring home some silverware back to Bristol. And I think I'm really looking forward to this campaign, and I'm sure Ian Randall is as well.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy the 50 over format because you can properly build an innings. It's not an instant crash like the T20 can be on occasions. You can recover from a poor start. You can still. I think that Durham game last year was a prime example where you can still have a big chase and the middle order can see you home.
Yeah, definitely. It's a great format of the game. It's a hybrid between T20 and 4-day cricket. So there's value for good cricket. But yeah, thanks for having me on this afternoon, guys. Really enjoyed it.
Absolute pleasure.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Cheers,
Jack. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, Jack.
Jack Taylor there, Gloucestershire's white ball captain, an all-round good guy.
Steered away by Proctor past Gully to the right hand of Gully. It was low, it was along the ground. Nothing really that Marcus Harris could do about that. And that's picked up another boundary.
The guests keep coming thick and fast, don't they, Ian?
You can hear his enthusiasm.
Yeah.
167 for 2.
Yeah, the guests keep coming thick and fast here, don't they? And it's,
and just Mike Proctor talked about the exiles before lunch, and we will have Sarah Blowen, who's the chairwoman of the Gloucestershire Exiles, with us after tea today. Talk about how they support Gloucestershire cricket. Proctor that goes through into James Bracey. Northampton's not racing along here, but just conscious that they want to put a really solid first innings score on the board. If they can get past Gloucestershire's first innings score, fine. But they really want to make sure that they're not behind in the game at the halfway point. Rob Keogh due in at 5. He's batted well this year, but a lot of pressure is on their top 5 and top 6 perhaps with McManus in the order because of the inexperience and the ability of those lower down. Now Ben Wells and George Scott coming out onto the field, and Miles Hammond's just trotting off here, so they've got 2 subfielders out temporarily. Hammond's going off, and I'm thinking that David Payne might be the other
Yeah.
man who's not on the field at the moment.
Yeah, so who have we got? Ben Wells and George Scott.
Yeah, Scott's gone down to
Yeah.
long on, and Wells is at mid-off.
Zaffer over the wicket. Rickleton turns that around the corner. They have to be quick. They get through.
Interesting that Rickleton has started playing Gohav Zaffer very late off the back foot, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, yeah. And I wonder if it's worthwhile just having maybe a leg gully, bringing that man just to stop that.
He's got a slip and a leg slip in.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't see the leg slip there. Oh, that's nearly. Proctor goes dancing down the wicket, misses it. Luckily for him, hits him on the pad because James Bracey would have had those bails off in an instant, and Proctor would have been out of his ground, stumped.
Second look at this. This was almost like a premeditated decision to come down the pitch. That was rash considering how Proctor's batted so far.
Been very conservative, isn't he? Zafar in. That's tickled around the corner, no run. Yeah, I didn't see the leg slip there. He's hidden from my eye line here by Ryan Higgins' hair.
Higgins at slip. It might be Dent at leg slip, I think.
Zafar. Proctor tickles that one round the corner, no run. Game of cat and mouse going on here. Gloucestershire searching for that breakthrough. Northamptonshire grinding this out. Zafar fires it in. Proctor equal to the task, defends. Cloud is starting to build over the chapel there. And that is left alone by Proctor to the oohs and ahs from the slip cordon. Cloud is starting to build a little to our left. Just over the chapel and over towards the west, over towards the M5. Over towards Ian Randall's house.
Yeah, broadly.
It's raining over your house, Ian, I reckon.
Garden could do with it.
Yeah. God. Yeah.
I was out watering last night at about 9:15.
Are you allowed to water here, are you? You're allowed to water in the West Country?
Yeah, watering can out of the water butt, that was.
Oh, okay.
So not a hose pipe.
You're not allowed to use our hose pipe.
No. Well, it's much easier to...
Let's not incriminate yourself on
No.
it. Moving swiftly on, Zach Chappell from the College Lawn end.
Rickleton waits for him. He pushes that. I've got one water butt in my garden, and the water collects off the shed. It doesn't collect off anywhere else other than... And I'm always staggered how a 40-gallon water butt can be full with such a short area to collect it from. It's not as if you're running multiple gutters into it. It's one small gutter on the side of a shed. Rickleton again. Out to the offside. That pull for 6 off Zavagahar went a very long way up, and it almost plugged when it came down, but it was fortunate that it dropped between the Sanford Road stand and that sort of tangerine marquee on the hospital side of the college ground.
Almost hit Paolo's ice cream van over the back. Ian Randall would be devastated should his...
Would be bad news, that would. Rickleton waits again for Chappell. Again, out into the same area, fielded again by Miles Hammond.
Imagine his whippy machine broke.
Don't forget our emails remain open. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
Bit slow this afternoon, but it's intriguing cricket. It's Gloucestershire probing away.
Northampton's overall run rate just over 3 and over. So where might they... I suggested to somebody at the start that if they bat all day, they might get to somewhere between 350 and 400. It depends to some degree how well perhaps Rickleton in particular goes on from where he is. Just checking how many balls are left in the over. The answer is 2.
They've only scored 33 runs since lunch in 50 minutes, which in the context of Cheltenham
is quite slow.
It's quite slow.
But Hampshire did that last week, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
The afternoon session, Felix Organ only scored, I think, was it 9 in an hour and a half? Rickleton again defends, but they're conscious that they are soaking up time in the game, and the more time they soak up, the less chance there is of them losing. And as we've made the point before, effectively they've almost drawn their way to safety, if that's the right term. Certainly safety from relegation under the rules at the start of the season. Whether those will be the rules that are applied at the end is a different question.
Who knows?
Chappell around the wicket, and Rickleton again just plays the ball on its merits and defends back up the pitch. This has been tidy stuff from Chappell. 11 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 28. But it is another maiden. But it is the wickets column. It's the ability to create chances that is, as Dan has pointed out, been Gloucestershire's challenge through the season. Safa's bowled 12 overs for 38, but again there isn't a maiden in there, so there's always been a way of finding a way to rotate the strike for these batters so far. Zafa does have the 1 wicket, but can he get some more joy out of this pitch? May that have to come in the 4th innings? Will there be a Northants' 2nd innings in the match? Will they try and effectively just really bat once and bat big as Hampshire did?
Zaffa in, turn round the corner. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ian Randall.
Graham Van Buren's really trying to dry up the runs here, isn't he, for Proctor in particular.
Just the change of the field there.
Bracey's just checking that Hammond can see through that gap on the leg side.
Oh, that's gone over. Short leg. Don't think there's any bat involved. Let's have a look.
There was only one cry of catch, wasn't there? So
Yeah. No, we won't have a look. Yes, we will have a look. Bat nowhere near it. Oh, that's a little bit aerial. Goes past short leg, but hit firmly enough. It's so hard to catch. It's got to be a real misfortune there, hasn't it, Ian, to actually get him out.
Yeah. So Van Buren's effectively at. He's on the 45, almost at short, wide, fine leg. And he's got a leg slip, a slip and a short leg.
Zafar in Rickleton plays him out to the covers. George Scott there. Well, he's more mid-off. He comes running around to fetch it.
So Harris now for Proctor comes out of that close catching corner and comes in front. That's silly mid-on.
Zafar in. Proctor has nothing to do with that one.
Try and do some scores from around the country in that. Chapel's next over, assuming there is one.
That's flighted and played out to long on by Proctor. He moves on to 19. Northants 171 for 2. Ryan Rickleton's on 60. Zafar Gahar 1 for 41 off 13. Zach Chapel wicketless, none for 28.
Batsman just having a chat mid-pitch. This, of course, is day 2 of this match. The game was one game that started today. That's in the 2nd division. And my screen is just frozen for a moment. So we'll get back to those scores when I can unfreeze it. Meanwhile here, Chapel's going to continue.
Yeah, Jack Taylor's pretty relaxed character, isn't he? He's...
I think when he crosses the rope, I think he is competitive though.
Oh yeah, massively, yeah.
As all players are. Chapel to continue, and Proctor will just pick up a single here, just pushes that down to Zafrat.
But off the pitch, he's an all-round good guy. As is Matt Taylor. They're always, very friendly towards the fans, aren't they? And great ambassadors for Gloucestershire as a club. I also was very, very impressed with his captaincy, I thought, in the T20. I thought that he set some innovative fields. I thought he set some funky fields, and I know things didn't quite go his way, but I really thought he makes good captaincy material.
Chapel around the wicket. Rickleton will pinch a single out to the left of Chris Dent. So elsewhere at Old Trafford, Lancashire 145, Kent 49 for 3 in 28 overs in reply. So
dig in.
Really been made to struggle there.
Is Compton in? Compton must be there on 3 not out.
I'll check. At Chelmsford, Essex still batting 419 for 6 against Somerset. At Scarborough, Yorkshire 159 all out, Hampshire 23 for 3. So that game moving on. Chapel here, it's a hard push at that again from Proctor, but again he's inside the line. And Warwickshire 253 all out against Surrey at the Oval. Surrey 127 for 4 in reply. So some reasonably even contests then. Not a lot to choose in most of the games. The one game which appears to be going heavily one way is the one at Essex, where they're clearly looking to say to Somerset, right, you've got to cope with Simon Harmer.
Yeah, Nick Brown's got nearly 200 in that as well.
All the way along the ground from Proctor into the gully, fielded again by Marcus Harris. Gloucestershire have got to be patient and work for this 3rd wicket. joy just before lunch when Zafar Gahar removed Will Young for 61. These two have put on 39 so far. Chaplin bowls a ball that Proctor can let go. Their leaving has been well judged, Northants.
Yeah.
Their top order.
No, they batted very well, and they've got two quality overseas batsmen there who had a bit of grit and just don't give it away, do they?
Just a faint feather that Will Young got on that delivery from Zafar in the last over before lunch. He made 61. That's where Rickleton is at the moment, at the non-striker's end. Proctor. And just clips that up to mid-off. End of the over. We've still got 51 overs to go in the day. So 3 and over, 150. Northants would be, I think they'd be, it'd be unlikely if they bat the whole 110 overs. It was unlikely they wouldn't get to 350. They'd be going very slowly if that was the case. But actually, to be fair, I don't think Hampshire got to 350 last week, did they? In their 110.
No, they didn't.
I'm sure they did, but ultimately it was how many runs they were scoring. That was the point. And I'm sure they ended up with only 3 batting points. But in the end, they took the points for the win, and that was the more important thing as far as they were concerned.
Zafar from the Chapel End. Ah, that's got to be close. Oh, that's shot along the ground. That stayed low. That's the first one we've seen in this game. Let's have a look here. Oh, that's got to be really close. Whether it was in line or not, I can't quite tell.
Not sure it went as low as you might have thought, Dan, initially.
No.
I wonder whether Ben Debenham thought it was almost doing too much going down the leg side.
Just played into the covers there by Rickleton. On to 62.
David Payne's back on the field now. So I don't think either Scott or Wells, who are both on briefly, are now on the ground. Hammond's gone back to long on for Luke Proctor.
Zafar into the crease. Turn round the corner by Proctor.
That's why Van Buren's positioned himself there, just to save that single.
It's a funny place to captain from, though, isn't it?
Yeah, he's
backwards square.
Yeah, he's not that far from the action though, down there.
No. That's round to Van Buren. Oh, and he's misfielded. That would have been tight if he'd have thrown that one in. Some kamikaze running here at times. There was one few overs back where he just thought, I don't really need to do that.
You'd think Zafar might have quite a long bowl today.
Yeah.
Into his 12th over.
Here he comes. Rickleton defends it. Zafar. Oh, and that hits Ollie Price at short leg. Turn around the corner, hits Ollie Price. They thought about single, but Graham Van Buren very quick. That completes the over. 175 for 2. Rickleton 62. Proctor's on 21. And Zafar Gahar 1 for 43.
So this is
the 14.
There are no other left-handers, well, other than Jack White at number 11 in this Northants batting lineup. So Zafar will, if somebody can split this pair up, Zafar will have the opportunity to bowl at the right-hander, which he might prefer to do. David Payne adding to that potential rough outside the right-hander's off stump. Proctor though waits for Chappell, who's continuing his spell, and cry of no run from out in the middle.
Yet again, Gloucestershire don't look very threatening, though, do they, Ian?
Well, at the moment, it's a tidy spell, but the seam bowler's not getting an awful lot out of this pitch, which did have an extra tinge of green about it at the start of the match. In the 59th over. Chappell tumbled as he followed through there. There was the yelp you heard. It was as the low knee from Notts went to ground, but Proctor didn't attempt a single anyway. That's just compiling a point he wants to make with some numerical stats to back it up. Looking at the long spells in the field potentially.
Yeah.
Pulled by Proctor, but straight down to David Payne at long leg. Just a single down in front of the, well, that's ostensibly the members area. There is a small marquee there for some shelter. And so at least a couple of people who arrived on the ground on the first day, on that very, very hot first day, hoping to sit under the tree in that part of the ground, only to find that the top of one of the trees there had a lot of the foliage lopped, so the shade wasn't there, which is a bit of a disappointment on that day in particular. But elsewhere, and particularly in the sun today, it's a nice afternoon for watching. Hopeful appeal from Bracey for an LBW, but it looks like it hit him on the thigh pad there. Ryan Rickleton.
So, Gloucestershire in their first innings in their home games so far this season. Yorkshire got 376. Surrey got 603. Somerset got 591. Lancashire 402. Hampshire 457.
There's some big scores there. And Northants would be, well, I think they would be saying we need to at least get past that Yorkshire score.
Yeah.
And that's where they'll be looking. They need 200 more to do that.
Gloucestershire have to find a way of bowling opposition sides out, because at the moment they can't, and they're not looking very threatening, and it's fine drying the runs up, but as we've seen Division 1, sides just don't give it away. You can't just hang the ball outside off stump and sides give it away, which they don't do. They just don't do it at this level.
They don't lose the patience as much as the second division batters do. Rickleton, that's a good shot. He's finally found one that he can have a go at. He's flashed it past the dive of Miles Hammond and into the rope at cover point for 4. Hammond gets slowly to his feet, and Hampshire go to 180 for 2. 180 for 2 in 59 overs. So they're just steadily going along at 3 and over at the moment. And we may, and thinks shortly perhaps see a return of a Ryan Higgins perhaps, or
I'd go Ollie Price.
well, there might be a left field thought to try the young off spinner. Did take his first class wicket in the Hampshire match. Sometimes a stand breaker can come from a different source from the orthodox.
Zafar in. Let's turn around the corner. That's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, Rickleton went to run the single, then realised he didn't need to.
Yeah, went very quick off Proctor's bat.
That's a 50 partnership between these two. It's taken them exactly 20 overs.
Yeah.
So they are just being very steady about their batting at the moment.
Some overhead traffic just going into Gloucester Airport. Zafar coming around the wicket now to Luke Proctor. He's moved on to 26.
Looks like Northampton know what the batters know what their role in the team is, don't they?
Yeah. It's just worked there for one. Yeah, you don't see many shots from the opposition like you saw Higgins against Hampshire, where he has a big hoik across the line and loses off stump. You just don't get that, do you?
They have been very patient so far.
Zafar defended, no run.
So David Payne's wicket was in the 17th over, so Gloucestershire will have bowled 43 overs here with just 1 success.
Defended.
And and Proctor hasn't looked like he's going to really crash it everywhere, but he's quietly got to 27. And he's quite happy to play as the foil, as the second fiddle here.
It's just worked out to mid-on. Shy of the stumps. Rickleton was... his Proctor was just dawdling there a little bit, and the ball came into James Bracey's end. But he got home. 186 for 2. Rickleton on 67. Proctor 27. Zafar Gahar 1 for 49 off 15.
There'll be a bit of concern, I think, among the spectators that Gloucestershire are doing no more than contain at the moment, which is a different way of saying, yes, you need a sharper edge to the bowling than Gloucestershire seem currently able to provide. Chapel in, Rickleton again, nice shot. Tumbling stop from Higgins. He's partially got it, has he? Or it's gone through him. I thought he'd stopped it, and it's gone through the all-rounder and all the way to the rope. I think he'll acknowledge that that was a fumble and a boundary that could have been avoided. 190 for 2. It's not easy with the ball running down the slope. He was looking up to try and get the ball in and misjudged the run of it. Rickleton to 71. How much does Graham Van Buren go on the defensive here, I wonder? We're down to 1 slip now for Rickleton.
Well,
works that into the gap. This is a little bit like the situation that Higgins and Bracey developed yesterday, although they've done it differently. They attacked briefly. Northants dropped the field out, and Gloucestershire for a while picked up the singles.
Yeah.
And what these two have done is quietly build a position where Gloucestershire can't afford to have runs hemorrhage away for half an hour. So
No, I'm not sure Graham Van Buren can go defensive here. He needs wickets. He's got to start taking wickets.
Chapel in.
Because at the moment, Gloucestershire are looking at another 150 over stint in the field here. And it's been going on all season and hasn't been addressed. It just has not been addressed. You look at those scores that we just mentioned last over. 376 being the minimum that you bowled a side out this season. And that was on a good cricket wicket back in April. Since then, 603, 591, 402, 457. Gloucestershire's problem this year has been with the bat, but the ball, I think, has been more of a problem.
Chapel in again. I think Dale Benkenstein hinted as much after the Hampshire game, in a sense he was going over the ground he'd covered before, but it's a two-part problem. Penetration in the bowling and consistency or inconsistency in the batting.
Yeah.
It's a bit like a football team that can't score goals and can't defend. Chapel in. Cry of no. Rickleton didn't want a single there.
Yeah.
Do you follow a team like that, Dan?
Yeah, I do, unfortunately.
But that's kind of the scenario in cricket terms. That's where Gloucestershire seem to find themselves at the moment. But it is to do with the jump, and as Andrew Rudd said this morning, Chapel in again, defended. Northamptonshire, let's not forget, celebrated in that joyous day in 2019 where Gloucestershire and Northampton played each other on the last day of the season. It was raining in Bristol at 9 o'clock and the umpires took the decision there would be no play. It was the last day of the season, probably the earliest call I've ever seen on a championship day. Richard Dawson came with a beaming smile into the club office and said the umpires have called it. Both teams knew they were going up, and there was a joint celebration of promotion. And I say, as Andrew Rudd commented this morning, Northampton are not a dissimilar club in terms of size of resource, and they knew that they had to almost play a certain way this year in order to try and survive, and they've put the emphasis on their batting.
Yeah, they're I'll come on to it. Zafagahar defended there by Rickleton. They thought that if they can draw most games, 8 points for a draw plus your batting points, which you get, you're going to get 13 points a game that way, or 12 points, and then plus your bowling points. So you're generally going to end up with 14 points a game. And Northants have had this theory where they haven't really tried to. They've just tried to outbat the big boys, haven't they, in the league? Your Surreys, your Lancashires, your Essexes. That's defended back to Zafagahar. Your Hampshires, and if you can compete with them.
So they made Essex follow on in the draw they had at Chelmsford.
Zaffa in. Oh, that's gone through. Ollie Price. Chance for a run out. Misses. Backed up by David Payne.
James Bracey leapt up. He thought that was another wicket. You might be able to see that again on the replay.
Zaffa in. That's on the bounce to short leg.
Yeah, we're back live. going to show you that at the end of the over.
Safa. And defended by Proctor. 13 overs left to, or 14 overs left to tee. Long session this, isn't it? Going to be a long session. 192 for 2. Rickleton 73. Proctor 27.
Drinks for the batters. I think Tom Taylor coming out with the bottles there. Yes, that Northants record. They said they made Essex follow on in the drawn game at Chelmsford. There were only 2 innings, both over 500 in the draw at Edgbaston. They scored over 500 in the first innings at Kent. A game that obviously that was the home game, and at Kent they set them 365 and bowled them out. And then in the Warwickshire home game, again both innings, first innings over 450. So they really have banked some big runs in the first innings.
That's where it counts. That's where you get your bonus points. Remember, county championship, you only get bonus points for the first innings and for the first 110 overs of it as well. If you can get 400 in that 110 overs, you get maximum batting points. You get 1 less for 350, 1 less than that for 300, and then 250, 200.
So here is Ryan Higgins, quite lightly used so far. In and cut away down to backward point by Rickleton for a single. Higgins only 10 overs so far. Payne's bowled 14. Chappell has bowled 14. Tom Price has bowled 8. That's how the quicker bowlers have been used. So far, Higgins 10 overs for 30. Had bowled 4 of those last night. So here we are at 3 o'clock, and Higgins has only bowled 6 overs today. That's not much for your bowler who was your go-to man last season. Again, we don't know if there's some sort of a niggle out there or not, but he doesn't feel there's much in the pitch for him. Proctor waits on 27. Higgins on the college lawn end just with 1 slip and a gully. Graham Van Buren is at mid-on, trying to encourage his team.
Nick Brown's got his 200 in the game between Essex and Somerset. Jack Leach bowled 35 overs, 0 for 93 in that.
Are they still batting?
Essex is still batting. 428 for 6.
Yes,
Somerset have been in the field for 146.2 overs.
Well, that's Hampshire here last week, isn't it? They're trying to get to a point where they only need to bat once, or to leave themselves with a tiny total potentially, and Simon Harmer will be ready for a long stint. Slightly off the outside half of the bat, not quite off the splice from Proctor, but steered out to Hammond. But this is one of those occasions where you just feel you haven't got enough fielders if you're a captain. Only 2 wickets in the day. 1 batsman well set, 1 looking as if he's getting there. And Higgins returns with an over that's only cost him a single. And Safa's going to be, I think, wheeling away for some while here yet. Gloucestershire won't get the second new ball this side of the tee interval. So the second new ball becomes a big factor in the game now after tea, you feel. Because if Northants get to that position with 2 men in, then a big score really is on the cards. And I did see one comment on social media this morning, and I don't know sometimes people can be very pessimistic, and they said, what we wouldn't want is Northampton getting 500 on this pitch.
Zaffa trying to stop them from doing it. I'm saying the Exiles marquee over there. What a fine selection of Panama hats. They seem to be very de rigueur in the
different shades and styles.
Yeah. Tickled round the corner, no run.
Van Buren's back in that position on the 45.
I saw you sporting one last weekend.
I did, Dan, in the heat where...
very dapper you looked as well, very suave. It's been bowled by Zaffa. Rickleton defends. You haven't got the sort of the... What's it called? Like the band around it, though, have you on yours?
I think there was a very, very fine one.
Was there?
Yeah.
Ah. Dot ball there. I've got one for umpiring, an ACO one. It's
handy on weekends where you really have got very warm sun. Ooh.
Oh yeah, I mean you have to have something. Got to wear a hat, haven't you?
I wonder if the umpires one's a standard issue. Are the brims all the same size? What do you think? They look, to be fair, the two worn by Hassan Adnan and Ben Debenham look very similar.
That's what I've got on the ACO ones. It's tossed up a little, and that's a lovely shot there by Rickleton. Goes for 4 through the covers. 197 for 2. That's the end of the over. 12 till tea. Rickleton moved on to 78. Proctor 27.
They've scored 62 this afternoon. Northants 12 overs to tea. Yeah, 100 runs a session. It's possible they might get to 100 at that stage. Still with the old ball, of course, here. And Tom Price just doing some limbering up. We may see him shortly. Higgins into the leg side by Luke Proctor, who's just content here to pick up the singles. How many boundaries is Proctor here? I'm just curious at the moment. Just 3 in 88 balls. And Rickleton 11 and 1/6 so far. So there's a big gap on the leg side at mid wicket. So Higgins trying to get to play through the offside. He's sacrificed a fielder in that position, and it's steered away down again to point. This feels like an inexorable spell in the game where Northampton are driving it in a certain direction, and there doesn't seem to be anything Gloucestershire can do about it. Miles Hammond also doing some limbering up. Graham Van Buren might just have to think a bit out of the box here. He's trying to get a breakthrough. Higgins in. Nice shot, but ball fielded off his own bowling. Does it feel like that to you, Dan?
Nothing's happening. Nothing is happening, and it's Gloucestershire do not have the penetration to go through sides, and that's been the case all season. And this will be 6th home game of the season.
Higgins in again. That's one shy of a batting point.
And I'm afraid
their first batting point.
I'm afraid it's got 400 plus written all over it, and when only one side gets under 400, and even then that's 376, which is still quite a healthy total, therein lies your problem.
Back He then has quite a bit to ponder, he and Steve Snell, from a squad point of view. It's a pleasant shot, but no great power from Proctor out into the offside. You have to look at the squad. There will be a budget, of course, to try and adhere to. So how do they make that money work harder for them? That will be a decision taken, I'm sure, especially after the Royal London and into that last phase of the championship. There's always an element of rotation in squads in terms of players moving. I'm sure that Gloucestershire will look hard at that. Steve still admitted as such at the forum last week. There will be change, he said.
And there will be change at the chapel end.
Zafika has bowled 17 overs, no maidens, 1 for 54.
Yeah.
So again, his run rate, in terms of conceding runs, is tidy, but doesn't find it that easy to take red ball wickets. Zafika Hart. He's got 23 wickets at, well, probably somewhere north of 42 apiece. And that's from quite a lot of overs bowled as well. It's not as if he's...
Is that this season?
That's this season, yeah. But he's been a... What Gloucestershire, I'm sure, would have hoped was that, you know, he ties one end up and allows the seamers to go harder at the other end. But the problem is that the seamers have not given the side that penetration either. Here's Hammond.
Hammond in. And that's defended. No run.
Van Buren again hasn't used himself much since he's come back into the side as a bowler. I think he only bowled 1 over in the Hampshire match.
Miles Hammond around the wicket with his gentle off spin. Why is Van Buren not having a bowl himself, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, obviously he's come back from a shoulder injury.
But he had a bowl against Hampshire.
Just the 1 over, just from memory.
A little bit short, but Rickleton
didn't bowl in the second innings. Slip and a short leg for Hammond.
Short. Crunch through the offside. Well fielded.
Come back for 2. A good piece of work on the boundary. Down in front of the players' area. And Northampton's first batting point is on the board.
Yep, there we go. 266th over. Oh, that's well bowled, Miles Hammond. A little bit of turn. Takes the outside edge. It's going to be 4 runs. But Miles Hammond deserved more out of that, really. It's well bowled. A little bit of turn. Takes the outside edge. Goes past first slip. 4 runs.
It was a low trajectory, that.
Do you want to go through the Gloucestershire bowling averages?
You can if you like, because you've got them.
Okay.
Obviously, that's ahead of this match.
Yeah, before this game. So it'll probably be even worse. So you've got Tom Price, top of the averages, 23.84, 13 wickets. David Payne then is averaging 30 with 6 wickets. Or 7 now, because this is his 3rd game. Ryan Higgins, 27 wickets at 33.44. Ben Charlesworth comes next, but he's hardly played. Then comes Graham Van Buren, 8 wickets, 37.75.
Higgins from the College Lawn end. Into Proctor, lets that go again outside the off stump.
Ajit Singh Dale, 5 games, 11 wickets, 41.81. Zafar Gahar, 23 wickets, 42.18. Matt Taylor, 51. Zach Chappell, 51. Ollie Price, 53. Josh Shaw, 59.
They're quite high numbers.
They are.
There have been some flat pitches at Bristol this year, and I did talk to somebody about this concept during the winter, that maybe Gloucestershire thought their best chance was to make the wickets at Bristol as flat as possible, and try and be able to draw the games there and win the games away where the result pitches might occur, but it hasn't worked like that. Pull from outside the off stump, I think, by Proctor. It's gone out away through wide mid wicket. It's going to go up to the boundary, and it will go for 4 at wide long on. It was a bit of a slap of a shot, really. How far was this outside the off stump? He's pulled it from, well, certainly 4th stump, I would suggest, and whipped it away through mid wicket. Former Lancashire player, of course, Luke Proctor. But one of those, if I can call him this, I don't really unkind, a durable county pro. Begins to bowl to him. Let's that go.
In football, is that a journeyman?
Well, no, because he's only played for 2 clubs.
Okay.
And I think a journeyman is somebody who's played for 7 or 8.
Yeah.
But no, just in the sense that he's been on the scene a long time, and still providing value at 34. Higgins round the wicket to him. Let's that go. He's got 5,500 runs, average of 34, and he's taken 130 wickets. So he's a batting all-rounder, really.
Yeah.
But you can, it hasn't happened in this game, but you could still throw him the ball and expect him to try and find you a breakthrough. He'll push at that, and basically can't believe he hasn't. In fact, it's going to go for 4. Is that 4 byes?
No.
It's
4 runs, edge.
Went off the edge, did it?
Past first slip. Past Chris Dent.
Bracey couldn't believe it. I thought the inference was that he himself had missed it, but it's actually gone between first slip and the keeper, and the yelp was one of frustration from James Bracey. 213 for 2 Northants, and the last wicket went down at 134, so 79 in fact is the stand between these two.
Two under on the over 8.
Gloucestershire have had problems with over 8s before this summer. They've lost points in other games, so they don't want that to happen again.
Here's Hammond. That's cut. Tom Price doing the fielding down here.
Still 12 overs after this one to get to the second new ball. I don't get the impression, though, these two are going to change gear much, do you?
No, don't need to. They just don't need to do anything different. It's down to Gloucestershire. Get them out. Oh, that's a no ball. That's an over height no ball there from Miles Hammond, and it was dispatched over square leg. Could be a warning. Yeah, it is a warning. Yeah, it's a warning for Miles Hammond. Next one he does, he's off.
I think that was a genuine slip, though. Certainly appeared it from here.
You'd hope he wouldn't bowl a deliberate beamer at that pace.
And that's
one run, cut.
That's where the occasional off spinner sometimes gets it wrong.
Yeah.
They can drag one down very short, or that can happen. Get the length completely wrong. Fair play, Proctor read it really early.
But he couldn't believe his luck, could he? He's left alone by Rickleton. 86. That's exactly what you want, isn't it? A bit of.
I mean, they would have been angry beyond belief to have got out of a ball like that.
Just nerdled into the onside, one run.
This has a certain deja vu element in terms of what Hampshire did in the middle session of their beginnings last week. It didn't go very quickly, Felix Organ in particular. Went along very slowly actually, but they still picked up the pace later.
Oh, that's could be a wide. Yeah, I think it's going to be a bye.
Well, Ben Dolan's being quite lenient to the bowler there, I think. So this is let's be generous about that. This has been quite a mixed over from Miles Hammond.
Defended. End of the over. I think that might be Miles Hammond's spell, actually. 223 for 2.
2 overs for 15 for Hammond. Still got 4 overs to bowl from that end until tea. I wonder whether Tom Price might have another burst, or Van Buren might think about a bowl himself. Ollie Price, of course, had a spell in that Hampshire game. Higgins has just gone back to his mark.
I'd have given Ollie Price a go ahead of Miles Hammond, definitely.
Well, it may be that Price will have a bowl at that end.
Yeah.
Next up, I think there was just a brief conversation between skipper and off spinner. Proctor on 41 from 89 balls. Higgins to bowl to him, and a lot of those runs have come through that shot. The little nudge into the leg side to deep square. It's not flash, it's just very effective. Keeps the scoreboard ticking up, rotates the strike, and doesn't mean that the innings gets too bogged down. And there we were saying that Northamptonshire might get 100 in the afternoon session. They look as though they're heading that way now. They need 11 more. Rickleton waits for Higgins again. There's that tennis sort of smash to the shortish ball outside the off stump. More work for Tom Price down in front of the members stand, in front of the gymnasium.
It's run, rotate, repeat. Run, rotate, repeat.
Shades of James Anderson's book title, which was Bowl, Sleep, Repeat, if you remember. Do you have a large library of books at home?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, I love a cricket book.
Higgins over the wicket and let go by Proctor.
Currently rereading Steve James's Third Man to Fatty's Leg from 2004. Excellent book.
Well, Steve James is going to talk to the local cricket society in October, and the society produce a booklet or a brochure ahead of the new season. So we had to do a profile of Steve James.
Yeah.
Higgins outside the off stump. We said that he's Glamorgan's highest run scorer with an innings against Sussex at Colwyn Bay in
He was.
2000.
He was.
That is now out of date.
It certainly is.
That was an extraordinary effort from Sam Northeast.
Yeah.
Was I get this right? He was only the 9th player in the history of the game to make an individual score of over 400.
Yeah. He nearly beat Archie McLaren's, because we were talking about that during the Lancashire game. Archie McLaren of Lancashire had the record with 425, but Steve James held the record of 309 against Sussex at Colwyn Bay back in about 2001, I think it was. And before that, he beat Imris Williams 287 for Glamorgan. But since then, Steve James.
Higgins, again, Proctor able to play that into his favourite area. Didn't look an awful lot of pace on that delivery from Higgins.
Mike Powell got 299 in between. So he beat Williams but didn't quite beat James's 309. Steve James.
And I think
Steve
I'm right in
James was
saying
desperate
that
to do a deal with Peugeot. But unfortunately the sponsorship never happened.
I'm thinking that Sam Northeast was 308 at the close on the 3rd day.
Was he?
I think he was just short.
Do you know what? Sam Northeast had a reputation as being a little bit of a difficult character. He's on his 3rd county. He went from Kent to Hampshire. He also had a little spell on loan at Nottinghamshire, didn't he, last year? And he ended up at Glamorgan. And it shows what a good coach Matthew Maynard is, because characters who have got a little bit about them don't faze him. And he can harness that talent.
So 2 overs from Miles Hammond, and Zafar Gahar is back.
Yeah, 1 for 54 off 17. Here he comes into the attack. That's a big appeal from Zafar. Oh, and that would have been tight if that was a direct hit. They've scampered through a leg by. Helicopter up above. Ever flown from Gloucestershire Airport, Ian?
I've not. Oh, have I flown there? No, I haven't. But you obviously I think one of the main routes, if I can call it that, for people around here that they see as an advantage to go from Stafford is to go to Jersey.
Defended there by
certainly
Rippleton.
pre-COVID, that was the way of it anyway.
Is it an international airport? Can you get flights abroad from there? Or?
No, I don't think so.
No. Zafar defended.
I say Jersey isn't abroad because you don't need a passport to go to Jersey. You can go to Jersey on your driving licence, can't you?
Like Bergerac did. Remember Bergerac?
I do remember Bergerac.
Yeah. Defended there by Rickleton. Good sliding stop.
It's amazing that the population of Jersey is roughly the population of Cheltenham.
Do you know where the series Bergerac came from?
What, as in the name?
No, where the whole concept for the series came from. Oh, that's defended by Rickleton. It was Shoestring, Eddie Shoestring, who was beforehand, and he was a private ear, wasn't he, for Radio West. And Trevor Eve decided that he wanted to go and do proper acting, you know, sort of stage Shakespearean type of stuff. So they scrapped the series, and the writers developed Bergerac. There we go, dot ball, who had a lot of similarities to Shoestring. He was a guy who was sort of, Shoestring had sort of been through a breakdown, hadn't he? Bergerac had been through a alcoholism, etc. And there were lots of similarities to Bergerac, except one was set in Bristol and the other set in Jersey. And Bergerac didn't wear his suits from Mr. Byright.
Is that what Trevor Eve did?
Well, he used to like a grey suit, didn't he, with his tie halfway down his chest, and John Nettles used to drive around in that big car.
Higgins in, and Proctor. If you had a, they call it a wagon wheel, or the pie chart for his runs. A large number of them would have been worked on the leg side.
Yeah. Do you prefer Bergerac or shoestring? Ian?
I think so. I do remember shoestring.
Yeah.
And I kind of remember Bergerac as well, but not well enough that I could say I was a fan of either. Little push from Rickleton, even on 88. Can still be drawn into the. That wasn't really a full false shot.
It was sort of Sunday night television, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely Sunday
Along
night.
with, like, That's Life.
Yeah, or I can go. Actually, I'll go back even further if you like. Here's Higgins in. Slid out to Marcus Harris. When I was very small, there was a series called The Brothers.
Right, I don't remember that.
Do you remember that?
No.
It's about a transport brothers who ran a transport company. Ben Feasy's nodding in the corner. They ran a transport business. That's about all I can remember. But that was Sunday night TV. Well, for people of a certain age.
I preferred Friday night television. You know, Superstars, It's a Knockout.
Higgins in.
He's
Dropped. Rickleton put down, I think, by Hammond, who can't bear to get up. It was low. Extra cover. And Hammond will be. It wasn't an easy one.
No, it wasn't an easy one.
But
You hit it hard.
228 for 2. You've got to try and take those. Lets that go.
Hamilton's been put there, another no ball. Hammond has been put there specifically for that uppish drive that Rickleton's got, and he's sort of in a catching position, just in front of square, and Jack Taylor spoke about plans but not being able to execute them. That one just goes past.
I've had a long email, and it's a very nice email too, from Graham Charlesworth, who of course is father of both Ben and Luke. And he's going to, I'll perhaps try and go through bit by bit, because it talks about the link between Gloucestershire cricket and Oxfordshire cricket. He's just got one ball left in this over. It's proved a frustrating one for Higgins. 230 for 2. And Graham says, I've enjoyed watching and listening to the cricket from Cheltenham and Bristol. Some extra info on the players originally from Oxfordshire following your conversation with Jack. Tom and Ollie Price, Ben and Luke Charlesworth are all juniors at Abingdon Vale Cricket Club through the 11s and 13s, and quickly through the senior teams in the 3rd, 2nd and 1st, along with Harrison Ward, who I think is at Sussex, and Zach Lyon Cachet. He's also at Sussex. Tom and Ollie subsequently moved to Great Chew, where 3 generations of the Taylors have also played. The Hammonds, that's Ben, Luke and Miles, and Harrison Ward, all attended St Edward's School in Oxford. James Coles and the Price boys all attended MCS in Oxford. The boys progressed through an organised pathway age group and have played senior cricket for Oxfordshire.
Dot ball there from Zafar. That's a lovely email.
At 14, they were all included in their respective Gloucestershire and Sussex ECB Academy programmes, and then onwards into 2nd 11 cricket and beyond.
Zafar.
Owen Dawkins fostered the strong talent links with neighbouring minor counties. Oxfordshire have established a formal partnership with Sussex over the past few years. Best regards. That's great. That's great information, Graham, in terms of how it works, and the fact it starts from a very young age, frankly, in terms of talent spotting.
Yeah, it's about talent pathways, isn't it? And developing links and It's just Proctor using his feet and
just to
whips
say
one
that
through the
Graham
leg
is an
side.
ECB level 4 coach, and he's the head coach at Oxford University's and the OUCC. So that's the Oxford. I take it that's Oxford University Cricket Club, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably the Oxfordshire version of in the national counties system,
At the Parks,
I would think.
that is going to be a leg by. No, there's a little bit of bat in there.
Gloucestershire just trying to squeeze these overs through to the new ball now, aren't they, with minimal damage.
Good story from the Parks a few years ago. Middlesex were there. Beginning of the season in a warm-up game. Tim Murter about to bowl. So that's just worked again from Proctor through square leg. And he's got 50, of which I reckon 40 have been whipped through square leg.
He's not quite there. But he won't be long, you feel. Exactly 100 balls for Proctor so far.
I'll tell that story after this ball.
Taking the leg slip out.
Coming into silly point.
Marcus Harris under the lid.
Zafar, as Rickleton plays that to him, and he catches it one-handed, but after the ball's bounced. So Tim Murter's about to bowl in this game against Oxford University. Middlesex, it's a first-class fixture still back then, and the Parks is a public park. So this bloke has just walked straight across the middle of the pitch with his girlfriend, oblivious to a game of first-class cricket taking place. So Tim Murter's thrown in the ball and said, "Do you fancy a bowl then?" Which he did. He ran up and bowled a ball that would probably have his action sent to Loughborough with a protractor going on, and was a horrendous wide. And the umpires got in trouble actually for allowing this to happen in a first class game of cricket.
Higgins in, and once again the leave option, not political, is taken by Luke Proctor. He has left very well actually. Yes, Oxfordshire. I'm not sure they're playing in the round of warm-up games ahead of the Royal London at the weekend. I must check the fixtures for that. Push at that from Proctor outside the off stump. Attempting to bring up his 50 with a flashing cover drive.
I've got a feeling they might have won the T20 this year in the national counties. Got a feeling.
Shall we check that?
Yeah.
Higgins from the College Lawn end in, and Proctor again lets that go outside the off stump. They did indeed. They won the National County Championships last September, and they won the National Counties T20 beating Cambridgeshire at Tring in May.
Tring Park, where Northamptonshire fans will know, listening in. Did some work there actually pre-season at Tring Park.
Higgins in, and once again Proctor defends.
Done some voiceover work for a virtual reality cricket game, funnily enough.
Funnily enough. The weird and wacky, the weird and wonderful world of Dan Whiting.
I had to shout, "How's that?" and commentate on
an imaginary match.
An imaginary match in March when it was absolutely chucking it down with rain. It was a bizarre concept.
Just the one slip in now for Proctor. Only Bracey goes up, but he soon stops his appeal. There have been two sounds there. Northampton with 98 runs in the session. 98 for no wicket in the session, actually. It might have been 98 for one, but Rickleton dropped. Difficult chance. hard chance to Miles Hammond down the slope at short extra cover when he's on 88. He's still there. And Proctor is prepared to bat until tea here. And indeed, quite a bit afterwards. It's a maiden for Higgins, 16 overs for 47. But here, Northants just steadily batting and batting and batting, and that's what Essex are doing at Chelmsford too in their game. 466 for 6 against Somerset. That innings is 157 overs old.
Who's Brown got? He's not the quickest scorer around.
Nick Brown has got 215 with 31
He
fours.
was on 200 about an hour and a half ago. He's Zafar Gahar.
3 overs until tea here.
Yes. Driven without timing there from Rickleton.
The Rascal Cake will give you energy for after tea.
Yeah. I think they want that Rascal Rickleton out as well. Zafar Gahar. That's played to mid-on. Rickleton runs.
100 partnership.
Yeah. Rickleton 48, Proctor 46, 207 balls, 124 minutes.
So that's 34 overs and 3 balls, isn't it? Is that right? Yes.
Yeah. Hits the pad.
It's just been very steady, even-paced
Yeah.
batting from Northants.
I've noticed, Dean, you're very hot on your 6 times table in your division
Oh,
of 6. Yes. Part of your job, I suppose.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. Zafar in. A little bit of footwork there by Proctor. I think it's about a single. Another helicopter goes through. Zafar into the crease. That's just tickled around the corner. Good fielding there by Graham Van Buren.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I wonder if Ryan Higgins is actually captaining this side from slip, because Van Buren is at short fine leg, and I wonder if Higgins is actually directing traffic out on that pitch from slip.
oh, so why would that happen?
Don't know. I don't know. But I've never known people to captain from fine leg. That's played into Ollie Price at short leg. 34 overs remaining. I don't know. Have you ever known anyone captain from fine leg?
No. No, but unless there's...
And Higgins is bowling. Why wouldn't Higgins go down to fine leg? Gives him a little bit of a rest, and Van Buren comes into slip.
Well, whoever it is, and one would think that it is still Van Buren who is captaining the side. What more could they have done in this afternoon session, given the bowling at his disposal? The bowlers have they've tried to do what we often was discussed last week about, just trying to dry the runs up, but Northamptonshire have shown patience, good patience actually, haven't they? They haven't given anything cheap away. That half error from Rickleton wasn't snaffled, but that's the only half chance that's really been offered up.
I'd have given Van Buren a go. I'd have given Ollie Price a go, maybe, just to try and even 2 or 3 overs here and there, just to see if something would happen.
But Northants have been progressing serenely, and even when it's not serene as then, it will be to their advantage. And the yelp you heard was again from a ball going down between second slip and gully. Here's a second look at it, but again it's all along the floor, it's not catchable, and it races away down to the third man boundary. So they started the day on 30 without loss. They scored 105 in the morning session, and they scored 103 in the afternoon session, and there is a new ball due, well, there will be a new ball due 4 overs after tea, and Gloucestershire can't welcome that second new ball soon enough. Higgins in, Rickleton to 95. Higgins kicks the dust away in frustration. There walks a man who feels that he's got some pretty heavy weights on both shoulders at the moment, I think.
Higgins? Yeah.
Things not going his way. He's not had a season that he would have hoped for in the first division, and I just think that
since he grew his hair in.
Yeah, that's really the problem. And the edges that were going to hand previously in his Gloucestershire career are now going into gaps or chances of being put down. I did a cry for a no ball there, I think. Yes, there was a cry for a no ball. 241 for 2. 243 as that ticks up. Tom Smith and George Scott on the outfield just to our right, wandering round. Must have Tom with us last Tuesday during the Hampshire game. Someone else working towards his level 4 coaching badge. Level 3 at the moment. Higgins in, staying around the wicket. And back up the pitch from Luke Proctor. So 1 over to go until tea after this one. Higgins just looking at the foot marks as he goes back away, where his front foot is landing to be accurate, making sure he doesn't bowl another no ball.
Smith and Scott deep in discussion there.
Higgins in, and once again steered away by Proctor. It's been just his go-to shot, hasn't it? It's been his go-to shot all afternoon.
Would you have put a man there though? Would you have put a normal square leg in? They've got a deep square. They've had a short square.
The question is are you giving him the one, or are you giving him the boundary? Rickleton, little dab almost past Hammond. That's a good bit of fielding. Good diving stop. There was a man, Zach Chappell, out on the rope, but it was a good stop from Hammond.
Offence 244 for 2. Proctor 47. Rickleton 95. This be his third 100, wouldn't it?
It would.
What a signing. What a signing. Hundreds versus Kent and Warwickshire, and 5 short of 1 against Gloucestershire. And he will be a hero amongst the shoemaking folk of Northamptonshire.
Yes, that's another patch too that have got the variety offered by the rugby being in the mix along with the cricket and the football up there.
Yeah.
Northampton Saints.
South Africa are going to bowl the last over before tea. That's just gone through Ollie Price.
Northampton Saints' new coaching team for this coming season. Chris Boyd having left at the end of last season, but they've They played some exciting stuff last year at times.
Zaffa in, and as he's been strangled down the leg side, he has! Rickleton's gone for 95. That's a great catch by James Bracey. Let's have a look at this. I think he got a bit of glove on it. Here we go, that's down the leg side, and that's a great take from Bracey, it really is. And Rickleton knew, and Northamptonshire lose their only wicket of the afternoon session on the stroke of tea. So 245 for 3. Has that opened the door?
Well, Gloucestershire have taken a wicket in the last over before lunch and the last over before tea. It's been a hard session. Zafar Gahar has picked up his second wicket, and there's a warm applause for Ryan Rickleton as he goes off. Out for 95. Miles Hammond will feel a little relieved, I'm sure, having dropped him on 88. But now they have a new man, probably Rob Keogh, to come in, and with a new ball just around the corner. Still looks as if Northants will probably get a first innings lead, but how many will it be? Zafar's figures now are 2 for 59 from 20 overs and 2 balls, but it might bring another chance for Gloucestershire here, because with the new ball and a new batsman in, Rob Keogh won't have much strike before he's got to face potentially Payne and possibly Tom Price with that new ball. Proctor is reasonably well set, but he's got to restart after tea. Can Gloucestershire force the clatter that Northants did in the play yesterday? A relatively quiet afternoon's cricket and a little sting in the tail.
Yeah, it certainly did. It certainly did. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes, 17 minutes.
Join us at about 10 minutes past 4, no, maybe 5 minutes past 4 for the resumption
Welcome back to the final session here on day 2 at Cheltenham between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire had a very good afternoon session where they didn't look like losing a wicket, but just right on the stroke of tea. Zafar Gahar and James Bracey between them strangled Ryan Rickleton for 95. And boy, did Gloucestershire need that wicket, Ian Randall.
Well, they took a wicket literally in the final moments of both sessions today. They've only taken 3 in the day, and Rob Keogh is going to come out now at number 5 for Northampton. Rickleton 95 with 13 fours and 1 massive 6 off Zafar Gahar, which went a long way up into the air before dropping behind the Sanford Road stand. And Rob Keogh now to try and continue the good work by the Northants top order. Will Young 61, Rickleton 95, Proctor 48 not out. Northants still trail by 72, but their aim by the close, Dan, would be to get their noses in front with wickets in hand.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to have 4 balls left of the over. So Zafar Gahar's going to take us away from the chapel end.
Oh, it's Tom Taylor who's come out. Not Keogh.
It is Tom Taylor. It is Tom Taylor. What is all that about? He gives it a whack, Tom Taylor. There we go, first ball after tea.
Interesting change in the order.
Ruined my book here, Ian. It's
need some of that stuff that...
Tipex.
Yes, other products are available.
Snowpick. That's left alone by Taylor.
Yes, Keogh's name was put up on the board. And then we saw the number 12, not the number 21.
It's just defended back to Zafar. Plays havoc with people who see things the wrong way round. As did the name Brian Brain.
Oh.
That's in the over. 245 for 3.
So 32 overs remain, and there are 4 overs until the second new ball. I wonder why Northants thought that promoting Taylor above Keogh and McManus, and indeed possibly James Sales as well.
See off the new ball, possibly?
Yeah, I mean that might be the thought. Would be, do they think he can deal with the new ball better than the other batsman?
Ryan Higgins is sponsored by Uplands.
He's got a first-class average of only 19, so batting at 8 or 9 is probably where you'd expect to see him. But here, perhaps sent up the order to do a specific job. Give you the scores from the other games during this over from Higgins, who clearly isn't going to get the second new ball, you'd think, from the fact that he's continuing his spell. Payne and Price, you would feel, almost nailed on to get it. So the left-handed Proctor on 48, and a no ball, I think, straight away, and it's gone down through the slip cordon for 4. It was a no ball, and that will bring up the Northants 250, and it will bring up Luke Proctor's half century as well. 116 balls and 7 fours, and in terms of his season, that is his 3rd 50, and he's also made 300s as well, so he's Northants top run scorer.
A veritable machine.
Yes, just churning out the scores. So he's now 761 runs. He's got 771 runs he's got for the season in the championship. Higgins in Proctor thinks about using his feet there coming down the pitch, but in the end lets the ball go through. So elsewhere at Old Trafford, Lancashire 145, Kent 120 for 5 after 50 overs. So that's a real struggle for runs there. At Chelmsford, Essex 490 for 7 against Somerset. Declaration coming there, you would have thought. Although it's a good ball. He's just drawing Proctor forward, but again he's playing inside the line. At Scarborough, Yorkshire 159, Hampshire 112 for 6 off 33, and at the Oval, Warwickshire 253, Surrey 243 for 7. That's pretty evenly balanced there. Those are the other scores in the First Division. Higgins in here to Proctor, who defends. I don't think Somerset will be looking forward to batting after 160 overs in the field at Chelmsford. Essex still going there. Double 100 for Nick Brown in that game. Here, as we've mentioned earlier, Northants, in a sense, a solid batting performance will almost certainly, you would think, prevent them losing if they can get a big first innings score, and prevention of defeat might be enough for them. They've only won one game this season, but they have been hard to beat. They've made the most of their squad, really, from the batting side rather than the bowling side. Higgins 0 for 63 at the moment, and Clive, yes, from Proctor as he nudges a single into the leg side. David Payne and Tom Price, if they do take the second new ball, Payne's bowled 14 overs. Price has only bowled 8, and he bowled 3 of those last night, so he's only bowled 5 overs today. So lightly used. Payne's bowled 11 today, so he should be able to have one more burst. Higgins in, let go by Tom Taylor. Outside the off stump, yet to score, but promoted up the order, one suspects to do a specific job. I had an email from Peter Short, who poses a question down, which I'll get to in a minute. He says, can I publicise anyone at a loose end on Friday to join the Festival of Cricket at Wormsley? I'm playing in the opening game of the day for the Barmy Army against a cricket media 11 starting at 11 o'clock. So that should be fun.
Lovely ground, Wormsley. Have you been there?
I haven't been there, no, but I probably should. And he also says, when does Dan think Northants last played at Tring?
Ooh.
Maybe longer ago than you think.
70, 84.
No, 91. 91.
Zafar in, defended.
I think his point probably was you need to be a fan of a certain age to remember playing a Tring at all.
You know. That's all.
That would have been a very was it catchable height, that? But very sharp.
Yeah.
It would have almost been a freak for it to stick.
I wonder when the last time they played at Luton was. Defended, no run. Luton or Wellingborough. Zafar bowling to Proctor.
It's a rather different sort of Proctor innings to the one we've been used to at Cheltenham, shall we say.
Yeah.
Not quite the fireworks.
Oh, and Proctor goes dancing.
Good stop, Ollie Price at short leg.
Yeah, it was.
good reactions to field there.
Good evasive skills as well. Zaffa in. Proctor just dribbles that one off the edge. Ryan Higgins round quickly from slip.
22 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 59. Zaffa at the moment.
Yeah, he stops. Good cricket there from Higgins. He stops Proctor from retaining the strike. Now he's going to get an over, potentially, at Tom Taylor.
The chat between the two batsmen. We've had 78 overs. So Northampton's run rate 3.23 at the moment. So they might get to 350 tonight. It would be touch and go. Somebody might need to play a positive counter-attacking sort of innings. I wonder whether Taylor could do that, but they've got to see off the new ball first, and that is due at the end of the next over. Thank you for your contributions on emails today. Interesting points about our guests. There is our email address, commentators@glosscc.co.uk. Perhaps thoughts about perhaps the direction of this game. I would think it a bit like the Hampshire game last week. The tactic, it looks fairly clear where it's heading, but a lot will depend how much time Northampton soak up with this first innings. I mean, if they were, for example, to bat until lunch tomorrow, and again, as just to put a point, say they were 100 runs ahead, Gloucestershire have got to somehow fashion something, because a draw isn't any good to them. Taylor again defence, and from that situation, you've really got out and have it treated as a 50 over practice innings, haven't you? For the Royal London, that's the only way where you'd have a chance of setting enough, in the hope the pitch would turn a bit on the last day, and might be enough in it with some uneven bounce to
get a lead of maybe 200.
Yeah, 200 would be perhaps an interesting chase. Taylor turns out on the leg side. First run to him. And we've had some guests join us so far today. We had Mike Proctor this morning, which was nice. We had Jack Taylor this afternoon. And we're going to have the chairman of the Gloucestershire Exiles, Sarah Blowen, join us briefly this evening. Have you had a good day?
Oh, we've had a wonderful day. Thank you, Ian. Thank you for inviting me onto the squeaky chair. I hope that the people on the live stream aren't hearing this, but yes, lovely to be here.
Higgins in and outside the off stump. So how many of you have been here today?
Well, we've had 155 of our Exile members and friends here today, which is wonderful. And we've been running the kind of, if you like, it's a Cheltenham homecoming for so many people who are exiled, not just from Bristol, but from all over the county. All those people who perhaps just came to love Gloucestershire cricket because they loved Jack Russell or Mike Proctor, or some of them Tom Graveney even. So
Higgins around the wicket, clipped away by Proctor onto the onside. A chase for Van Buren. They'll get 2. They might get 3. They risk one on the throw. They will. Proctor's running hard to the bowler's end, and he just about makes it. Throw from Van Buren was well backed up, and Northampton go to 256 for 3. So.
And you've had a lunch, I believe. So.
We've had a lovely lunch today,
What's on the menu for lunch?
Well, I had the vegetarian option, but there was all kinds of meaty excitingness happening on a plate. And we normally get people arrive sort of before the start of play, have tea and coffee, greet each other, catch up with old friends that they might not have seen for the last year. We have a lunch together, and they're just finishing off the scones. Oh. I've left my scone behind, guys, to come over here now.
And the theory
brought some over, Sarah. You should have brought some
really
over.
sorry. We will. Don't worry. We will. Don't worry. We'll bring over a Red Cross parcel.
That's what my mother calls the
Zaffa Gahar from the chapel end over the wicket, as that is down the leg side.
So
and similar to the way Rickleton got out.
what's the definition of an exile?
It's a state of mind, Ian. Although somebody did say to me in Bristol, tell that to Napoleon.
Zaffa in. That's sort of half a shot. Proctor sort of kicks that one away.
Came down the pitch.
Oh, he's got an inside edge on it.
In my mind, it's somebody who doesn't live within the county boundary.
Well, you would have thought, and that is what it originally started out as in 1971. So we had our 50th anniversary last year for people that were based in London who perhaps had left Bristol.
Zaffa into Taylor, no run.
But they still want to keep in touch.
And they still wanted to keep in touch. And so the sort of triple function was to promote Gloucestershire cricket, to bring people together, to have a nice time at outgrounds and to see...
That's the dot ball.
To see other Gloucestershire members and... supporters and fans all over the circuit. But also, crucially, we have always raised funds for the club.
Yeah, that's what I was going to come on to, actually, because...
Outside edge to Zach Chappell. I'm reading this magazine you've got here, and it's a lovely publication.
It's twice a year, I think.
So Outside Edge is an amazing publication, and I can see flicking through the pages.
Oh, is that out? That's gone! Zaffa strikes again. Removes Tom Taylor, LBW for one. Here we go, this game's alive.
And with the old ball as well. So that's a bonus wicket, really. Gloucestershire have taken two wickets with the old ball still in play, and the man arguably sent in to try and see off the new one has perished to the spin of Zafar Gahar. LBW, Tom Taylor out cheaply, and perhaps Gloucestershire just sensing, with two wickets in reasonably quick succession, that they might have a chance to get through this Northamptonshire middle order. Now we have Rob Keogh batting at number 6.
So Sarah, tell us more about this publication, and you raise funds as well, is that right?
So we do. So Outside Edge is now the only publication that comes out dedicated to Gloucestershire cricket,
Rob Keogh.
past, present and future.
Yeah.
And it comes out twice a year. Cricket that some of the players write for us, other former players, our members write for us. We, in our 50th year, all the TMS team sent us in little messages as well. So all sorts of wonderful articles.
Fantastic.
So that's what we provide for our members, and that's why a lot of people who even live in Neville Road join the Exiles, so that they can read Outside Edge and get news and views about Gloucestershire cricket.
And the money goes into the academy at the bottom of the talent chain, I suppose, does it?
So over the years, we've raised thousands of pounds through our events and fundraising and raffles. And we have every 2 years we have a dinner at Lord's, a fundraising dinner at Lord's. We're planning our next one for February-March 2023, and the money over the years has gone to the Gloucestershire Academy. Now this is being funded by the ECB directly, so we're fundraising to promote cricket throughout Gloucestershire in a variety of ways, through the club's Gloucestershire Cricket Trust.
That was the last ball of Zaffa's over, and with the new ball due, David Payne is back. So to start a new spell, and that's steered away by the very much in touch Luke Proctor down towards the boundary. It's a long chase round, and it's a chase in vain for Zafar Gahar. That's gone for 4. 261 for 4. Northampton Proctor goes 261. Did I read somewhere, or did I hear that the club the Exiles donated £5,000 to the club last year?
That's right, and amazing, really. Basically, it was our 50th anniversary of existence, and we said to our members, look, there's not, back at the beginning of the season, not much cricket to go to. You're probably saving a few pennies. Why not donate it? And we'll have an anniversary fund. And people donated very generously, and we've been able to donate £5,000 in 2021. And so far this year, we've donated £4,500. Our last donation made today.
Very good. Payne in once more. Proctor gets in behind that. So I'm guessing that organisations like the Exiles, sometimes you have to be very careful where you pitch your membership cost, because you're trying to pull people in but not make it too expensive compared to what you're offering. So if you want to become an Exile member,
you want to be, yeah, and hopefully lots of people listening on the live stream who perhaps don't get to matches at Bristol or here at glorious Cheltenham would love to join.
There's Payne, clips again Proctor off his pads. Dan and I had a bit of a chat about that at tea time. Why was there not an orthodox square leg in there to stop the single? But I think Gloucester have been prepared to give the single rather than give the boundary. So 262 for 4.
Sarah, I'm loving the criteria here about your recruitment drive for committee members, where number 1 is, do you love Gloucestershire cricket? That's fair enough. Fancy getting a bit more involved in the Exiles? That's fair enough. Can you find your way to a pub in Ealing about 3 times a year?
Dan Whiting, tick, tick, tick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautifully friendly, informal organisation, and we have members across the globe. So, yes, if people want to join the Exiles, then look us up, Gloucestershire Exiles on the web.
Here's Payne into Keogh for the first time. That's down the leg side, and that's beaten James Bracey, and it's going to go for 4 byes all the way to the College Chapel end. Awkward one for him. He's going down the slope to try and take that. Well, Keogh stepping inside the line, 266 for 4.
Yeah, and so yes, and membership starts from £10 a year, so it's good value for money, because where can you buy a couple of magazines for a £5 each these days about cricket? So
Yep.
And these are 32 pages, and there's quite small type as well. So
there's a lot of words in there, Ian. There's a lot of content, a lot of content.
Yeah.
And as I say, if you're assembling 155 people here today, so what are your membership numbers like?
We have, we probably have about, that is a fair chunk of the sort of British-based membership. We've got about 300 members, and we're always looking for more.
Payne in, edged, but on the bounce, I think, just in front of Marcus Harris. 256 for 4. Add 2 wickets to this, and Gloucestershire would feel they're back in a competitive situation. Can they get from both these two quite quickly? There'll be the danger of these two taking it away from Gloucestershire if they stick around. Keogh again down the leg side, and taken by James Bracey. End of the first over with the second new ball. It's 266 for 4. There's quite something to say that you've been around for 50 years as well.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
You know, that means the Exiles were formed in the year of that famous Gillette semi-final.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Whether before it or in the wake of it, I don't know.
And it was in the wake of the club's centenary. So yeah, that was sort of one of the impulses. The club secretary at the time, Graham Parker, wrote to those London-based members and said, "You're some of our best supporters. Maybe you'd like to get together and see what you could do to organise." And they came up with the Gloucestershire Exiles.
There is a certain feeling with Gloucestershire. It's got a unique feel, different to any other county that I know. Zaffa comes in from the Chapel end, and that's just nudged past Ollie Price at short leg. It's got a unique feel, hasn't it? And it's got it's probably the friendliest club that I know, friendliest county that I know. And what is it about Gloucestershire that's, it's so welcoming?
Well, I think here. I think Cheltenham has a lot to do with it. I think this is like a clan gathering here, like a county show. It's where, in the past all the farmers would come and meet and on their summer lull out in the fields, and they'd come to the Cheltenham Festival, and Gloucester Festival was the same. And some of us were here around the boundary when we couldn't even see over the boundary boards, kept coming back year after year.
That's a dot ball there from Zaffa.
So how long have you been in exile?
So I was born in exile, and I have returned to the promised land, Ian. So yeah.
Here's Zaffa around the wicket, and that's driven uppishly, almost finds Chris Dent in the covers, just short of him, I think.
And chairwoman for how long?
So I've been chair of the Exiles for about the past 8 years, and it's been a privilege and great fun. They're a super bunch to hang out with and to just discuss cricket and.
Zaffa into
But you
Keogh.
presumably, like many other cricket societies and organisations, were down to Zoom calls during COVID, were you?
We were, and we now hold our AGM just before the club AGM in April on Zoom, so that we can have a global reach.
Zaffa to Keogh, defended.
And that's one of the things that the stream has done. It's brought people back into connection with the club again who maybe have lost it. And we've Cameron, who looks after the cameras and emails and such like, will tell you that we've had emails from all various parts of Europe, from the States. It's a very, very wide geographical span that people can log in from.
Absolutely, and speaking on behalf of all exiles, I can tell you, I can't tell you how much you've meant to us over the past couple of years. It's been absolutely fantastic to be able to engage, and I hate to think of the number of hours lost to the British economy through people sitting in their in their offices with the live stream on in the background.
David Payne, to continue from this College Lawn end.
I would like to know how many HR disciplinaries we've caused via the stream of people, sneaking away from work to actually watch this. But that's the way
I think we've all been there. We've all been there. We've all done it. Yes, yeah. Either with the picture turned off and the sound if we're doing some computer work, or.
Payne in again. Proctor steers that away. Down to backward point, misfield, and it has gone for 4. Oh, that's a couple of those.
Is that Zaffa?
Zaffa's had one long chase around the boundary, which he just failed to haul in, and now a much shorter one where the ball has bumbled past him.
I think we mentioned this a few weeks back, didn't we? You've got to be very subtle, because no one, if you're sitting across from your boss, right, and they're at the desk opposite you, no one shouts, yes, as an Excel spreadsheet, do they? No one does. No one does.
So, forgive me, do the Exiles have their own website?
So we don't have our own website, but we do have a page on the county's website. So if you Google Gloucestershire Exiles, I can assure you nothing dodgy will happen to you, nothing strange will come up. It should lead you directly to that page on the Gloucestershire County Cricket Club website.
And you can be assured of, David Payne fields off his own bowling, is that you will be joining a group of like-minded people. I say more than 150 here today, as Sarah said. Membership from £10, which is
absolutely cheap as chips.
Which for 2 nice magazines, spring. So they're called winter and summer, but they're spring and autumn effectively, and the chance to be part of the wider supporter community, I think, is a bargain.
Sarah, where's the furthest member away from geographically, like a balloon race? Where does the furthest member away live?
So we have members in New Zealand.
Wow.
So that's far enough away, isn't it? That's far enough away. Far enough away. And we've recently had an inquiry from somebody in China.
Okay.
Who once came and watched cricket at Cheltenham. So that's interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
I was aware of a conversation at the chapel end of the ground earlier in the festival, where somebody had come across from New Zealand to follow their team for the test series, and was staying on and just wanted to go somewhere different to watch the cricket. What do they choose to do? They choose to come here. Payne into Proctor again outside the off stump. He lets that go, and that's because, to come back to your point earlier, it's a venue that draws people in. If you're a cricket lover, you come here to watch.
Absolutely, and I think this is where I learnt about cricket, because you come across so many different people that come here with cricketing knowledge, cricketing insights, and former players. And I was fortunate enough to have Bomber Wells, the former player, as a very close friend of my parents, and just listening to his stories of playing in Gloucestershire, back in the day, were so inspirational and so warm. What a wonderful character he was.
And just to emphasise the point about the Exiles name, just look at the broad areas where the committee now live.
Zafar in, cuts, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a nice shot from Rob Keogh. Gets him off the mark with a fine boundary.
So you've got a secretary living in London, an editor of this magazine living in Bedfordshire, a membership secretary living in Manchester, other committee, one in Eastbourne, another one in London. It's a very wide geographical spread.
It is, and that's so Ealing isn't bad. It's on most transport routes.
That's going to be 4 more. Same place from Rob Keogh. Carved through the offside. And Zafar really can't be bowling short on this wicket. Has to get him on the front foot.
Thank you for your time. I'm glad you've had a good day.
Yeah, we've had a fantastic day, and thank you for letting me tell you a little bit about the Exiles today. And we know that a lot of people are watching the live stream from very far-flung places. So yes, please look us up on the web.
Sarah, thanks very much. Sarah Blowen, who's the chairwoman of the Gloucestershire Exiles supporters group. Could be a run out here. Not with a direct hit though, unless it was a direct hit and the Proctor got home.
Yeah, no, fantastic to have you on, and good luck in sort of what you do. And I think it's hugely important that what you're doing is this is county cricket. It's the lifeblood of the game, and you're keeping people involved in their county club. So it's fantastic.
Absolutely, we all love county cricket, and we want to see it continue forever.
Wonderful! What a statement there, Sarah Blowen.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much.
That was a dot ball there from Zafar Gahar. Zafar in, and Proctor has put that in the air, and that has gone over the mid-on, who dropped out about 15 yards in from the boundary, and just goes over his head and bounces one bounce for 4 down in front of the scoreboard there. And Northamptonshire are looking to put their foot on the accelerator here by the look of it. Interesting to see. Wonder if we'll see a change of bowling, because Zafar Gahar. Oh, that's got to be close. That's got to be close. Oh, it's hit him on the pads. Maybe it was a little bit high. Let's have a look at this again.
Zafar's asked. I think Ben Debenham's given him an honest answer as to why it wasn't out.
He's on the back foot. Maybe height.
He's outside the line too, I think.
It's hard to tell whether it's outside the line from this angle, isn't it?
So got quite a long way across Luke Proctor there. Still 24 overs to go in the day.
Things are starting to happen here.
I wonder what. I think David Payne's still bowling with the old ball at the moment. Although it was due and Payne came on, I don't think they've changed it yet. That doesn't look like a new ball in Payne's hand to me. And Keogh picks up a single down to long leg. So decent season, as we've said, with both bat and ball. Rob Keogh, just over 600 runs at nearly 40 with the bat, and he's really taken 3 wickets in this match. Like, nice to have Sarah on. She's an enthusiast about the game.
Oh, fantastic!
We've had a lot of enthusiastic people actually on the stream today, and if you pulling 150 members from one organisation to a ground on one day takes some doing. Particularly if they're not all local. In fact, far from it. But the Exiles Day is something that has been a tradition at the festival for a long time.
It's just things like that are part of the
fabric of cricket.
The rich tapestry that makes up Cheltenham cricket. It really is.
Payne in once more. So at Bristol, the former Players' Day is one of the big days of the year. Here at Cheltenham, yes, the Exiles Day, but interesting that the PCA, the Professional Cricketers Association, always have a gathering here at Cheltenham. I wonder why that would be.
Oh, it's quite a nice venue, isn't it?
Good lunch, nice venue,
yeah.
Interesting cricket to watch.
You wouldn't want to work night out in Leicester now, would you? No offence to the people of Leicester, but there are worse places on the circuit, aren't there?
Yeah, this is. I think maybe the fact that you can only come here for the festival and you don't have cricket here, right throughout the season. Just it's that old less is more kind of situation, isn't it?
Yeah.
You savour it while it's here.
But Bristol's nice as well. Bristol's very nice. And
swish it from Proctor outside the off stump. Yeah, but it's like, I don't know how many days Yorkshire have at Scarborough, but that's treasured as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Outground cricket should be treasured. Arundel down at Sussex.
It's not quite the special occasion if you have it all the time, is it?
No.
Proctor waits again for Payne.
See, Kent have got theirs at Beckenham, but it's a different scenario, isn't it, with Kent, because they're trying to attract the South East London commuter belt there, whereas they have Canterbury Week, don't they?
There is a Canterbury Week, yes.
Yeah. But Arundel's one.
We could. Chris Arnott was in the Boundary Hub marquee here at Cheltenham. I think it was yesterday, talking about sort of outground cricket, and there are certain writers. Paul Edwards in The Cricketer, we know, is a big advocate of outground cricket, and if he could spend his whole summer going to outgrounds like the Isle of Wight and Southport and Scarborough and Arundel and Cheltenham, he would do.
But Northampton have got this at Stowe School. Stowe School, which is over near Silverstone, isn't it, I think? That sort of area.
Sorry, Stowe School?
Yeah, Stowe School.
They do play. They have played there.
They have played there.
I covered a game there.
It's very lovely, isn't it? Lovely.
Very nice.
Yeah.
It was a baking hot day the day I went.
Yeah.
But not quite the infrastructure of Cheltenham, it must be said. Not quite so many stands.
Tom Price coming to field down in front of us.
Zach Chappell.
We're going to have Zach Chappell from the Chapel End. Zach Chappell, as he was known. Here he comes into the wicket. Proctor defends. It was a, for those not aware of the gag, it was due to a misprint that came back from the printers. And it was absolutely no way the fault of Cameron Hasty, who sent off the shirt to the printers.
How many P's and L's in Chapel?
How was it spelled, okay?
C-H-P-E-double-L.
Yeah, that's the surname.
Another L in there.
He's forever known for his time at Gloucestershire as Zach Chappell. Yeah, we'll stick it on social media, I think.
Get it signed by him as well.
Yeah. He's a lovely lad, though, Zach Chappell, and he's been very popular in Bristol during his time here. So it's just one there to Proctor. 287 for 4. Proctor's on to 73. Rob Keogh is on 10. Zach Chappell is none for 41. David Payne is 1 for 41.
There's been a photograph posted on Twitter of the scene here at Cheltenham today from a gentleman called, I hope I can pronounce this right, Pete Maksimchik.
Chappell in.
First time watching my beloved Gloucestershire live in 6 years, and first trip to Cheltenham in 25. He says, what a place. Hashtag go Glos.
Lovely.
And there's a photo there of the college ground, bedecked in sunshine, taken from the Sanford Road side of the ground earlier on today.
Superb. Chappell. In, and that goes through to James Bracey.
Sarah wasn't fibbing when she said about.
Oh, Sarah, you are a diamond. You are an absolute angel. She has brought
we
in.
We must return this afterwards. Thank you very much indeed. No knives, mind you.
No.
But a scone with cream and jam for Dan and I. That will have to wait.
Now, yeah, we can't munch during our commentary.
During commentary, that will have to wait.
As Chappell comes in. Oh, that's got to be close. That's got to be close. Oh, things are starting to happen here. That's my over. You munch away, Ian. You've got a knife there. The one that you cooked. Ian Randall cooked a cake. Here's the replay. I think he was angling down. Ian Randall did us a very nice cake at tea, and now Sarah has brought us over some scones. We do have a knife there, which is from Ian Randall's kitchen. Chappell in. Squirted out through point on the front foot there by Chappell. So we've got a knife. Don't get done for an offensive weapon on the way home.
My dad and the guy copied a string out his shirt.
Got the Northamptonshire boys wandering around in front of us. Emilio Gay and
Ryan Rickleton.
Oh, it is Rickleton, is it? Yeah, he made.
Yeah.
I think he batted well for his 95 today.
Oh, what a player! I think he's got a massive future in the game, Ryan Rickleton.
He's put Northampton in a position where they could make life very awkward for Gloucestershire. Chat between Tom Price and Graham Van Buren here, and it is going to be Price from the Chappell end. And they're still bowling, I think, with the old ball. There's no sign of the new ball being taken yet.
Seeing as you're over, can I?
Sorry, what do you
Seeing
say?
as you're over here, Tom Price.
Yeah,
is
do you want to
Yeah.
go right ahead? So Dan's gonna tuck into the. Is it jam or cream first? Depends where you come from. Dan's gonna tuck into the scone, and I'll describe this over from Tom Price, which I suppose might see the new ball being taken shortly, but I'm surprised that Graham Van Buren hasn't made that call yet. Price with a new spell. He's only bowled 5 overs today, and that's turned for a single by Rob Keogh, down to deep mid wicket. Keogh to 12, and Proctor, strike rate of 48 runs per 100 balls at the moment, so he's going along at a steady pace. He's at 10 boundaries now, but a lot of those other 33 runs have come with little nudges off his pads. Price in, and Proctor again. Defence thinks about a single. Keogh is sent back, and quite right too. Well, there was, I think that was only ever a no call. Keogh trying to get the scoreboard ticking on by one more. Northampton will be aware here that they will bat to 108 overs tonight, so they'll be only 2 overs shy of their allocation to get batting points. I think their overall position is more about what lead can they get in the game, and as the sun comes out, as the forecasters said it would, they said the best conditions would be after tea to bat, and certainly that is the case at the moment. Cheltenham bathed in sunshine, and I think that is Price now with the new ball. He's sort of spinning a catch. It comes in, and there wasn't much bounce there. That's gone quite low along the floor. Stopped by James Bracey, not tidily. Let's just see the ball as it's slung back to Tom Price. That might still be the old one. Price in again. Defended.
Do you know how I know, Ian? That scone there came from the Gloucestershire Exiles.
Why is that?
Because Somerset have had such a bad day against Essex, and the jam was made in Tiptree in Essex. So you know there's a Gloucestershire connection there.
Jacqueline from the Forest of Dean.
Hello, Jacqueline.
Has been back on the email, and here Proctor's pinched another single down to Zach Chappell.
Good news, Southgate girl, Arna's Grove girl.
Could you possibly help us? A long-standing mystery, she says. End of the over, 290 for 4. In the dark, dismal days of the last century, or at least the 1990s, I was enjoying a few days at the festival from my retreat in Yorkshire, sitting in a comfortable chair on the boundary opposite the pavilion, or the gymnasium as I call it. I was nursed awake by the chap sitting next to me who said, "Look, it's Roy Wood," pointing to the balcony opposite. Now, both of us are too young to remember Roy Wood, apparently.
Wizard.
The Move, a Wizard, Flowers in the Rain and all that. And I was amazed to see the doppelganger who was indeed a complete replica of the aforesaid Roy Wood. In my memory, his long hair and beard was beautifully coloured, green, yellow, blue and purple. But that might be wishful thinking on my part.
Chappell in to Proctor, who's on 74.
I was completely overwhelmed and lost in the midst of the memories. We come to the question, who was he? He was sitting in the media balcony at the time, and I have seen him on other occasions in the media tent at Archdeacon Meadow, that's the old ground at Gloucester, and at Lord's. He was a last gentleman who walked in with the aid of sticks. I'm convinced he must have been a journalist or broadcaster. Can you identify him? Kind regards. I do not know who that is. The applause is probably from the Exiles marquee, or from the yes, there's a presentation going on there. Chairman David Jones is involved in that.
No, I don't know. I don't know who this...
But I do not know who that is.
Sounds like a mate of yours in.
1990s. So I was...
With what coloured beard was it?
Pardon?
What coloured beard?
Well, all sorts by the sound of it.
Yeah.
Chappell.
One run there. Into the onside.
Still 20 overs to go in the day. I still think that Northants could be 50 runs ahead at the close. I would have thought that's where they might be headed.
And
You've how was the scone, Dan, by the way?
very nice. Very nice. Danny's been on the email. Hi guys, nice commentary going on as I'm watching Glos v Northampton while stuck at home with COVID.
Oh, get well soon.
Just played out into the offside there by Keogh. Well, I don't actually know the last time Northampton played at other surrounding grounds like Luton. I do know that they are playing Beds County this Sunday at my home ground of Dunstable Town Cricket Club. Hopefully it'll be a good day with lots of boundaries. Cheers guys, keep up the good work. Hope this is a good game. Well, one of your old boys, Danny, is Rob Keogh, who's out there playing, and I think his old man Ian Keogh is one of the Le Grand Fromage at Dunstable Town. He's well known up at the club, and I've played there on numerous occasions. It's got a lovely clubhouse. I think it's got an indoor net in the pavilion. They sold their old ground in the town centre, I think, to a supermarket and built this out of town complex about early 90s, and it's got fantastic facilities.
Right,
But
our good friend Jerry Wolstenholme has been on your case for Northamptonshire outgrounds, and I'll get to that email in a minute. But Russ Perkins has said, do Kent still play at the Neville in Tunbridge Wells? I think they do.
Chappell in, out. Keogh, caught and bowled, tries to work it through the onside, gets a leading edge, and Zach Chappell pouches the return. Things are starting to happen.
245 for 2, right, 293 for 5. I suppose that's not quite as much of a clatter as we saw yesterday from Gloucestershire, but they've got one of the major threats to stick around with Proctor out now, with Keogh only for 13. So McManus and Sales will be the two to try and hang around with him. And here is young James Sales coming in now at number 6. It's taken a long time for Chappell to get that wicket, but just an astute chance taken, really.
So what's Jerry got to say then? Why is he on my case? What have I done wrong?
Oh no, we haven't done it wrong. He said a clarification of a few things. So he said Northampton last played a first-class match at Wardown Park in Luton in 1997, although I believe they played a T20 game there in 2004. As for Wellingborough School, last first class 1991.
Now, before we go on to that,
sorry,
there are 2 Wardowns. Okay, there's Upper Wardown where Luton Town and Indians play, and there's Lower Wardown down the hill, which is now the home of Lutonian Cricket Club. And one has got all sorts of steps built in. It's a natural sort of amphitheatre, and it's a lovely ground. The wicket's a little bit moody there, perhaps. Luton Town and Indians is an absolutely gorgeous venue, absolutely superb, and I've got some good friends there. Hitu Naik, who coached Monty Panesar.
We'll go through that email from Jerry during this over from Price, who's definitely got the new ball now, and that went through rather sharply. So he says Wellingborough School rather like Tring, first class match there in 1991, although they've also played list A games there later. There was one first-class game at the Wellingborough Ideal Clothiers Ground in 1999.
Yeah.
You can go back a bit further for grounds like the Peterborough Town Ground, the Peterborough Baker Perkins Ground, Kettering and Rushden. They also played at Milton Keynes at Campbell Park, where they last played a list A game in 2014. The T20 was in 2011. Stowe School, no first class. The only list A was in 2005.
Right.
And Northampton have played first class at 9 different grounds, including Wantage Road. 13 grounds for list A and 3 grounds for T20 only. Kind regards, Jerry. Thank you for that. And obviously, Jerry is a keen cricket follower, but his home is in the northwest. He's a Lancastrian.
Ah.
Price in, and Proctor, 2 sounds there, and Proctor scampered through for what I think will be given as a run. Yes. So Proctor to 77.
As for, who's the chap asking about Tunbridge Wells?
So Russ Perkins asking, do they still play at the Neville in Tunbridge Wells?
Well, they did. It's got a very nice collection of rhododendrons there, do you know? Apparently.
Good stuff.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, it's a lovely venue. It's a great ground, Tunbridge Wells. There's some nice cricket grounds in that part of the world.
A lot of counties though have kind of, to use a colloquialism, pulled their horns in from festival grounds since COVID.
Yeah. It costs a few quid to relocate your ground as well, doesn't it?
No ball from Tom Price.
It costs a few quid, doesn't it?
It does, and that's why I was talking about this to Mark Trout on the way in this morning. Mark's been at Gloucestershire Cricket for about 7 years, involved in a lot of the hospitality, and to put the infrastructure in at Cheltenham, because it is for 2 weeks, because it's for 9 days cricket, it's much more worthwhile than doing it for 4.
Yeah.
And that's why the club put such stall on the retention of the festival. They're almost prepared to take almost anything else in the fixture list so long as Cheltenham can stay. And that will be, one supposes, an even harder conversation at the end of this season whenever the structure is actually fixed. Price in his 10th over, and the right-handed James Sales goes up to mid-on.
Well, if you don't want that to happen, then write to your county and say don't vote for the new structure. Keep the divisions as 10 and 8 or 9 and 9 or however it's going to work out, because that is the only way that outground cricket will survive. Because if there are divisions of 6, there will only be 5 4-day home games.
You would think. 4 slips for Tom Price. James Sales defends, and Price fields off his own bowling.
There may be a playoff at the end of the season or something like that, but generally there'll probably be 5 first-class 4-day games of cricket,
so
home games.
Dan's gone on the scone tasting.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to?
You go.
This is your over.
You go. I can take it. I can hold the 14. Professionalism is my middle name. Is he going jam first?
What?
Is he going jam first?
Ian.
He's going jam first. He's gone jam first. Is that the Cornish way, Ian? Is that the Gloucestershire way? He's gone jam first. Oh, controversial. It's all happening here. It's all going off at Cheltenham. Ian Randall's caused Ian the Scandal Randall. Zach Chappell in, goes through to Bracey. No run. Seagulls just crying in the distance there. A little bit lost. I won't ask Ian what the forecast is. Was it something? It's trouble at sea? Seagulls inland, trouble at sea, is that right? Chappell in, goes through to Bracey. Stormy weather at sea. Ian's he's going cream first this time. Bright is the spice of life, Ian. 90th over. This innings, 18.4 left in the day. Chappell in. Proctor nudges yet another run through that regions. Square of the wicket on the leg side. James Sales. About to face his 5th delivery. If he's half the player his father was, he'll be a very, very good servant to Northamptonshire cricket. Chappell. In, and that's beaten Sales outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. Chappell just has a little look, a little word. Here's the replay. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, lunges forward. Chappell bowling good areas. Here's Zach Chappell. Sales plays him into the offside. Zafar Gahar runs round in the covers to collect. 297 for 5. One ball left in the over.
Essex have declared at Chelmsford 505 for 9. Somerset 40 without loss in reply. It's a brisk start, actually.
Do you enjoy your Tiptree jam from Essex there, Ian?
Comes in one of those little jars.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll be familiar with them.
I've procured a few from a hotel breakfast bar in the past, it has to be said. That's the end of the over. 297 for 5. Proctor's on 78. Sales yet to get off the mark. Yes, I'm sure there's many of you listening who have procured a few of these little jams from hotels in the past. There's no doubt many of you have procured some shower gels from hotels in the past in your travels. James Healy's nodding. His cricket kit bag is full of them. Absolutely.
Well, Northants
awash with
are
them.
20 behind here. It's 5 wickets in hand.
He waits for the hotel maid to nip into the room and takes them directly from the trolley. And the biscuits, he says.
Scores from elsewhere I'll give you in a moment. I shall do a one now whilst Price gets back to his mark at Old Trafford. Kent have a first innings lead. Lancashire 145, Kent 156 for 6.
Ooh.
Here, Proctor is the roadblock to the lower order for Gloucestershire. He's played a nice shot, good stop at mid-off. And Van Buren with the dive. Save 4 runs there. That was heading away. And Hampshire have a lead over Yorkshire at Scarborough. It's only slender. Yorkshire 159 all out. Hampshire 167 for 7. Only one other game in the first division. That's at the Oval, where again first innings totals quite close. Warwickshire 253, Surrey 259 for 8. So the 2 games, or the one game which looks really one-sided at the moment, is at Chelmsford, but the other matches, including this one, might still have first innings scores that aren't far off parity. Can Gloucestershire really force their way through this Northants middle order? 5 down at the moment. Sales batting now with Proctor, who's faced 169 balls for his 78. Still Lewis McManus to come, and then Kerrigan, Sanderson and White might not add too many. So who can hang around with Proctor, I think is the question. Price quite bright sunshine, and Proctor's bowled. He's dragged that on, and perhaps it is game on again. It didn't look it when Rickleton and Proctor were going well just before tea, but now both of those have gone, and Taylor and Keogh as well. So Gloucestershire have taken 4 wickets as Proctor is bowled for 78. Another good score from him, but they've taken 4 wickets for 52. 245 for 2. In fact, they've taken, yes, 4 wickets for 52. 245 for 2 to 297 for 6. And here is Lewis McManus coming in at number 8.
The new batter, Lewis McManus.
Luke Swan has been in touch. Last time Northampton played at Luton was a T20 v Worcestershire, as far as I can remember, about 2003, 2004.
Proctor bowled by Tom Price for 78.
Neil Watts on Twitter. Gloucestershire fan. Lives out in Oxfordshire. How to lose your job. He's gone jam first. Is that me or you?
I'm not sure. So Zaffer 3 for 74. Price now 1 for 46. Payne 1 for 41. Chappell 1 for 46. They've been in the field for, this is the 91st over. But the encouragement is getting louder from the slip cordon. Price, Tom that is, to continue this time to the new batsman McManus, so neither batsman off the mark yet, and that's down the leg side, taken by Bracey. I'm not sure I saw 4 wickets in an hour from a quarter of, say, even 2 overs before tea, Dan, did you?
No, absolutely not.
It didn't look likely.
No, but things are starting to happen here. This game is another 2 wickets now, and
well, I would say even 1 wicket now, and Gloucestershire have a chance of keeping the lead down to manageable proportions. Well, that's got past the infield. McManus is away, and he'll get a couple of runs down to, I think, Hammond down on the
remember you've got to bat last on this.
Sanford Road's boundary.
Northamptonshire have got to bat last on this. They want a reasonably sized lead.
And how would you define reasonable? 50? They'd like more.
70 or 80, I'd say.
So they want to get to 400 then? 400 would give them a lead of 83.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's about right. Because batting last on this, I think this is going to break up. We saw it last week in the game against Hampshire, and I know the weather isn't as hot this week. Tom Price getting a warm round of applause there. I know the weather's not as hot as last week, but Zach Chappell just sprayed that down the leg side. Bracey sprawling across.
Interesting that David Payne's only bowled 3 overs since tea. I wonder if that discussion about management and working out his spells carefully has perhaps been borne out today.
Chappell into the crease. That's well bowled. That goes past the outside edge of James Sale's bat. Sorry if you heard any profanities there in the background. One of the members of the public walking around the back of the marquee.
That was pretty straight, just played down the wrong line there. Chappell in his 18th over. Just bowled 2 overs last night, so he's had this is in his 16th over today.
Into the crease. Sales defends that. Goes onto the back foot, plays it out to Zafar Gahar in the covers.
Yeah, this is only James Sale's 4th first-class game, so hard to know exactly how how good a bat he is. He does have a 50 already.
I think he was 12th man in the game end of last season at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Northampton. And then I've got a feeling he...
Well, the 50 he made was at Durham, I think.
Against Durham.
Yeah.
Yes, he was, and I covered that game. And it was a good game of cricket, actually. Chappell in. It was drawn in the end, I think. I think the weather ruined it on the last day. On the third day, I think it was. The weather ruined it. But I remember the Durham 9 and 10. Both got 80s. I think Matty Potts got an 80, and I think Liam Travaskis for Durham got an 80 in that game.
Ben Wells is on the field temporarily. Let's try to work out who he's on the field for.
Chappell in, and that's not particularly convincing, but Sales will get off the mark with that. He is on the field for
300 up for Northants.
Yeah, in the 92nd over.
Third batting point.
369 minutes.
Payne and Higgins are both on the field,
yeah.
As is Tom Price. So I don't think it's one of the batters.
Is it Van Buren? Chappell in. And that's played into the offside. That completes the over. 300 for 6. I think it's Van Buren.
It might be, actually. He's...
Can't see him.
No, I can't see him either. Steve Hallen asks about the health of our good friend Bob Hunt, and does he still cover Forest Green in the football season? Not being a local, I just thought I'd ask because some of his commentary was legendary. Indeed, and he's passed the baton, Steve, to his son Billy to cover Forest Green in the football season, which seems totally fitting. That after his long association with the club, that his son should now be the lead commentator. So Billy will follow Forest Green in League One in this coming season. And Jerry Wilson-Holmes says about the gentleman with the multicoloured hair, I agree that I was on the media balcony and I saw him as well, but I don't know who he was, so I can't be of very much help. And there's 4 leg byes off the first ball of a new over from Tom Price. Again, very fine down to the Chappell end boundary. And here is the replay of that.
Just straying off his line a little bit there, Tom Price.
Sales didn't get any bat on it though. And Jerry says, this the Neville ground at Tunbridge Wells. Last match there, June 2019, he thinks. So
does it have a fine collection of rhododendrons, though? That's what we want to know. Because I think it's famous for its rhododendrons.
Well, it's, I've not done a game there, so...
I'm going to have to have a look. I'm going to have to have a look at Tunbridge Wells rhododendrons.
Northants 13 runs behind, as you can see on your screen. Still 15 overs to go in the day. Price in, nicely clipped away, and a good stop. Zafagahar at mid-wicket. Sales stands quite tall when he bats. He's only 19. It was quite a little bit expensive with the ball, but when you're stepping up from second 11 to cricket into this environment, there is a definite difference, and even between where Gloucestershire were playing second division cricket 2019 and of course the conference cricket for 2020 and 2021, even more noticeable. So,
yeah. Right, once I've worked my way through a load of adverts for garden centres in the Tunbridge Wells area. The Neville Ground, Tunbridge Wells. It was first used by Kent in 1901, been used by them annually since.
Price in, Sales again defends.
Despite a suffragette arson attack that destroyed the pavilion in 1913. It was also used in the 83 Cricket World Cup, India-Zimbabwe. Kapil Dev got 175 not out there. It's known for having rhododendron bushes around the perimeter.
Good knowledge.
I'll come on to it after this ball from Tom Price.
1 wicket at the moment, and that's struck into the ground by James Sales, and Price fields off his own bowling. There's drinks being brought out. I think Zach Chappell wanted one. That was a maiden for Tom Price. Might even be. Oh, it looks like an energy bar for Zach Chappell.
Rhododendron bushes were also planted in Neville Ground's early history. The rhododendrons around the pitch are considered by cricket commentators as one of the defining images of the Neville Ground.
There we are. Well remembered.
Yeah.
Chappell's on quite a long spell here. And Dave Bart's just trotting off with whatever was in that drinks bottle. And would look like one of the energy bars that he brought to us last week. Chappell to continue.
Chappell into the crease, and McManus. Do you remember Mick McManus, the wrestler?
Yeah, vaguely.
Were you a fan of the wrestling on World of Sport back in the...
See, on a Saturday afternoon, I would generally be found watching something live from an age of about 12, probably. Going to a match somewhere, so I wasn't normally in front of a television on a Saturday afternoon.
Okay. Chappell in. McManus. Yeah, it was great. The wrestling on World of Sport. Mick McManus, Big Daddy, Giant Haystacks, Mark Rollerball Rocco, Jim Breaks, someone called Kid someone, I can't remember his name, Jackie Pallow. That was real sport, Ian. Real sport. Always from some assembly hall in some northern town somewhere, Preston or somewhere like that, Burnley. Chappell in, short ball.
Was it never in Bethnal Green?
That's the York Hall, that's boxing, I think.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no, these were always, you used to get these old northern women who'd try and whack the wrestlers with their handbags and stuff like that. There was always a goodie and a baddie, wasn't there? It was always...
Generally.
Yeah, I mean, not that it was contrived in any way, because this was sport at its finest. But there was always a goodie and a baddie. Big Daddy was always the goodie, wasn't he? And Giant Haystack's always the baddie. It's a nice shot there by McManus. Doesn't pierce the field, just hits David Payne at mid-on.
He was part of the wicket-keeping merry-go-round earlier this season, wasn't he, Lewis McManus?
Yeah. Rossington to Essex. McManus up from Hampshire. Ben Brown to Sussex to Hampshire. Chappell in. Alex goes through to James Bracey.
Denton, Ollie Price in the slips. Harris. You see, third, that's a deceptive angle from up where we're watching. Is that a third slip, do you think?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is, yeah.
He's quite close to Ollie Price.
So you've got absolutely no idea what I'm talking about with this wrestling?
Other than the fact that I was conscious that it used to be on at 4 o'clock on the Saturday, but
yeah.
Did I watch it? No.
Kent Walton,
He was the commentator. That I did know.
Yeah. Chappell in, and that's a lovely shot. That's well fielded there by Tom Price at mid-wicket. Stops a certain boundary and creates a maiden for his bowling partner, Zach Chappell. Zach Chappell 1 for 47 off 19.
Graham Van Buren's back, and it looks like somebody might be trotting off because Ben Wells is going to stay out there, and Miles Hammond is trotting off at the moment. So Wells is going to stay out on the field for maybe this over. Chappell looks a bit weary. He's had quite a long spell from that Chappell end. He does have a wicket in it, and Gloucestershire still ahead at the moment.
He's not looking as weary as he did last week in 38 degrees.
No, possibly not. But he's bowled 19. He's bowled 17 overs today. He's taken 1 for 43. Here's Tom Price. That's again nicely played by James Sales, but he can't pierce the field. Van Buren's back on the field, and he is at mid-off. Ryan Higgins has gone into mid-wicket. Still the 3 slips for Price. We're going to be not far behind the time tonight. We should be finished well before 6:30. Price in, Sales again just turned into the leg side.
It's quite a noisy seagull there, isn't it?
Yes, it's looking around for any scraps that might be about at the end of the day.
The thing is, if you were a seagull and you did find a scrap, why would you shout it off about it, again alerting all your seagully mates to the said food?
Price into Sales. That's behind square on the leg side. They'll take one, and they'll take one on the throw as well. As David Payne's got ground to make up. That's a bit an untidy one for James Bracey to take. I think he gave Payne a glare then, because that bounced just in front of him.
Doesn't look in the best of moods, does he, James Bracey, today?
No, he's had a few awkward bounces.
There
are in fact 38 extras in this Northants total, 26 of which come from no balls. One more to Sales, takes him to 4. We've had a lot of no ball trouble in this game, haven't we, in fact?
Well, it's been a wonderful day, isn't it? Mike Proctor on the stream earlier, Jack Taylor on the stream earlier, Sarah from the Gloucestershire Exiles on the stream earlier.
And I think that's partly because the access to people here at Cheltenham is so much easier than it is at times at the bigger grounds. Nice in, defended by McManus.
Bobson Dugnut on Twitter has said that he's got himself into a very good position, and the only present his kids want him to bring back from work trips is Little Jam. He said he looks like a thieving maniac when leaving the hotel breakfast, and has now have 3 kids, but it's worth it. Well, jams, shower gels, they're all fair game in my book.
Price. I tried to catch it, but I think that was a bump ball. It was well short of Graham Van Buren anyway, and I think that was also a no ball.
Another no ball.
There would be a chat with a bowling coach about the persistent no balls. How many runs are we going to have? We've got a half century of
26 in no balls. That's 13 no balls they bowled. In fact, it's 14.
So you've had a half century of runs from no balls in 2 days.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And both teams almost equally culpable. 24 out of the Gloucestershire total of 317, and now 28 out of a total of 309. That's almost like a contribution for an extra batsman, isn't it?
Certainly is, yeah. But going back to, various theft from hotels, I did my charity show Pushing the Boundaries, and I stayed in a hotel in Taunton that was so bad. It's the sort of place where the hotel actually steals towels off the guests. That's how bad it is.
Was that when you were doing your melanoma?
That's the one. Yeah, the gig.
Charity gig.
The charity gig. It was advertised that it had running hot and cold water. The only thing I didn't know that it was up and down the walls. Zach Chappell in, and that is played behind square by James Sales. 4 of 23 balls, been rather circumspect here.
I think when somebody said to Zach Chappell, "You were going to be the stock bowler," he didn't quite envisage perhaps the volume of work he's had to undertake today. The Northants have slowed up, and Proctor's rotation of the strike just kept the scoreboard ticking, didn't it? Whereas
Chappell in
here,
that's a pleasant shot. Misfield there by Graham Van Buren.
These two have the boundaries have certainly dried up, and even the singles have dried up to some degree. But they are conscious that, I'm sure that any lead is going to be valuable, whatever they can get.
But what we're seeing here, Ian, the difference between these two sides is, I'll come on to it in a minute, Gloucestershire were 277 for 5. Oh, that's a good delivery past the outside edge of Lewis McManus's bat. So they were 277 for 5, they were 298 for 7, and Northants were 293 for 5, 297 for 6. So in a similar situation, Gloucestershire at this point started having a slog. Northants are trying to battle it out a little bit, aren't they? And different approaches. It'll be interesting to see which one works.
Yes, as in the time is less of an issue for Northants in this.
Chappell in, that's a lovely shot there by McManus. Square drive, just leans into it. And Chappell's looking a little bit weary.
Yeah, this has been a long spell from the Chappell end. In fact, let's see how many overs he's bowled consecutively. I think
it might be 9 or 10.
Yeah.
It's since the new ball, isn't it? Or since the 80th over, because Zafar bowled just after tea. I think it might be 8.
I will check.
Third spell of the day as well. Chappell in. Oh, that's a big flash there from McManus. Goes through to James Bracey. If that had got an edge, I'm not sure anyone in the slip cordon would have caught it. Bracey's McManus's bat speed through that. Like Zorro with his sword back in the day. Chappell in, that's down the leg side. Good take from Bracey. Low down the leg side.
It's only the 6th. I thought it was longer than that. It may be that Zafar maybe had a couple of overs just before tea. But in this spell, it is only 6. But he doesn't feel to have had much of a break from that end for quite some time. So Northants now just 3 runs behind. 314 for 6, 12 overs remaining on the day, and 14 up until the point where batting points are no longer available. Tom Price to continue from the Colliers Lawn end again. So it might be, well, where's the change coming from? Both these two have a wicket in their current spells, but both might need a breather before the end of the day. Steered away with a cry of yes from Sales. He might get 2 for that. He might even get 4. There's a long chase for Zafar down towards the boundary. I think he's just hauled it in, and they've run 3, and that's all that we even thought about running 4 there, but the pace of the ball and the pace of the return just stopped them from doing so. 3 more to Sales. I think for those that, I mean, we've been very fortunate today. There was the forecast of a possibility of a light shower at lunchtime, but we have had an uninterrupted day again.
Yeah.
And I think the forecast is to remain dry for the other 2 days, so this could go a long way, this game. Northants now level. As you can see on the bottom part of your screen, they're the short form details of the match. So whatever they can get from here.
It doesn't rain round your neck of the woods, does it, Ian?
Well,
it's the holiday destination, the Costa Gloucester.
We haven't had a lot of rain lately. My back lawn resembles a bale of straw at the moment. So the colour of one. So what can Northants get as a lead from their last 4 wickets? Well, how little can Gloucestershire keep it to? That's on strike, the Northants keeper. His parent club remains Hampshire at the moment. Tries to bowl to him. Oh, it's a nice shot. That'll be 4. Wave that through the covers. That's a pleasant looking stroke. And just on our chat with Andrew Radd, who first covered Northants in 1984, he said this morning. So that's 38 years. That's a long time. Long association with the club. He said McManus this season hasn't necessarily got a large number of runs, but he's got runs when they've been important, was the way he put it. His average is 29, which is respectable, but he's tended to get runs in important situations where they've been effective runs, and that last boundary has forced a change. Ollie Price has come out into the covers, and as a result McManus goes straighter up to mid-off and Van Buren fields. Well, that's in front by 5. I think there must be a chance they'll get to 350 now, with only 28 needed. That will be 4 batting points. Still, that was an interesting call to push Tom Taylor up the order to number 5.
Yeah.
Didn't quite see that thought process, but he went cheaply, and Rob Keogh made only 13 as well. So it's genuinely the bowlers that remain after this pair. Van Buren's changing the field again, bringing Higgins across to the offside for Sales. He'll go into the covers. Zafar's at point. Price has got some boot problems. Thanks for your interaction on the emails today, and also for the thoughts about Mike Proctor and Jack Taylor, who were with us earlier. And a reminder that if you aren't based in Gloucestershire, and even if you are to some degree, want to support the club through the Gloucestershire Exiles, you can go to the Gloucestershire Cricket website, and if you search Gloucestershire Exiles, there is the details of how to do that, and that's our email, by the way, top right hand corner of your screen, commentators@glossccc.co.uk.
For those of you who haven't been to Wantage Road, there's a wonderful structure there.
I would call it like a railway signal box.
That's what they do call it, but it's not actually a signal box. It was. It does look like it, and it's.
It's an oddity.
If you're in the David Capel end of the ground, which has only just been named after the former Northants player a couple of years ago, it's just round to your left, just past where the players from the pavilion, just round past where the players come out now, and just to the left, and it's been all sorts. It was originally a press box, but being side onto the wicket, it wasn't quite ideal enough. It's also been the Supporters Association, where they used to run travel from there, and now it's the downstairs, I think, is a bookshop. But it's a curious little quirk of the ground. And I love Wantage Road because it's not universally popular on the circuit, but there is no doubt whose ground it is. I went there last year. There were COVID signs with the Tudor Rose in the arrow pointing people in a one-way direction around the ground. You know, and just little touches like that make cricket venues, don't they?
They do. 11 overs to go. Zafar Gahar's back.
Zafar Gahar is back, and there's a huge wasp who is after the jam that we have had in this room. Here he comes, Zafar, around the wicket to McManus. That's gone up in the air, and that is just about cleared. Chris Dent, who stops the boundary there. Good bit of work, and goes for two, but McManus wasn't in control of that shot at all. But yeah, there are some other lovely little venues, you know, about all the sort of little quirks of Wantage Road. It's full of like little nooks and crannies and stairwells, and it's Here's Zafar. Oh, that's massive! That's massive! That's gone over the pavilion. That's gone over the pavilion. That is a huge six from McManus.
Here's the replay.
That's gone a long, long way. Where's that gone? Has it gone over the roof? I think it went over the roof.
It's gone over the roof. That's a big hit.
Yeah.
I don't think the only person I've ever seen, I think, put it. I might have seen 2 years. The new ball is being brought. A different ball is being brought out by Ricardo Vasconcelos. The only 2 people I think I've remembered seen hit the ball over the gymnasium, or the pavilion as it is for this week, is David Shepherd. That was in a game here, I think, against Leicestershire. It was a Sunday League game, and the other one was definitely Carl Hooper. That was in a Sunday League game against Kent.
What's behind there?
Oh, well, there's a road.
Right. Oh yeah, of course it is. It's where I come in and out in the morning.
It's the Thurleston Road. That's
of course.
That's what's behind the gymnasium. And there will be.
That's the way I head back out to the M5. That way. Yeah.
There'll be a different ball required. And Zafar's been thrown one now by.
That was enormous, that hit.
Certainly, Miles Hammond, who's in short at the moment. That short leg for the bat pad got one out of the way.
Zafar Gahar. That's played out to mid-on to David Payne, and they scamper through for a single. 3:31 for 6 now. Lead of 14.
Would there be a thought here from Northants that Gloucestershire had all day in the field,
Stick him in for 3 or 4 overs?
Well, no. I don't think that. More
No,
than
they won't yet.
could they, for 4 or 5 overs, just try and be a bit more aggressive and just see where it takes them?
Well, they've got 12.1 overs to get 69 for maximum batting points.
Well, that doesn't seem likely to me.
McManus continues like that. That's the end of the over. 3.31 for 6. Sales is on 8. McManus is on 20. And I think it's, they'll get to 350. They should get to 350 from here.
Yes, they definitely should do.
You're listening to me, Dan Whiting and Ian Randall.
Tom Price is going back on the field. Ben Wells again trotting off. He's been doing a lot of 12th man duties since tea. At the end of this long day in the field, but lovely conditions now. And Ryan Higgins is coming back for perhaps a final burst with 10 overs to go in the day. He would bowl all 5, we'll see. Depends if there's any success in this spell. Price 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 61. But Graham Van Buren just giving Higgins a little bit more protection on the leg side, so he's taking one of the slips out, and Ollie Price is going into mid-wicket. So the 2 Prices are at mid-wicket and at cover respectively. And will there be more aggression from McManus, we wonder? Higgins into bowl to him. Sharpish single, but James Sells is sent back. If you've joined us late in the day, let's wonder how Northants have got to this position. They started on 30 without loss, with Young and Gay, the overnight pair, together. David Payne removed Emilio Gay in his first spell of the day. LBW for 15. That was 46 for 1. And then, with the next 2 sessions, oh, that's clipped in the air, but out of reach of Ollie Price, and that's gone down to the boundary at deep mid-wicket for 4. 4 more to McManus. 3.35 for 6, the lead up to 18. And then Gloucestershire had to strive hard for their wickets. Will Young was out in the last over before, or the last but 1 over before lunch, caught by Bracey off South Africa half, a 61, and then Rickleton and Proctor batted right through the whole of the afternoon session until the last over, when Rickleton was caught by Bracey off Zaffa for 95. Big appeal by Higgins against McManus, not upheld by Hassan Adnan. So at that point, Northampton, so they were 135 for 2 at lunch when Young was out, and they were 245 for 3 at tea. So they've added 90 since tea, but they have lost 3 wickets in the process. Proctor in, 2 sounds there, so there was, sorry, Higgins in I should say, 2 sounds there, and the ball just dribbles out on the offside. So since tea, Proctor dragging a ball from Price onto his stumps for 78, Tom Taylor LBW to Zaffa for a single, and Rob Keogh caught and bowled by Chappell for 13.
We're hoping we can bring you pictures from the College Lawn end of the ground tomorrow.
Higgins in once more, and again McManus defends.
We think that it was a fox that has chewed through the cable in the night, and we are praying that none of the fauna of Cheltenham go through the cable at the other end tonight, please. He is a repeat offender, yeah. He did the scoreboard last week.
Higgins in, again 2 sounds, I don't see that being out. And once again, umpire Hassan Adnan
Higgins held his hands up apologetically there,
saying, I'm not giving that. 9 overs to go.
I think it was the same offender, do you think? I wonder if it's the same
possible.
fox. Yeah. Runs the roost. This is his manner. Doesn't like us on
his territory.
6:30 or so finished tonight. I would think 9 overs to go. Zaffa's wheeling away from the chapel end, which will help the over 8. But there are 40 extras now in that Northants total of 335 for 6. That's quite a lot.
Yep, here he is, Zaffa. Wheeling, as Ian Randall put it. Wheeling, whirling, twirling. Here he comes around the wicket. And that's a nice shot there by Sales, using his feet, getting down the wicket to Zaffa. That's well bowled by Zaffa. I don't think that was too far away.
Northants have made sure today that they are still well in the game, haven't they?
Yeah.
By the way they batted. It's been very even tempo.
That's well bowled. Sales goes on the back foot.
Whatever they can muster as a lead, they will say that's handy for us. It just makes Gloucestershire's, it asks more questions of Gloucestershire tactically on the third day.
Thrown up a little higher by Zaffa, defended by Sales. The batsmen still to come in are Ben Sanderson, Jack White and Simon Kerrigan. That's a little bit of turn and bounce there. Bracey taking that. Shoulder height.
He's got a newer ball to bowl with Zaffa here, hasn't he?
So the turn should be faster turn, shouldn't it? It should, you know, rip quicker. Floated up, defended, end of the over. Maiden for Zaffa, 3 for 83 now of 27. Tidy figures.
There's quite a long bowl for him. Only 3 maidens in that, and that was really because when Rickleton and Proctor were together, they were just able to find a single somewhere in the over and keep the scoreboard ticking. Sales wants a drink, which he's going to get, with about half an hour's cricket left here at Cheltenham today.
I thought Rickleton looked a lovely bat. I really did. I think he's got
95 he made in 9 minutes short of 4 hours. 13 fours and a 6, and he looked absolutely set for 100, but just got a faint feather to one from Zafar Gahar just before the tea interval. Higgins, hair flopping, comes in again, and there's use of the feet by McManus to get close to the pitch of the ball. Don't forget the...
You describe Higgins' hair as a floret.
You might do. You might do. Don't forget the cricket at Cheltenham continues after this game. 2 more days at the festival. A 50 over game against Wiltshire on Sunday.
Yeah, we're covering that.
Dan and I will be with you for that, and we will be also with you for the Royal London Cup opener against Warwickshire here on Tuesday the 2nd, and I gather that every hospitality seat has been sold for that match.
Has it really?
Gloucestershire have, yeah, they've got I think about 600 in for lunch that day.
Wow.
So, that'll be a late lunch, of course, because they bowled 50 overs in the one session, so that'll be lunch at about what could be 2 o'clock. Higgins in down the leg side, and good take from James Bracey, tumbling away to his left.
Spare a thought for your commentators having to do 50 over stints.
Yes, interesting that Jack Taylor did mention today, and it was interesting that he said this, that the Wiltshire game is a genuine 11-a-side match. It's not a... I thought, what's a nice clip just past Miles Hammond by James Sales, and he's picked up 4 for. He's played that shot twice now, And on both occasions, Hammond's dived full length to his left, trying to cut it off, and hasn't been able to do it. That seems to be his go-to shot.
Yeah, brings his bottom hand into it.
It's because sometimes in those games you tend to say, well, we'll pick 13 and all the batters bat and all the bowlers bowl, but it seems as if that's not the case, which is good to know. Higgins in again, Sales tries a little bit squarer this time, and Hammond cuts off the single.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of those 13.
No.
I want a proper game of cricket here. And if that means that Wiltshire bat first and Gloucestershire skittle them out for 100, get them, so be it.
I do wonder, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, but you tend to find, I'll complete that story after this Higgins delivery. 2 sounds there too, I think. Whether there was any bat on that, yes there was, inside edge. One more to Sales. Sales goes to 13. When we have the university matches at the start of the season, obviously that by and large is a warm-up game, and I don't think I've been to any of those matches where Gloucestershire haven't batted first. They've always batted first. Therefore you have as long a game as possible, because if the university side batted first, got bowled out cheaply, Gloucester get a big score, they could win by an innings.
Yeah.
I wonder on Sunday whether there kind of is, I know there might be a toss, but whether there would be kind of almost a gentleman's agreement that Gloucestershire will bat, because you then lengthen the day, and the bowlers will get a bowl and the batters will get a bat effectively, rather than the risk is you might end up with a short game.
Zaffer in to Sales. .341 for 6. Gloucestershire need another wicket. Just starting to edge away from them now.
24 the lead.
Oh, that's well bowled. Thick outside edge. The man that slipped there is very close. That runs away for 4. He's so close that he's actually got a helmet on. Miles Hammond. Let's have a look at this again. I wonder if he's so close that you just don't have any reaction time there.
It is literally a split second, isn't it?
Yeah. Crowd down there in that marquee enjoying themselves.
That's the old Petesians marquee.
Oh, that's well bowled. That goes past the outside edge of Sales.
Well, was that an arm ball, or was that one that was straightened a bit, I wonder? Or just went with the slope, perhaps?
No, I think just a conventional left arm turner, turning away from the right-hander. Here he is in. That marquee was a few Gloucestershire la-la-las coming out of there, weren't there, last week? It's the...
As we mentioned, the Petesians are a sports club in the truest sense.
Dot ball.
Tied in with the Richard Pate Grammar School in Cheltenham. They have rugby teams, cricket teams, I think a squash team as well.
Okay. Cut there. So quick single, but let's get through. One more to the total.
49 these two have put on.
Yeah, 6 overs left in the day. 346 for 6. McManus 25. James Sales on 18. Higgins none for 78 of 21. Zafar Kahar 3 for 88 of 28.
This is a handy little partnership for Northants, isn't it? I mean, they were 20 runs behind with 6 wickets down, and now they're 29 ahead with 6 wickets down, and they only need a boundary to get the 4th batting point. I think if they get that, they might well shut up shop for the evening and say, right, we'll see what we can get tomorrow.
I'm going to go around the country. There's wasps in here now. Since we've had that jam, There are wasps in here. Right, Kent 235 for 7 in response to Lancashire's 145. That would be a cracking result for Kent, wouldn't it?
Higgins. In again to Sales, so again looks pretty organised in his defence.
Somerset 99 for 1 in response to Essex's 505 for 9
They've
declared.
gone aggressively at that, haven't they?
Well, 23 overs, so they're going sort of 4-ish over. Hampshire have been bowled all out for 218, so Yorkshire batted first. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Higgins in again. Sales tries to drive past Van Duren but doesn't. He fields it mid-off.
So Yorkshire batted first. They were in a lot of trouble. They recovered to 159 all out. Hampshire then responded with 218. Yorkshire, none for none. Warwickshire, 253. Surrey, 312 for 8. Lead of 59 runs there. Derbyshire now leading by 171 at Worcester.
Higgins in once more, and Sales quite content again just to play the ball on its merits.
Derbyshire 130 in the first innings. Worcestershire responded with 185. Derbyshire now 226 for 6. And Durham got 421 for 7 declared. Rain ruined game there. Rain interrupted. Middlesex 18 without loss.
Higgins in hazy sunshine. Sees that delivery clipped up to mid-on.
And at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire were all out for 240. Sussex in a load of trouble there, 63 for 5.
Just looking at that Kent card, Grant Stewart's got an unbeaten 50 there, which is why that's pushed them right up to a lead against Lancashire. Higgins past umpire Adnan, bit of a just a grunt as he bowled the last ball of that over. It was a maiden, but he's toiled away for 22 overs without success in this innings. 0 for 78. There are just, I think, 4 overs left on the day. There are 5, in fact, and Northampton need 4 runs for the next batting point. You'd think they ought to get them, but these two are probably looking cautiously now at being there in the morning. But even the lead of 50, even the lead of 50 would be useful for Northampton. Just awkward for Gloucestershire to chalk off. They'd have to bat for an hour to get themselves into credit.
Zafar, yeah, we only had 103 overs. So we've still got 7 overs left. I think they'll be looking at 400. I think they might have a dip.
Only 5 overs to go tonight.
Zafar in. That's well bowled.
I think if you offered them 355 for 6, I think they'd take that.
Yeah, I think they would as well. I think they would, but how brave are they? And does fortune favour the brave Ian Randall? That's a lovely shot.
And there is the batting point.
That's the batting point there, 350 up. 103.2 overs, 417 minutes. Lovely sweep shot there from Lewis McManus. He looks a pretty player, doesn't he?
How would you define pretty? Stylish?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, those two that he put through the covers early on were very pleasing on the eye, weren't they? And that was a
partnership in
decent
12.5 overs, so they've actually not hung about, these two.
No. Zafar. And he goes sweeping again, misses that one. And Zafar, pumped up, gets his 4th wicket. McManus was going for it. Fortune does not favour the brave, Ian.
I'm surprised he went for that. Here's a replay. He played the one shot successfully, and he played that pretty low as well. The ball must have gone over the bat. And McManus goes for 29, and now we are into the tail.
Yeah, we've got Kerrigan, Sanderson, White. I think we're going to see Kerrigan come out at 9. That's who my money's on.
And I still think they would play this to try and be there in the morning rather than
Now possibly, yes.
4.3 overs.
So I think when McManus was there, going well.
Well, it was an interesting call for him to keep playing the attacking shot, and it is Kerrigan to come out at number 9 in the order.
Kerrigan can bat. Kerrigan.
First class average is nearly 14, so 9 would be plenty high enough for somebody with that average, I would have thought. He's probably more likely to bat at 10, but it doesn't say a huge amount perhaps for Sanderson. I mean, White we've not seen bat very often.
Sanderson can bat though. He's come in. I seem to remember a couple of years ago there were Northamptonshire's, their lower order, like Sanderson would go and whack runs. Gareth Berg would whack runs down the order.
Well, Sanderson's highest score is 42 in his career. White has only played a dozen games, so it's hard to judge, but I suspect he will be at 11. Kerrigan is more experienced, of course. And
Kerrigan using a Newbury there with the orange and black stickers around the bat. They've gone back to their old logos like Mike Gatting used to use back in the mid-80s, or do you remember Lance Cairns with a sloped shouldered bat? I think that was a Newbury as well. They had sloped shoulders.
so Zafar now has 26 wickets, and he's 2 behind. He's 1 behind Ryan Higgins.
Here's Zafar. First ball to Kerrigan, and that is played into the covers for no run.
Yes, so Higgins has 27, and Zafar now has 26.
Here's Zafar. Oh, that's got to be bat pad. No, it's gone to Miles Hammond at short leg. They appealed for it. They asked a question. Ooh. Last ball the over. Defended. 4 overs remaining in the day. 350 for 7. Kerrigan yet to get off the mark. James Sales 18. Zafar now 4 for 92 of 29. That's a marathon spell, isn't it?
Yes, he had a long bowl this afternoon without much joy, and then with the newer ball, things have happened for him a bit. It is the extra bounce you feel
Yeah.
that would have helped him. And now Sales having a chat with the more experienced Kerrigan. 4 overs to go, and Gloucestershire would probably quite like to bowl at Kerrigan here, so they might well give Sales a single. I'm sure he's been told by his senior partner that you don't want to give me the balance of the strike. Quite happy for you to take it. The batsman who's been in a lot longer, 18 of 51. Higgins in, that's a short one, let go by Sales, who thought about playing the hook shot and changed his mind.
Good luck to the England ladies side tonight. Should be a good game, that, shouldn't it?
It should be. Semi-final, of course, that. Higgins in, clipped away by Sales. He will take the single, actually. Down to fine leg, 351 for 7. So the Northampton lead is 33. That's not probably a meaningful lead yet. Gets to 50, every 10 after that is probably meaningful, I would say. So Dan's looking at him as if I've just wandered off the moon for a moment there.
No, it just
Do you think?
depends how Gloucestershire bat.
Well, that's true.
Depends how they bat. I think tomorrow, you always call the third day the moving day. And yeah, it'll be
I still think that
a fantastic game of cricket tomorrow. Fantastic day's cricket.
Gloucestershire have got to create a situation where they can tease Northants to try and win. That might be the best way of them actually winning themselves. Kerrigan lets that go outside the off stump. And actually, the fact that they're 7 down tonight, with the 9, 10, 11, you wouldn't think necessarily would hang around for very long. I can't see Northants. Can you see Northants batting until lunch tomorrow with 3 wickets left? I think that'd be a surprise. Higgins in. Kerrigan clips that onto the onside. A good stop from Marcus Harris.
See, I think these guys
Could they bat for an hour? Yes, they could.
And an hour. I think there's potential here. Gloucestershire aren't careful and to get a lead of 100, which I think would be match defining if they did.
100 would make things very difficult.
Yeah. Gloucestershire then need 300, 350 in the third innings.
Push that from Simon Kerrigan. See, for me, I don't think they'll quite get that many. Lead of, if they batted for an hour, they might end up with a lead of, say, 70. And then Gloucestershire have got to bat. They won't be unlikely to be ahead until after lunch. They've got to basically try and set a target in probably no more than 2 sessions and a bit of a thrash on the last day. They've got to leave enough overs to bowl Northants out. They've really got to think, right, if we give them only 60 overs to bat, they'll just try and bat for you. The perception will be they might try and bat for a draw. 60 overs doesn't give Gloucestershire a second new ball.
No.
They've got to extend the chase, I think, which really means that tomorrow they've probably got to really bat aggressively for 2 sessions. That may be the likelihood of it, to try and create a target somewhere north of 250 if they could. Somewhere between 200 and 250 might be a bit light, but they might have to gamble on that.
James Healy's returned to our production team. The man known as Jimmer.
3 overs to go. Can Gloucestershire wheedle out 1 more wicket?
Thank you for your emails today. That's Safagahar, leaves that one alone. Thank you for everyone who's contributed today. Whether you've watched, emailed us, dropped me a line on Twitter, dropped Ian a line on Twitter. That's just worked onto the onside there. David Payne runs round from mid-on.
We've seen 321 runs and 7 wickets today.
Reasonable entertainment. Whether you brought us scones, or whatever, brought us coffees, thank you for your contribution.
Or rascal cake.
Oh, what a rascal cake from Ian Randall.
I shan't have time to knock up another one before Thursday.
Oh, Ian. Oh, Ian.
Hammond switching to the offside, going to silly point from short leg. The right-handed Kerrigan.
And that's played into the offside.
Dan's always got his phone ready to take a photograph
Yeah.
of a nice view, and most of that here at Cheltenham involves the chapel.
That's gone through to Bracey. Big swing.
Zaffa's 30th over of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 30th over of the innings, I should say. I think he did bowl a couple last night.
That's cut. No run. Kerrigan yet to get off the mark. Zaffa. Oh, and that's a full shot from Kerrigan, but he gets away with it. And that completes the over.
It's all Zaffa's wickets from the chapel end in this innings. 4 for 93 for him. And Northants edging their way to, I think you describe as a handy advantage at the moment. 35 in front, 3 wickets in hand, 2 days to go. Another change in the field. Lee Price going back into second slip for Sales. Begins to bowl his last over of the day. Sales lets it go. I think these two are in survival mode now, Dan, for tomorrow.
I think so. 11 balls left.
I'm sure that, well, in fact, if they get through this over, then Sanderson and White won't be needed tonight anyway, even if a wicket falls. But one of them will have their pads on, I'm sure, if not both. Sales' body language there suggested there was a little bit of movement in the air.
Yeah, again, second day just meandering nice and gently in the way that county cricket does, into a just full hibernating for the night.
Well, they scored 107 in this session, Northants. In fact, they've scored 105, 110 and 107 respectively in the 3 sessions. So
that afternoon session, I'm surprised so many were scored there. It felt rather pedestrian, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it was because they looked so organised and untroubled. A diving stop. Graham Van Buren at wide mid-off. Even in this late stage in the day, wasn't prepared to let that go for 4. He would have done had he not stopped it.
Well timed.
Sales onto 21. 21 from 59 balls. Bracey's going to be. He's taking the lead. He's going to stand up. He's not. He's going to stand. He's going to stay back. And Miles Hammond is going to go to almost a leg slip there with the helmet on for the clip. Very, very fine there, in case Kerrigan does clip one off his legs. It's gone down the leg side, taken by Bracey, almost in front of Hammond.
Nearly worked. Kerrigan had a play at that one, didn't he?
Indeed, Hammond is, I'd say he's fielding there in a helmet, which is, I presume, because with Zaffa bowling, he doesn't want to just delay the game anymore. Higgins in again, and Kerrigan plays that into the ground and out on the leg side. Fielded by Marcus Harris, Higgins finishes for the day with 24 overs, none for 80 to his name. And considering we've had a full day and some overs last night as well, 16 maidens Gloucestershire have bowled in those 107 overs. Fairly equally shared actually. Payne's bowled 4, Higgins has bowled 3, but only 3 in 24. Price 2 in 14, Zach Chappell 4 in 20, Zaffer 3 in 30. So Northamptonshire have found a way for a large part of the day just to keep the scoreboard slowly ticking along.
Now it's defended by Sales. Last over of the day. Zaffer in that way that he tosses the ball from hand to hand before starting his run. Sales pushes it out into the offside. I'd like to see maybe a man come in under his nose on the offside here. Just give Sales something to think about.
2 slips and a short leg.
Zaffer. Oh, and that's nearly a caught and bowled. Zaffer goes scrambling across. Ooh. Wowzers. Here's Zaffer. Oh. And he just tickles that one around the corner to Zach Chappell. A short fine leg on the 45.
So I was just
penultimate ball of the day.
checking how many balls there are to go.
There's one. No, they thought about it. As Sales turns it into the onside, but Sales taking responsibility. You can see out the final ball of the day here. So here's Zaffer. It's making the youngster wait. Last ball of the day. Here we go. Oh, and that's thick outside edge, but it does go along the floor. And that is going to be it for day 2. So a maiden for Zaffer. He's been the pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers with 4 for 93 off 31 overs. That's a marathon stint from Zafar Gahar. He's been absolutely wonderful on the money, twirling away, and he's really been the pick of the bowlers.
He's worked hard for those 4 wickets. It's not been an easy stint for him at all.
No, he hasn't. Bowling figures: David Payne 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 41. Ryan Higgins 24 overs, 3 maidens, none for 80. Tom Price 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 61. Zach Chappell 20 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 52. Zafar Gahar 31, 4 maidens, 4 for 93. And a couple of overs from Miles Hammond, which went for 15. The Northants card was dominated by an excellent 95 from their overseas star Ryan Rickleton, with some absolutely glorious shots. Will Young contributed with 61 and Luke Proctor with 78. But I would say this has been Northamptonshire's day, wouldn't you, Ian?
I think on balance they will say they've had the better of it, not by a lot, but suffice to say that they started the day batting. They started batting last night, and they'll continue batting tomorrow. There were 40 extras in that total as well, apart from the scores you gave off the bat. Gloucestershire will feel that if they must try and cut down the no balls in what remains of this innings, and indeed in the Northants' second innings, as and when they get there. Rickleton had the style. Proctor provided the honest graft in that Northants middle order. 78 in 3 1/4 hours. just really picked the bad ball and worked the leg side, particularly behind square well, just to keep the strike rotating. Even batting through the day from Northampton. 105 in the first session, 110 in the second, 108 in the third, and they've got power to add tomorrow. They lead by 36. How far can they stretch the lead, and how will Gloucestershire respond? There's only one way to find out. Join us tomorrow morning. Thanks to James and Cam on the cameras today, and for Dan's company, and for yours too, and to our guests Sarah Blow and Jack Taylor and Mike Proctor this morning, if you caught him. All added something to our day and hopefully to yours as well. We'll see you in the morning here at Cheltenham. Forecast is dry again tomorrow. Moving day in the game, as Dan Whiting refers to it. We'll see you all then at 5 to 11. Do join us tomorrow.